Hazel. This is the story of my dad's. When I was really little, like 5, one of the teacher ladies at preschool told me the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. I have to say, at first, I thought that was gross. Super gross. Then I remembered about pie and changed my mind. Foster. Early March. Snap out of it, pretty boy. We've got a job to do. 80-year-old female with chest pains, Barbara Lyons, addresses just south of Killigan's Point. Meredith clipped the cell phone/pager onto her belt and stood to grab her jacket. Foster shot a glare at his EMT partner as he closed his e-reader and stood up from the break room table, hurriedly pulling on his jacket as well. Really, Meredith? Yeah, she said as she grabbed the keys to their rig. I'm betting $20 Barbara Lyons says something about your face. Don't you have anything else to worry about? Retirement? The state of the stock market? Foster complained. He was speaking to Meredith's back, since she was already pushing through the door to where the ambulance was parked outside the hospital. Foster and Meredith had been work partners for coming up on 4 years. Before Meredith arrived on the island, Foster had been subjected to several partners, most of whom were incompetent, lacked dedication, had personalities not suited to Piedra's, or all of the above. Foster enjoyed working with Meredith, even if she called him pretty boy. Nope, and the only way I'm ever going to retire is if I pad my accounts with a little extra. Outside it was a typical late winter day, gloomy and damp, but Foster never minded the weather. Even if he could have moved, he'd never wanted to live anywhere but Piedra's Island. Why would he want to live someplace else, where he'd have to travel hours to get to the water, to a place with limited access to the rocky, barnacle-covered beaches he loved, strewn with kelp and other seaweed, where he could see fish as they leaped from the cold waters of Haro Strait, and where he couldn't smell the mixture of pine trees and ocean water that permeated everything here. Almost every day Foster heard the cries of eagles as they hunted, mingling with the cranky, raspy caw of Steller's jays. He relished the taste of salt on the ever-present wind. He'd seen J-pod orcas cruise through the bay more times than he could remember. During the tourist season, things could get a little hairy. Ferry traffic was hell, for one thing. But the quiet months were worth dealing with a few obnoxious visitors, and most visitors weren't obnoxious. Most people came to the island for the same reason Foster stayed there. Peace. I'm never retiring. Becca applied to college, then she got in. Meredith jogged to the driver's side of the vehicle. Foster climbed into the shotgun seat and buckled in. She shot him an understanding look. Congratulations. That's great for her. But I thought you'd sworn she was never leaving the island. The closest post-high school campus to Piedra's was on the mainland, just outside of Mount Vernon, and it wasn't the one Becca had chosen. Of course it wasn't. Meredith expertly backed the rig out of its spot and steered it toward the island's main north-south road. Becca has proved to be incredibly stubborn. I don't know where she gets that from. Meredith snorted. Foster eyed her, but she didn't reply and kept her focus on the road ahead of them. He wasn't stubborn. Was he? Oh my, aren't you a treat for sore eyes? Mrs. Lyons murmured, her words hard to hear through the mask covering her nose and mouth. Foster kept his attention on the older woman, but he was fully aware Meredith hadn't missed the comment. Damn it. You just relax and let's see if we can't get your oxygen levels a little better. My partner talked to Dr. Soper, and he wants us to bring you in, so you get to ride in the bus. As long as you hold my hand, I don't mind where we go. Foster felt his cheeks heat. He never knew what to do when people flirted like this, but, as Meredith had pointed out, it happened all the time, so he did his best to pretend it didn't bother him. He glanced up, meeting Meredith's amused gaze across the gurney. Mrs. Lyons' daughter and granddaughter hovered in the background, wringing their hands and tisking. The other birthday party guests had faded into the background, giving Foster and Meredith room to work. "Mrs. Lyons, we're going to load you in now. It's a quick ride to Doc Soper, and he'll take a look at what's going on." A small, dry hand grasped Foster's forearm. "Call me Barbara." "Mom," Mrs. Lyons' daughter interjected, "we'll follow in my car." "I feel bad I ruined the party," Barbara said with marked sadness. "Growing old is not for the weak." To Foster, she said, "I imagine you are a good son, just like my Jenny is a good daughter." Foster could only nod. He wasn't about to tell the woman that his parents had been dead for years, killed in a horrific car accident that had left his baby sister alive but grievously injured. "Let's get this party bus on the road," Meredith said, gripping her side of the gurney. She gave Foster a small wink. She knew his story and knew he appreciated the distraction from the topic of parents and family. "So, what do you have going on tomorrow?" Meredith asked. They were sanitizing and restocking the ambulance, getting it ready for the next call. It was Meredith's turn to stock while Foster stood outside at the back of the rig and checked off their inventory list. This was the tedious part of their job, but they never cut corners when it came to safety. Foster shook his head. "Not much. Second-grade safety day." "How'd you get roped into that again?" Meredith chuckled. "I guess I'm third on the list. If they can't get one of the sheriff's deputies or Chief Flynn, the school calls me." "Why? Do you want to do it?" Her chuckle turned into a full-blown belly laugh. "Hell no. I am not kid-approved. More likely you're not parent-approved," Foster groused. He'd done events, Phil the Boot and others, with Meredith before. It was generally best if she stayed in the background. That saying about not suffering fools gladly? Meredith didn't, making it almost impossible for her to smile and be nice to the drivers in a hurry to wait in the lines for the ferry. Privately, he thought the kids would love her. "Gloves?" "Low." Foster handed her a box of latex gloves from the stock cart, and Meredith tucked the fresh stock into its spot. "Bottom line, I'm not you. Working with you cracks me up. You had Miss Lyons in the palm of your hand. She didn't argue about going to the hospital or any of that. If it had been me, she would have put up a fight, chest pains or not." Foster ignored her observation, even if there was a nugget of truth to it. "Did you check the oxygen tank levels?" "Of course." "That's it then. The bus is good to go." She jumped out of the back of the vehicle. "Have fun at school. Think of me when I'm on call with Yuri." She turned and shut the ambulance doors, tugging on them to make sure they were secure. They had trouble enough on the island with drugs and whatnot. They didn't need some jerk stealing emergency care inventory. Foster tucked the clipboard under his arm and grabbed the cart, heading back to the storage area the hospital allotted them. "Yuri is fine. I helped interview him. He's new is all." "I know." She sighed dramatically. "I just hate having to be the boss." "Give it up." He bumped her shoulder with his. "You love being the boss." Meredith opened the storeroom door and Foster pushed the cart inside, then made sure that door was also locked before they both headed back to the break room. "Okay, fine. I love being the boss." "Why am I not the boss of you?" "Oh, right." Meredith laughed again as she headed for the coffee machine. "It's because you're one of those people who seem all sweet and malleable until the shit hits the fan, and then you turn into steel-spined, stubborn man." "You're not the boss of me," Becca hissed, her eyes flashing with determination, a look he was far too familiar with. Foster restrained himself from doing any number of things, rolling his eyes, sighing, stomping his feet. "Becca," he said calmly, "I just want to be sure we're making the right decision." "There is no we. It's my life and my decision." His sister crossed her arms over her chest, indicating their discussion was over. Meredith's comment about a steel spine seemed more appropriate for Foster's almost 18-year-old sister. They'd been having this argument for months, and Foster had thought it was settled. There was no reason for Becca to leave the island. She could take college classes online. He didn't care how many university pamphlets she'd accidentally left on the coffee table in the past 6 months. They were in the kitchen of Foster's carefully remodeled, ADA-approved house. The house was a split level, but everything, including laundry, was on the main floor, which had a ground-level front entryway. The back of the house dropped a story and a half to the yard, but he'd had ramps installed from the back deck to the lawn. The daylight basement was literally for the dogs. Becca might need a wheelchair to get around, but she was unstoppable. From the time she was first recovering from her injuries, Foster had known he would do everything he could to make the world accessible for her. The wrongful death settlement from the accident didn't make up for the loss of their parents, or for what Becca had suffered, but at least it paid for the accommodations Becca needed. "I need some chai if we're going to have this conversation." He twisted to open the low cupboard where he stored the chai mix. "Do you want some?" Becca's lips pressed into a thin line, a sure sign she was angry. "Foster, this isn't a discussion. I'm turning 18 next month, and I've decided I want to go to Eastern." "But," he protested, "you haven't even visited the campus yet." The idea that his baby sister, who he'd raised since she was 7, was considering leaving Piedras for college horrified him. Becca might think she was ready, but Foster knew he wasn't. She talked about WSU earlier in the year, and when she'd stopped, Foster had hoped, incorrectly, that she'd changed her mind and decided to stay closer to the island. "I've done the virtual tour and emailed with several of the professors I'm interested in studying with, and I would visit if you had the time to take me, but I already love the campus. It's one of the only state campuses fully committed to ADA access, and they have a basketball team." She said that last part smugly, as if it was the icing on the surprise cake she'd just hit him in the face with. "Becca," Foster groaned. He didn't care that they had a basketball team, but Becca loved sports, all sports, just like their dad had. He supposed it would be fun for her to be able to go to games and cheer them on. She glared at him, resolute. In some ways, looking at Becca was like looking in a mirror. There was no doubt they were brother and sister. However, Becca's features were softer. Her nose curved upward like their mother's had, while her eyes were the same brown as their father's, whereas Foster had inherited his green-blue eyes from their mom. He'd been Becca's guardian for over 10 years. What was he supposed to do, just throw his hands up and say, "Okay"? From the backyard, where the kennels were located, he heard a series of yips, saved by the dog. Abandoning his tea, Foster ran his fingers through his hair, tugging at it in frustration. "Gorp needs to get out for some run-throughs and exercise. We'll talk about this more later." Gorp was currently the only dog in residence, although Foster often had up to 4 dogs staying in his kennels for training or retraining, as in Gorp's case. Becca chose to ignore his comment, instead saying, "I'm going to worry about you when I go away, you know. I don't like you being all alone." Her comment gave Foster pause. Was he panicking because he'd be alone if Becca moved away? It would be the first time he ever had his house to himself, but he didn't think that was the reason for the pit in his stomach. "I'm the last person you need to be worrying about," he told her. Plus, he stepped to the back door, pulling it open. "I'll have the dogs to take care of." It wasn't until he was halfway down the ramp that he realized he'd basically given Becca tacit approval of her college plan. Fuck. He was going to have to reopen the conversation. But not today. Dutch. Early March. "Yo, Dutch." Dutch glanced from the onions he was slicing over to Danny Petra, head chef of the kitchen they both worked in. "What?" You're awfully quiet this morning. What's up?" Nothing. There really was nothing. Hazel had had a tough morning. Thus, by extension, so had Dutch. He was tired already. Chop, chop, chop. "Nothing, huh? A cat seems to have your tongue." "What is even up with that saying?" Dutch wondered aloud. Did cats actually steal tongues? Did people in the olden days just leave their tongues lying around for animals to grab and run off with? Danny stopped his own chopping to stare at him. 1, that's what Google is for. 2, is Hazelbug running you ragged? Do you want me to babysit one of these nights so you can go out and get your freak on? Dutch set his knife down. Please never allow that phrase to pass your lips again. What, she doesn't like being called Hazelbug anymore? You know what I'm talking about. Getting my freak on. He shivered. Not that he'd dated anyone since he and Hazel had moved to Piedra's 3, or was it 4 years ago now. Being a single dad meant he didn't have a lot of free time to meet people, and, with his track record, he figured staying single and focusing on Hazel was for the best. Danny set his knife down, too, turning to lean his hip against the stainless steel counter. You need to get out and do something without your wonderful daughter. Hazel is the best, don't get me wrong, but you need a little Dutch time. Tell you what, Soren has the 3 to 11 shift tomorrow. How about I stop over? Hazel and I can hang out while you at least go have a beer or something. Maybe. He had to admit, getting out for even an hour without Hazel sounded nice. He loved his daughter with his whole heart, but she could be a lot. Maybe an hour or 2 without questions about the evolution of Thanatothyristes degratorum, the most recently discovered dinosaur. Or did he know that a polar bear's fur wasn't actually white? He'd probably just go grocery shopping, but even doing that alone sounded like heaven. I'll maybe see you around 6 tomorrow, Danny said. Hazard and I can make pizza and stream Nat Geo. Dutch shook his head. Hazel was probably a budding biologist, or whoever it was who studied lizards. Did biologists study lizards? She can't get enough of that damn channel. She'll watch it for as long as I let her, and then when we turn it off, she immediately wants to go outside and search for the lizard of the month. Dutch didn't know whether this phase would last, but Hazel was currently obsessed with snakes and lizards and watched and read everything about them she was allowed to, which, when Danny was around, was a lot. She's told me she wants to go to the Galapagos Islands for her 16th birthday, which wasn't going to happen unless they won the lottery. Being a single dad who was basically a glorified line cook meant there wasn't much left over at the end of each month, but they had a roof over their heads. Danny grinned. The Galapagos, huh? She's a smart kid. Also wily. Yeah, is it too soon to ask for a raise? Not only had Danny convinced Cody Prescott to hire Dutch to work in the Broach Resort kitchen after Lulu's diner burned down, he seemed to sincerely enjoy Hazel. Just looking at him, Danny was not a kid kind of guy. Tall and grumpy, he didn't have a lot of spare patience. Except with his boyfriend, Soren, and Dutch and Hazel. And Dutch added Cody, their boss and the owner of the resort, who was a separate kind of hot mess that Danny was still somehow able to navigate. I can't make any promises, Danny replied. Dutch had known when he accepted the position that the pay scale was limited, at least for the time being. Sometimes he wished he'd gone to college and gotten some fancy degree. Is the resort in trouble? Nah. Danny turned back to his chopping. But Cody has invested most of his cash in infrastructure, which this old place totally needs if we're going to keep luring new guests. Huh. Is that why that repair guy has been around? Cody lived in a cottage on the resort property. There were 6 of the cottages, originally built in the 1920s for visiting artists in various stages of renovation. There actually was an artist living in one of them at the moment, which Dutch thought was cool. Danny snorted and kept chopping. Yep, that's what Cody tells me, anyway. Wade seems like a good guy. and he's actually a licensed contractor, so he knows what he's doing. And it's nice not to have Cody trying to fix stuff after watching 10-minute YouTube videos. Dutch laughed, too, because it was pure luck that neither Danny nor Dutch had been blasted when Cody tried to fix the faucet in the men's locker room. Cody had needed to change clothes from the skin-out after that incident. They worked in companionable silence for a while. Dutch didn't know what Danny was thinking about, but Dutch, as usual, was thanking the guardian angel who'd brought him to Piedras Island, and thanking said angel again for putting him in Danny Petra's path. Dutch didn't believe in much, but some kind of good spirit must have taken pity on him, or he and Hazel wouldn't be living there on the island like regular humans. He'd never imagined he'd be a single parent. Hell, he never imagined he'd be a father. Dutch's lifestyle pre-Hazel had been one step away from a 10-year or longer stint behind bars, drugs, excess alcohol, muscle for loan sharks, and worse. Much worse. And then Hazel had come along and upended Dutch's world. He hadn't even known his ex-girlfriend was pregnant. Ayla sure hadn't told him. She'd been furious when Dutch had tracked her down after his sister, Terry, had spilled the beans. They'd had a huge fight, not unusual, and Ayla had basically ripped Dutch apart and left him metaphorically bleeding out on the floor. He wasn't ready to be a father, and she sure wasn't fit to be a mother. The best solution was adoption, the only solution, in Ayla's opinion. Ayla and Dutch had seen each other at their worst, and Ayla didn't want that for her kid. She was messed up. Too messed up to change her ways, she insisted. Too messed up to do more than stay sober for the pregnancy. Dutch wasn't happy about her choice, but there was little he could do. After a long month of self-reflection and soul-searching, though, Dutch had sought out Ayla again and told her he wanted to keep the baby. He, Dutch Schumacher, would raise his child on his own. That had been a day. Ayla hadn't been easily convinced. She'd made him promise he would leave the life, leave the motorcycle club, and start a new life somewhere else. He couldn't be involved in criminal activity of any sort, not even jaywalking. I'm not strong enough to stay clean. This is the only family I've ever known, she'd insisted. But I don't want my son or daughter to grow up in this mess. Her reaction had opened up an entirely new future for Dutch. The MC was his whole world, too, but it wasn't one he'd chosen for himself. He'd fallen into it, and now he wanted out. After hours of discussion and a lot of tears, Ayla had agreed to give him custody of the baby. The next time he visited her, he brought a family lawyer along, and they'd signed paperwork, though he knew Ayla could change her mind until everything was finalized, even after the baby was born, and there would be nothing he could do about it. For 9 months, he'd felt like he was holding his breath. But she hadn't changed her mind, and Dutch's life had been transformed. Never before had Dutch known with 100% certainty that he was doing the right thing. The next time he'd felt that way was when the midwife placed Hazel, screaming, her face all scrunchy, waving her fists around in the air, in his arms. He'd fallen in love. Ayla had held the baby for a few minutes, too, before handing her back to Dutch. "What are you going to name her?" she'd asked. "Hazel Abigail Schumacher." Hazel, because he liked the sound of it, and when he researched it, he discovered it meant wisdom and inspiration. Abigail's meaning, cause of joy, hit home with him as well. Plus it had been his great-grandmother's name. He'd only met her once, but she traveled to the U.S. by herself when she was only 15 and recently orphaned, to start a new life after her entire family died of the flu or something like it around 1915. What a badass. His girl deserved a name like that. "Take care of the baby, Dutch. Take her far away from all this," Ayla said with sad eyes. The third time he'd been certain he was doing the right thing was just about 3 years ago, when he and Hazel had driven off the ferry and into Hidden Harbor. A larger-than-expected lunch rush pushed all thoughts of Hazel and his past out of Dutch's mind. After a few busy hours, though, He and Danny were in the locker room changing into their street clothes. "So, have a good day off. I'll see you tomorrow evening, around 5 or 6. Hazel better be ready to be spoiled by Uncle Danny." "Who are you? And what have you done with Danny Petra?" Dutch teased, not entirely sure he wanted to go out. Hazel was the best excuse in the world to not leave the house. The two of them could exist in their own little world, except for when Dutch went to work and Hazel had school. School. Dutch groaned. "Fuck. What? I just remembered it's safety day for the elementary school kids tomorrow." "And?" Danny's eyebrows drew together. "Safety is a good thing, right? And Hazel made me promise to go. She begged. Said stuff like, all the other kids' parents will be there, which gets me every time." He grimaced. "I'm gonna have to make nice with her teacher and other parents and..." "Fuck." Danny laughed and slapped Dutch on the back. "Sounds like you're gonna need a beer after all that." Foster. Early March. "Good afternoon, Miss Kennedy." Larch Kennedy graced Foster with a gleaming smile. "It's weird that you call me that. When we grew up together," she said quietly, leading Foster and his red wagon of supplies to the small auditorium and stage where he would be taking his turn as Mr. Safety. Perils of a small town, I guess. She was only a few years younger than he was, maybe 29 or so. She made him uncomfortable when she flirted with him, which she did every time he saw her, but he didn't know how to say that to Piedras's second-grade teacher. He never wanted to hurt Larch's feelings. He didn't like hurting anyone's feelings. At least the patients he transported he didn't necessarily see again, not until the next time they were in trouble. "Full house today?" he asked, to ease past the uncomfortable part of the conversation. Seriously, why was he worried about Larch when he had safety day to get through? Larch pulled open the stage door. "Yep, 40 kids, all of first, second, and third grades, and parents, too." Foster didn't really mind running safety day. Most of the kids participated, and they liked practicing calling 911, looking both ways when they crossed the street, and whatever else he came up with. They loved checking out the firefighter gear he brought along, too, always wanting to know what the different parts were, how much it weighed, things like that. Chief Flynn sometimes ran the show, and when he did, the kids treated him like he was Mick Jagger. Foster was more of a guitar tech than the lead singer, but he did what he could to make Safety Day fun and educational. Today, Foster had brought a CPR dummy with him. His thinking was that even a few seconds of support could help in a crisis. Sure, an 8 or 9-year-old likely wouldn't be able to do chest compressions for long, but they were smart enough to remember the basic moves. And knowledge was power, and every second counted. With over 40 pairs of eyes watching his every move, Foster set up the gear he'd brought with him. He had his back turned to the kids and was half listening while Larch introduced him and explained how the demonstration would work. This part was for the first graders, since the older kids had probably attended the year before, and each third grader would be getting a safety certificate. "Okay, everyone, let's give Mr. Jennings a round of applause." Foster stepped up next to Larch and smiled out at the crowd of kids and adults. When the clapping subsided, he spoke. "Thank you for having me today, Miss Kennedy." "You're welcome. We love having you." There was a quiet pause. Foster was opening his mouth to begin when a little voice called out, "Oh, Daddy, look at the pretty fireman." The audience tittered. Someone, presumably the child's dad, made hushing noises. Foster ignored the comment and kept smiling because that's what he always did, and got on with the program. By the end of the hour and the school day, the kids knew everything Foster had to share. They'd been a good crowd. Several of the third graders volunteered to try out Annie in front of their peers. A couple of them wanted to change the CPR doll's name to something new, like Kara or Gamora, which had one of the parents in the back groaning. and one student suggested that Foster needed to teach her dad first aid because he was always cutting himself. That earned another round of groans and hushes. The third-grade teacher quieted everyone and had the kids thank Foster for his time. Then the students and their parents trooped out behind the first and third-grade teachers in more or less organized lines. "Thanks for coming again. The kids always love you," Larch said as she watched Foster pack up. "My pleasure." Foster could feel what was coming next, so he kept his back turned, folding up the turnout gear and shoving it back into the wagon. "Maybe we could meet up some evening." She was going to make him say it. Larch was going to force him to tell her he wasn't interested, and when he explained that it wasn't about her, it was about him, she likely wouldn't believe him and would feel hurt instead. He felt like a massive dick, but he couldn't change how he was built. Before he could form a reply, a whirlwind in the form of a barely 4-foot-tall girl raced from the auditorium onto the stage. Messy, dark blonde hair escaped ties someone had wrapped around her uneven braids. Maybe she did her own hair. Foster remembered when Becca had insisted she would brush and braid her hair. There were a couple years of hilarious school pictures tucked in a photo album at home. "Daddy says I have to apologize for saying my thoughts out loud. He says there are thoughts that sometimes should stay in my head." She stopped in front of him. Her hands were curled into fists on her hips, and her eyes blazed as if she dared him to agree with her father. "Hazel," both Larch and the dad said in tandem. Hazel turned her glare to the two adults trying to actively oppress her, and then back to Foster. Foster had to bite his lip to keep from laughing. This must be the student who'd called him pretty. "It's okay. I accept your apology." He glanced over at the dad. Hazel resembled her father, but where Hazel had a head full of hair, the dad had none. But Foster thought the guy was lucky. He had a nicely shaped head, so being bald worked for him. "You are pretty, though." Obviously, Hazel was one of those who liked to have the last word. "And I don't know why I have to apologize for being nice." Again, Foster suppressed a smile with difficulty. He didn't want to get in trouble with the adults or the kid, and he understood where she was coming from. She shouldn't have to apologize for a compliment. "Hazel, that's enough," Larch said repressively. "All right, time to go, kiddo," the dad said, clasping his daughter's shoulder in his big hand, clearly deciding he'd concede this battle as the war was going to be long and protracted. "We've got errands to do before we head home." "I was just saying the truth," Hazel grumbled as her dad led her away. "Heel," Foster commanded. Gorp darted a resentful look over his shoulder, reminiscent of the look the little girl had given her father earlier, and grudgingly turned to pad back to Foster's side. "Good boy. Good dog." Foster praised the heeler border collie Jack Russell mix. The year-old dog had been surrendered to the island's no-kill shelter because his owner couldn't control him. What a 70-plus-year-old person had been thinking, taking a dog like Gorp home to begin with, Foster couldn't fathom. All those breeds rolled into one, and probably a little something else thrown in, too, had created one of the most stubborn and intelligent dogs Foster had ever met. And it didn't help Gorp's cause that he looked like the leftovers from when the gods created dogs. One white ear with brown spots that only flopped. The other ear was all black and never flopped. He had one ice blue eye and one hazel eye. His doggy face was about a third white and two-thirds black, as was his body. But there he also had random gray patches that looked like amoebas. His whip-thin tail came directly from the Jack Russell ancestor. Gorp was ugly and weird, just like the trail mix. They continued walking the perimeter of Foster's 1-acre training yard for a few minutes. Gorp stayed by his side, even when a squirrel hopped onto the fence and chattered at them. "Good boy. When we're done with this, we'll try the course." The dog wagged his tail as if he understood Foster's words. "Or we can play some ball." That earned him an excited woof, likely from the Labrador Foster suspected was in the mix as well. Foster wasn't sure yet whether Gorp was an agility course kind of dog. Time would tell. And if you're really good, I'll take you with me to the fire station tomorrow, and you can pretend you're the fire dog." Foster worked at the station 8 hours a month. Mostly he restocked medical supplies and helped with fundraising, both in person, like filled the boot, and cold calls. Cold calls he hated, but the department budget was so bad they'd been reduced to basically begging island residents for donations. He was throwing Gorp's favorite orange tennis ball for the 20th time when he heard Becca come outside. "Hey, I didn't know you were home."
"Ash dropped me off."
Ash was one of Becca's closest friends. They'd known each other ever since she started going to the public school on the island. "How was school? Boring?" Becca rolled to the ramp.
"Senior year is like seeing the cake but not being able to eat it yet. Why do they even make us go? It's junior year that counts. Those are the classes that got me into Eastern."
She stopped, looking down at him.
"And I have a pretty good chance at a scholarship, so you won't have to worry about me."
Becca didn't understand. A scholarship was the least of his worries. His little sister going out into the big bad world, that gave him indigestion. "Don't you have to end the year with good grades?" he asked, not really wanting to think about college. He sympathized with her complaint, though. Everything was done, and the seniors were just biding their time. He remembered his senior year. It had seemed like it lasted forever. Becca had been a cute but pesky 4-year-old. Where had the time gone? Their parents would be proud of her. He was certain. She sighed.
"I guess so, but the classes are so boring. The teachers don't care either."
Foster used the chuck-it to snag the ball Gorp had dropped at his feet and threw it as far as he could, deep into the bushes at the back of the property. "I had a funny thing happen today," he began, trying to change the topic.
"Oh yeah? It was safety day, right?"
Becca wheeled down the ramp to Foster's side. "It was."
"What happened?"
He didn't tell Becca about Larch's uncomfortable invitation, but he did tell her about Hazel.
"Really?"
Becca giggled.
"Pretty? That's hilarious."
"Yeah, and after the presentation, the dad made her come and apologize."
"Did she?"
"Yes, but then she basically took it back because she was speaking the truth or something like that."
"That's like the time you made me apologize to Mason Purity for running over his foot at recess."
"You did run over his foot," Foster pointed out. "On purpose." Becca grinned up at him, her brown eyes sparkling.
"He called me a name, and I apologized."
She had. Foster was also fairly sure Mason had continued to pay for his transgression in ways that Foster didn't want to know about. Probably he still was.
"Well, she sounds cute."
Foster snagged Gorp's spit-covered ball and threw it again as he gathered the resolve to bite the bullet and bring up the last thing he wanted to talk about with Becca: college. The reality was Becca was going to go, and he needed to do his best to be supportive, even if it killed him. Gorp raced off, his tail windmilling as he dashed to the end of the yard and dove into the shrubs. "Have you heard any more from—" He had to force himself to say the words. "That university? Eastern?"
"Not yet. The aid packet won't be sent out until like May or something. Then I'll be watching the mailbox."
The dog returned, his tongue hanging more than halfway out of his mouth and his sides heaving. He dropped the ball at Foster's feet and flopped down, panting. "Mission accomplished. Let me feed and water Gorp, and then I'll start dinner."
"Okay."
Becca rolled back up the ramp and into the kitchen, leaving Foster to wonder if she was right to be worried about him. When he thought of her leaving for college, his heart felt like it was turning to ash. Dutch. Mid-April.
"Daddy?"
Hazel said as she climbed into the car, and he twisted around to make sure she was properly buckled in. He wasn't able to pick her up every day because of work. He felt lucky the school had an after-hours program she enjoyed, and that she had a friend whose mom didn't mind having her over, which reminded him he needed to make sure everything was good to go for the days Hazel was spending at her friend Izzy's house over spring break.
"Yes, Hazel?"
He followed the car in front of his to the exit from the parking lot. There were so many rules about picking up kids these days, even about getting in and out of the parking lot. Dutch thought back to his days of freewheeling out of the school building, he and his friends running free all over the neighborhood with no supervision whatsoever, with mixed feelings of nostalgia and abject horror.
"We need to stop at the fire station."
The station was on the way home. They passed by the red-painted concrete building whenever they drove into or out of Hidden Harbor. Was it terrible he was immediately suspicious of his 8-year-old daughter's request? Why? She'd brought up stopping there a few times recently, but each time they'd had other plans, or the station had clearly been empty. Today, one of the trucks was out in the lot. Someone had to be home.
"The safety man said we could stop any time, remember?"
I don't think he meant any time you wanted. Dutch felt like they should probably call ahead and warn the poor guy.
"But why not today?"
Because Dutch was still mortified about Safety Day, and that had been weeks ago, more than a month. He'd wanted to melt into the wooden seat he was crammed into when Hazel blurted that out about the man being pretty, and even now, when he thought about it, he still got an itchy feeling in his gut. Hazel wasn't wrong, though. The safety man was extremely attractive. Dutch recognized a handsome man when he saw one, and the safety man was international model-level handsome, Hollywood red carpet handsome. He made the mistake of glancing in the rearview mirror to where Hazel was belted into her booster seat. She widened her eyes and batted her lashes, something he imagined Ayla might have done at the same age. What would it hurt to stop?
"Please, Daddy."
Jesus Christ. He had the willpower of a marshmallow, maybe less when it came to his daughter, and the little imp knew it. Braking, he flicked on the blinker and turned left into the Piedras Island Fire Department lot. The day was warm for April, and the bay doors were open. One of the trucks was parked inside, but the other one was outside, and had obviously been recently washed, as it was gleaming. He couldn't see anyone around, though. He parked in the spot marked Visitor and turned to look at his daughter. 10 minutes, okay? You have homework to do. Also, since a nightmare had woken his normally dead-to-the-world daughter the previous night, she needed to go to bed at a reasonable hour. It had been a while since she'd had a bad dream. They'd both been shocked. There was nothing fun about being jolted out of a sound sleep by his daughter's screams.
"I promise,"
Hazel said with a grin that would make the devil proud. "Hello?" Dutch called out as he and Hazel walked into the bay. Hazel was holding his hand, something she did less and less these days, so he supposed a stop at the station was worth whatever she had in mind. "Back here," a male voice replied.
"Oh, Daddy, this is amazing,"
Hazel whispered, her head swiveling all around as she tried to take in everything at once. Dutch had to admit fire trucks were pretty cool up close. Hazel wasn't the only one harboring a smidge of hero worship for the men and women who ran into burning buildings instead of away from them. "Better than the time we saw the northern alligator lizard on the beach?" he asked.
Maybe not quite as good as that,"
she replied, her head still turning. On the other side of the fire truck, a door was propped open. Dutch headed toward it, slowing when he recognized the man sitting at the table in the room beyond. The EMT from Safety Day. Hi, Dutch said weakly. Hazel. He darted a glance at his daughter, saw the truck, and she wanted to, stop and say hi. The heat in his cheeks reached lava-like temperatures, but thankfully they were all distracted by a scrabbling sound and a yip. A smallish dog darted out from under the table to greet them. The dog was one of the most mismatched Dutch had ever seen. Its thin tail whipped back and forth as it quickly sniffed Dutch's knee and then moved to greet Hazel.
"Oh, Daddy, a puppy,"
she whispered with awe. Letting go of Dutch's hand, Hazel dropped to her knees to let the dog slobber all over her as she scratched his ears and petted his back. Dutch knew in his heart they would never drive past the station again without Hazel wanting to stop and see the dog. He was doomed. The EMT rose to his feet. "Gorp," he commanded, snapping his fingers. "To me, now."
Gorp gave the man, Jennings, Dutch remembered from the fated day, a calculated look before reluctantly returning to his owner's side. The look very much reminded Dutch of Hazel when she was deciding whether what he wanted her to do was worth the trouble she might get into if she argued with him, arguing one far more often than he liked to admit. Sorry about that. He's still learning. Dutch turned his focus back to his daughter. Hazel, you know better than to pet a dog without asking the owner first. Hazel's smile turned upside down. Dutch hardly ever scolded her. He had a sneaking suspicion this pout was fake. It is always a good idea to ask a dog owner if it's okay to pet their dog. Jennings agreed. What do you think? Should we add that to the next safety day? The possibly fake hurt expression on Hazel's face was replaced by a huge grin. Yes, and you should bring goat so kids can practice. She was practically dancing in place, and Dutch found himself smiling along with her. We'd probably need to make sure none of the kids were allergic to dogs first. And it's Gorp, not goat, although he does like to eat just about everything. Hazel wrinkled her nose. Even raisins? Jennings grimaced and nodded. Even raisins. But raisins are bad for most dogs, so I don't let him have them. Dutch felt a bit like a third wheel, just standing there. Sticking his hand out, he said, I'm Dutch Schumach. Hazel's dad. Foster Jennings. It's a pleasure to meet you, officially. They shook hands, and Dutch eyed his daughter. Now what were they going to do? Hazel stuck out her hand, too. I'm Hazel Abigail. Hi, Hazel, Foster offered with a smile. It's nice to meet you officially, too. Do you two want a tour of the station? Gorp and I are done checking the first aid kits. Chief Flynn will be back in a few minutes. But for now, I'm in charge. Yes, Hazel shouted, her voice careening off the walls of the station. She glanced at Dutch and, at a much lower volume, added, Please? The Piedras Island fire station wasn't that big, and it wasn't very old, having been remodeled a decade or so ago. When Foster ended the tour, back in the break room, Hazel immediately asked why there wasn't a pole for the responders to slide down. A long time ago, they used to use horses to pull the water wagon. The fire pole was to keep the horses from trying to climb the stairs and getting stuck, Foster explained. Since we don't use horses anymore, we don't need poles. She gaped at him. Horses climb stairs? Foster nodded. They will, and while horses are smart animals, most of them don't know how to back downstairs, and turning around and going down head first is pretty scary for them. Really? What else do you know about animals? She demanded. Dutch opened his mouth, not wanting to stifle his daughter, but also not wanting Foster Jennings to become entrapped by Hazel's never-ending questions. Did Foster just wink at him? Well, I know a lot more about humans, but I do know a little about animals, especially dogs, since I train them. Gorp here is currently a trainee. He's learning all about being a well-behaved dog so he can find his forever home. Hazel glanced up at Dutch and back over at Gorp, who was practically vibrating but staying by Foster's side. Dutch knew his daughter and her huge heart. Her new mission was to find Gorp a home. They didn't have room for a dog at their house. Is he learning? She finally asked. Foster nodded. He is. I think he'll graduate from the special Foster Jennings program by summertime. You should come visit our house. My dad is a very good cook. When I was a baby, we used to have tea parties together. Would you like to come over for afternoon tea? Dutch met Foster's amused glance, his cheeks heating to lava again. Hazel. Echoing footsteps alerted Dutch to Chief Flynn's return, and he snapped his lips shut. Seconds later, Flynn strode into the room, which suddenly felt much too small for 3 grown men and Hazel's personality, and the embarrassing invitation to tea that lingered in the air. Dutch had never known Hazel to be at a loss for words, but she only smiled and nodded when Foster introduced the fire chief to them. She didn't repeat the tea party invitation, but he knew his daughter, and she hadn't forgotten about it. Flynn stuck out his hand, his smile taking in both Dutch and Hazel.
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
Gravely, Hazel shook his hand before turning back to Dutch.
"We should go, Daddy."
"How long before school's out?" Danny asked Dutch a few days later as they were prepping the mussels for Danny's most popular appetizer.
9 or 10 weeks. Why?
66 days exactly, in fact, but who was counting?
"Because,"
Cody Prescott popped back around the corner like a jack-in-the-box,
"Danny and I want to give you a raise and officially promote you to kitchen manager. We need your level head around here."
Cody shot a pointed look at Danny, who very much had a head chef's temperament. Danny frowned. Dutch snorted and carefully set the vat of soaking mussels on the counter.
"A promotion? Really?"
He was nobody.
"I'm nobody."
He wasn't about to tell Cody he wasn't exactly known for being level-headed.
"No," Cody argued. "You're not nobody. You're the one we want for the job."
Butterflies swooped and roiled in Dutch's stomach when Cody named a salary that would allow Dutch to not only buy Hazel some new clothes, but also put enough aside each month to possibly move out of the trailer park in a year or so.
"Well,"
Danny prodded,
"what do you think?"
"We'll need you here full-time," Cody said. "I know that means finding something for Hazel to do over the summer, and there'll be a few dinner shifts. But Danny wants to split them, so he works some and you take some."
Dutch glanced from Cody, who was wearing a big, silly grin, to Danny, who was a little more chill but still had a gleam in his eye, and back to Cody. Dutch tried not to work many evenings, but that's when the kitchen needed the most guidance, and surely he could find a sitter during summer vacation. It was only 10 or so weeks.
"Okay,"
he said, as if he was going to turn down a raise.
"Yay!"
Cody wrapped his arms around Dutch and squeezed him, making Danny snicker. A person pretty much always knew where they stood with Cody. Leaning his head dramatically on Dutch's shoulder, Cody exclaimed,
"I love you."
There was a distant slam, and Wade Buckner, the resort's handy person and semi-permanent contractor, stomped out from where he'd been working on the walk-in freezer.
"Anytime you want to get back here and give me a hand is fine with me. I don't have all day."
The person always knew where they stood with Wade, too. Humanity seemed to generally piss him off. Cody released Dutch and grinned again.
"Welcome aboard. More aboard."
Cody's enthusiasm was infectious. Dutch floated on air for the rest of his shift. He loved living on Piedras, and now he felt even more secure. He was slowly building a small group of friends he trusted. Hazel was happy and healthy, growing up surrounded by nature and the creatures she loved. Sometimes he worried that maybe the universe was just waiting to pull a fast one and snatch everything away, or that he'd wake up one day to discover his life on Piedras was only a fantasy. But so far, his streak of good luck had held. He was aware that Piedras wasn't perfect, but he felt safe here, and more importantly, Hazel was happy. Now he just needed to find another person to watch Hazel a few days a week over the high season. He was confident that Mrs. Hawley, a widow who lived at Sea Dreams, would continue to watch Hazel the few times he had early morning shifts. After picking Hazel up from the after-school program, Dutch told her about the promotion.
"Daddy," she clapped her hands, "that's perfect. Stop at the fire station so we can invite Mr. Foster to the party."
What?"
Dutch asked.
"We invited him to a tea party, and now we can celebrate. It's rude to invite someone to do something and not do it. You told me. So let's stop and ask him."
"He's probably not there,"
Dutch said weakly. But realistically, Dutch's life was about to get busier, so they probably needed to have Foster over sooner rather than later. Maybe he'd put too much emphasis on living up to responsibilities because he knew Hazel was not going to let the subject go.
"But what if he is there?"
she persisted. This child was going to be the death of him. A white, extended cab Ford pickup truck was parked by the building in the late afternoon sunshine. Island Canine, behavioral and agility training for pups of all ages, was stenciled on the side, with a line drawing of a shaggy dog jumping over a fence of some kind. Foster Jennings was definitely at the station. Dutch wondered if Hazel had known somehow, but decided against asking her. "Hello?" he called out as they approached. This time Hazel wasn't holding his hand. She skipped ahead of him through the open door. "Back here," Foster replied. One of the storage room doors was open, and Foster was inside. It looked as if he was doing inventory. "Oh, hey," he said when he saw them coming.
"Hi, Mr. Foster," Hazel said. "We came to invite you to a tea party. Actually, just a party, but there might be tea."
"Oh? What party?"
"Well, it was afternoon tea before, but now we're celebrating that Daddy got a thingy, so it's a party."
"A promotion," Dutch corrected, wondering if he was going to be permanently embarrassed around Foster Jennings. Foster's gorgeous green-blue eyes caught Dutch's. He smiled. Dutch's stomach did a little weird flip. The answer was yes, he was going to be permanently embarrassed around Foster. "That's awesome," Foster beamed. "Congratulations. Where do you work?" "I'm now officially kitchen manager at the Brooch Resort. Higher pay, which is great. A few more hours." He looked down at Hazel, "which we're going to have to deal with. But we'll sort it out." Foster set a small carton of bandages or something onto a shelf, then turned to give them his full attention. "When is this party?" Hazel looked at Dutch. They were both watching him. He found it a little unnerving. "Well, this weekend might work. I'm off all day Sunday." Foster said. "I need to check with Meredith, my partner. How about we exchange numbers and I give you a call as soon as I talk to her?" The butterflies in Dutch's stomach whirred before settling oddly at the mention of Foster's partner. Dutch didn't care if Foster had a partner. He didn't know Foster very well, and Foster's life was none of his business. "Right? Sure. Sounds great."
"Where's Gorp?"
Hazel asked, looking around. "He stayed at home today. You were lucky to catch me here. I had to shift days because of a call-out."
"Who stays with Gorp when you're gone?"
Foster grinned again. Dutch had to look away. It wasn't fair how attractive he was, on top of seemingly being an all-around nice person. "He knows how to stay by himself now. But if I'm gone a long time, I make sure my sister checks on him."
"What's her name?"
Hazel asked. "Hazel," Dutch admonished. "No worries at all. Believe me, I understand." Foster's gaze slid to Dutch and back to Hazel. "My sister's name is Becca." "Okay," Dutch interrupted before Hazel could come up with another question to ask. "It's time for us to head home. We still have dinner to make." The car ride to the Sea Dreams trailer park was quiet. Much quieter than Dutch was comfortable with. A quiet Hazel meant she was coming down with something or plotting something. In this case, Dutch was betting on the latter.
"Daddy, be sure to leave your phone ringer on so we know when Mr. Foster calls us."
Definitely the latter.
Foster. Mid-April.
"Where are you headed?"
Becca asked from where she was curled up, binge reading the latest series by Kaylin Bayron. In addition to looking alike, Foster and Becca shared a love of reading. Foster generally stuck to outrageous thrillers with over-the-top alpha heroes, but sometimes he'd pick up a rom-com. Life was meant to be enjoyed, not spent slogging through unpleasant books. Out. Because how did he explain that a second grader had invited him to a tea party to celebrate her father, who he didn't really know, getting a promotion? Foster knew why he'd agreed. It was far past time he made an effort to socialize outside of the hospital and fire station. His co-workers were nice, but even he and Meredith usually ended up comparing shifts they hadn't responded to together, not really getting to know each other, and he didn't spend time with any of them when he wasn't on shift. If Becca was really leaving in September, Foster needed to make more friends. Devin Flynn was his closest friend, but Devin was busy with Kimball these days. He didn't need Foster hanging around his neck every time Foster wanted to do something. Out.
Becca set her book down next to her on the couch. You never let me get away with that for an answer. That, Foster said as he grabbed the keys to his truck, is because I am an ancient 31-year-old man, and you are not even 18. Which reminds me, we still need to talk about what you want for your birthday. I know what I want. Something in her tone had Foster stopping and narrowing his eyes at his sister. Are you going to tell me? Or make me guess? I'd like to get a sport chair. A good one. A sport chair? That seemed harmless enough. But still, knowing Becca, her request wasn't harmless at all. Look, I need to get going. I don't want to be late. We'll talk about it more later. Text if you need anything. Of course they'd get her a sport chair. There was plenty in Becca's trust fund. He'd start looking online for one tomorrow and see if they could find one she liked. She waved her e-reader at him. I'm not going to need anything. As he neared his truck, Foster paused, wondering if it would be okay to bring Gorp along. Any extra socialization was good for him. He pulled his phone out and shot a text to Dutch. A minute later, yes popped up in reply, and then dots followed by, we don't have a fence. No worries, Foster texted back. Backtracking to the front door, Foster called for Gorp. The dog lurched up from where he'd been napping on the bed Foster had bought for him and dashed to the front door. I'm taking Gorp with me, Foster said unnecessarily. Go already, you keep interrupting me, and I'm at a good part. Foster let Gorp into the back seat of his truck and secured him in the harness. She doesn't need me anymore, he told the dog. I'm just an accessory. Gorp huffed and flopped down on the seat with his head between his paws. Me too, buddy. Me too. Foster knew the trailer park where Dutch lived. He'd been there off and on over the years. Sometimes, although not often, he offered in-house training for clients, and a few emergency calls too. Sea Dreams was not a run-of-the-mill trailer park. The 5 acres of land was owned by Piedras Island matriarch Clarabelle Delacombe and had a clear ocean view to the south. Clarabelle also owned most of the trailers, and she had a maintenance person living on site who made sure anything that broke was fixed quickly. Clarabelle was a tiny bit scary, even at an age she wouldn't admit to, but she was one of only a few landlords offering somewhat affordable rent to people who might otherwise not be able to live on Piedras, like Dutch and Hazel Schumach. They lived in number 15, smack in the middle of the park. The practical Honda Foster he'd seen Dutch driving was parked in front, and a kid's dirt bike leaned up against the front steps. Number 15 was painted a bright shade of aqua and had at least 3 mermaid yard art sculptures. He wondered if they'd come with the mobile home or if Dutch and Hazel had put them in. He figured it was 50-50. The front door burst open, and Hazel dashed out, jumping the 3 stairs to greet them. Foster just had time to notice that her braids were, once again, uneven and possibly secured with yarn before she was standing in front of him. You're here! You brought Gorp! Hazel was vibrating with excitement, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Her father appeared behind her in the doorway. Give the man and Gorp some space to come inside, honey. Dutch was a big guy. He kind of loomed over the small porch area. Foster wondered whether Dutch was a nickname or his given name. Come on, Gorp! Hazel raced back into the house with Gorp right behind her, happy for someone who matched his energy level. Sorry about this. She was plastered to the window, watching for you. Thank you for coming. She's beyond excited, Dutch whispered as Foster brushed past him. I swear we do stuff and have people over. She's just made up her mind. This is special. Well, getting a promotion is pretty awesome, I suppose. I'm still trying to figure some stuff out, but the extra money will help. Looking around him, Foster nodded in understanding. Kids are expensive. Dutch and Hazel's home was a standard double-wide with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom at one end and the kitchen and living room area at the other. The lot they had in the park meant that the front, where the kitchen and living room were, had a southwest exposure. These rooms were airy and bright. The wall space that wasn't windows or cupboards was covered with framed pictures of Hazel, from birth to some that looked like they'd been taken just a couple of weeks ago.
There were a few of Dutch and Hazel together, but mostly they showed Hazel on her own.
"Over here,"
Hazel commanded from where a table and chairs had been set up near the windows. Gorp waited next to her, staring longingly at the baked goods. There were so many pastries the table was barely big enough to hold them all.
"You sit here."
Hazel indicated a chair.
"Dad will sit next to you. I will sit here."
She promptly sat in the chair opposite the spots she'd assigned Foster and Dutch.
"Honey, we talked about this. It might be more comfortable if Foster sat on one side and I sat on the other. We both have long legs."
Hazel shot her father an imperious look.
"This is my party."
"And here I thought it was for me,"
Dutch grumbled as he caved and took the chair across from Hazel.
"It is for you, Dad,"
Hazel said with a sigh that was a portent of her teenage years. Their shoulders bumped every time one of them moved. There was no way for them not to, in the space they were allotted. Foster didn't care. It was nice being out of his house.
"So," he started, "there's a lot of food here."
Foster raised his eyebrows at Hazel.
"Did you make all of this?"
Surely they hadn't made this bounty in their small kitchen. Foster was impressed.
"Danny helped," Hazel said. "He told me what to do and did the really hard parts. We only had a few," she licked her lips, "mistakes."
"Danny?" Foster glanced at Dutch, trying to think of who Danny might be and whether he knew him.
"My boss,"
Dutch supplied.
"Danny Petra, head chef at the resort. For some reason, he likes Hazel."
"Dad!"
Foster made the connection. He had met Danny, although Danny had been hypothermic at the time. Now probably wasn't the time to rehash Danny Petra's near-death experience from a year or so ago.
"Mr. Foster, you start."
Hazel pointed at one of the plates.
"Those ones are blueberry." "Mr. Foster?"
Foster eyed Hazel, wondering what the imp was up to now. They'd demolished most of the pastries, which were surprisingly delicious. There had even been pie. Foster loved pie, but if he ate any more, he was going to have to go for a 5-mile run tomorrow instead of his regular 3 miles.
"Can we come over to your house now?"
He felt, more than he heard, Dutch's horror at his daughter's words. Without looking at Dutch, he replied,
"My house is pretty boring."
Her eyes widened with disbelief.
"You have Gorp and a sister. I've always wanted a sister."
This time, Dutch groaned aloud. Foster repressed a snicker. He'd been through this with Becca, who used to beg for a sibling as if Foster could pluck one out of thin air.
"Let me talk to Becca. She's been busy getting ready for graduation,"
and plotting how she would rip his heart out when she left the island. Hazel bounced up and down in her seat, her odd pigtails flopping along with her.
"Can we go outside now and throw a ball for Gorp?"
Gorp, who Foster knew had been feeling very put upon since they'd sat down at the table, lifted his head at the sound of his name. Foster looked at Dutch, who was pinching the bridge of his nose, still recovering from Hazel inviting the two of them to Foster's house. He felt such deep sympathy for the man.
"If your dad says it's okay, we'll toss the ball around for a bit. But," he glanced at his watch, "I have an early shift tomorrow and should get going soon."
He didn't, but he felt like Dutch had had about as much as he could handle of host Hazel. She glanced at her dad, who nodded in agreement.
"Clear the table first."
"But no arguing," he said firmly. "Clear the table first. Foster and I will wait outside for you." To her credit, she didn't argue, just shot her dad a laser glare as she hopped up from her seat and began to clear their dishes to the sink. Dutch went outside. Foster and Gorp followed him.
"I forgot to say congrats on the promotion."
Foster felt a bit awkward trying to figure out topics for conversation, but he thought maybe Dutch felt the same way, which, oddly enough, put Foster more at ease. Mutual suffering and all. Dutch grinned.
"Yeah. Thanks. I never thought I'd be a kitchen manager. It's pretty cool."
Foster unlocked his truck and retrieved the chucket he kept stored inside. Gorp started spinning in circles like the weirdo he was.
"It is cool. The Brooch is a great place, and I bet Cody is a good guy to work for."
Mindful of cars and other residents, Foster tossed the ball down the blacktop, watching as Gorp scrambled after it. Dutch snorted, watching Gorp as he returned with the bright orange ball in his mouth.
"Cody is a good person. He took a big chance when Danny recommended me, and I will be forever grateful to him."
Hazel burst outside, leaping from the top step to their little patch of lawn again. Dutch smiled down at his daughter, and Foster did too, enjoying his growing sense of camaraderie with Dutch. Gorp trotted past Foster to drop the ball at Hazel's feet.
"Here."
He held the magic ball stick out to her. "Do you want to throw the ball a bit?" 20 minutes later, Foster loaded Gorp into the truck and climbed behind the wheel.
"Thank you again for having us,"
he called through the open window as he pulled onto the mobile home park's access road.
"Don't forget to ask your sister if we can come over,"
Hazel shouted. Laughter bubbled up from deep inside Foster's chest. He didn't remember the last time he'd had that much fun. Who knew a not-quite-9-year-old's party would be a blast? He felt slightly sorry for Dutch, but the man had been a good sport. It was obvious just how much he was putty in his daughter's hands. Over the next few days, moments from the tea party would randomly pop into Foster's head, and he'd find himself chuckling. It was nice to be able to laugh at someone other than him being tortured by their ward.
"What has you in such a good mood?"
Meredith demanded one afternoon toward the end of their shift.
"Oh, just something funny."
He wasn't quite ready to share Dutch and Hazel with Meredith. She was his work partner and a close enough friend, but the father and daughter were like one of those special-shaped rocks he kept his eye out for on the beach. When he found one, he'd carry it in his pocket for a few days, taking it out to examine when he was alone. Sometimes he brought the rocks home for good. Sometimes he returned them to the beach and tucked them back in where he'd found them. He shrugged, not quite knowing where Dutch and Hazel fit into his life, if they even did fit in.
"Whatever, Mr. Mysterious. If I didn't know you, I'd think you had a crush on somebody."
Foster frowned.
"What? I don't get crushes."
"I know. The entire island falls at your feet, and you just sail on."
She pinned him with a knowing gaze that irritated him. There was truth to Meredith's statement. Not too long ago, Foster had come to terms with the fact that he was demisexual, and no amount of wishing he could accept all the casual offers of sex would change that. And he really didn't wish he was different. He was happy with himself, demisexual and gay in a world where, at least from his point of view, gay men fell in and out of bed with each other at an alarming rate. How did they do that without feelings? Foster just couldn't. He tried in college, and it had been a disaster. Maybe not for the other guy, but for him. Devin Flynn had never made him feel like the odd man out, and being sole guardians of their sisters had given them something to bond over. In fact, Devin had helped Foster put a name to how he felt about sex. Foster had never thought he was broken, just different. And it didn't help that there weren't that many out gay men on the island for him to fall in love with, although the population had risen in recent years. An image popped into his head. Dutch Schumacher, with his bald head, intriguing eyes, and broad smile. This was the closest Foster had come in years to being attracted to someone, but as far as he knew, Dutch was not gay or bi, and Foster would never ask him. It was none of his fucking business. Why did he have to find himself drawn to Dutch in a confusing way? He shook his head. It was just the spritzy champagne bubble feeling of meeting someone new and knowing there was a possibility they might become friends. He thought about how Dutch had laughed at the way Gorp's tongue hung out of his mouth after he'd been playing fetch for a few minutes, and how nice it was to talk with someone who didn't already know Foster's entire life history and think they knew all about him because of that. Meredith waved her hand in front of his face.
"Yo, you in there?"
Foster frowned.
"Yes, asshole. Just thinking."
He scrambled to change the subject.
"Becca has all these college pamphlets from Eastern sitting around the house. It's stressing me out."
"Oh, not letting up, is she?"
"No."
He rubbed at the itchy scruff on his cheeks.
She's asked for a sport chair for her birthday.
That's cool.
He darted a glance at his partner.
It's not?
She asked. This is Becca we're talking about. Of course we're getting one, but I want to know what brought this on.
You could try asking.
What if I don't want to know the answer?
Meredith barked out a laugh. Dude, she's 18 in, what, a week? You're going to have to let the little bird fly from the nest.
I hate you.
You know that, right? You love me.
Foster glared at her, and seconds later their pagers went off, and the conversation was forgotten. Dutch. April, May. A week after the tea party, Dutch's cell phone chimed, and he almost didn't check it. The only people who normally texted him were Danny and Hazel's sitter, and he just talked with both of them, so he thought it was a spam call. Recently, Hazel had been asking for her own cell phone, but that was a path Dutch wasn't ready to travel down. When she was 12, maybe. Foster, would you and Hazel like to come over for dinner one day soon? BBQ if the weather holds, chili and cornbread if it doesn't. Dutch groaned. The invitation was because of Hazel. He hoped Foster hadn't been feeling guilty about not following through. Dutch sure didn't expect him to have them over. Dutch, are you sure? You don't have to have us over just because Hazel was forward. Foster, of course I'm sure. I'm on 10-hour shifts this week. I'm off Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Dutch, Sunday would work for us. We'll bring dessert. Foster sent his address. Dutch knew from the road name, Island View, that it was one of the older neighborhoods on Piedras. He'd figured Foster was better off financially than he was, but now he knew it for certain. Hell, just about everybody on the island was better off than he was. Now to tell Hazel they had plans with the pretty fireman. She'd been pestering him about going over there, to the point where he'd told her if she brought it up again, they would never go. Yeah, he wasn't winning Dad of the Year, not even being nominated. Still, he was looking forward to this as much as his daughter was. How pathetic was he? Being a parent was hard. Being a single parent was a word harder than hard. Except for Danny and maybe Cody, Dutch hadn't made many friends since moving to Piedras. He hadn't made many friends since he left the MC with Hazel bundled in his arms. Hazel, Dutch began in his sternest dad voice as he pulled the car to a stop in Foster's driveway next to the white truck he'd seen before and behind a Toyota minivan. You need to be on your best behavior. Foster was kind enough to invite us over for dinner and to play with Gorp. Luckily, the weather had held. The scent of whatever was cooking on Foster's grill drifted to Dutch's nose, giving him an intense sense of déjà vu. Dutch didn't miss the people from his old life, but he missed the impromptu backyard barbecues they used to have, the camaraderie, dangerous as it was, the food, the pungent scent of competing barbecue sauces, people telling stories and talking over each other, and to play with Gorp. But you still need to remember we're guests in his house. Okay, Dad, I promise. Dutch took that promise with a mountain of salt. He loved his daughter. She had the biggest heart of anyone he knew, but sometimes she could be a little overwhelming. A lot overwhelming. Dad, Hazel said. Yes, Bug. He wondered about the minivan. Maybe there were other people coming as well, but Foster hadn't indicated that when he'd invited them. I'm glad we're here. He glanced down at Hazel. She'd made an extra effort with her braids this afternoon, but her hair still looked like she hadn't brushed it since school started in September. At least the ties were both blue, but her curls defied all attempts to control them. Me too, Bug. Do you want to carry the pie? The front door opened, and at first Dutch thought the person there was extremely short. Then he realized she used a wheelchair. She looked so much like Foster that she could only be his sister, Becca. He realized she was probably the explanation for the minivan. She waved them closer. Come on in. I'm Becca, by the way.
Hazel was quiet for a second, processing the girl and the wheelchair. Dutch was certain.
I'm Hazel, and this is my dad, Dutch Schumacher. Hi, Hazel and Dutch. It's great to meet you,
Becca said with a grin.
We made hayberry pie.
Hazel held out the pie, but then glanced at her dad as if she wasn't sure this was okay. Dutch nodded. Pie wasn't his specialty, but Hazel had insisted on this particular dessert.
They're really strawberries, but when I was little, I called them hayberries. Oh.
Becca winked, and Dutch could swear he saw his daughter fall under Becca's spell.
I love hayberry pie. Do you want to hop aboard and we'll put this in the kitchen? Dutch, my brother is outside, tending his masterpiece if you want to go say hi. Follow us. I'll show you to the back door.
Hazel tentatively perched on Becca's lap, holding tight to the pie.
I promise you, I won't break, Becca said, and we won't drop the pie.
Expertly turning, she started toward the back of the house. Dutch followed his daughter and Becca into Foster's kitchen. There were so many things he wanted to say to Hazel in regard to Becca, but he knew when he'd been dismissed, and maybe it was best if Becca educated Hazel anyway, rather than Dutch, who had no clue about anything. The cedar deck was well maintained and big, and while it didn't have a view of the water, it looked out on a green space filled with evergreens and other trees. A sturdy ramp led down to the backyard, where Dutch could see what looked like an obstacle course. Foster was at the far end of the deck, tending the grill. He turned just as Dutch came outside. "Hey," Foster said, his smile lighting up his eyes. "You made it. I take it Hazel and Becca are inside, plotting something?" Dutch nodded. "No doubt. But Hazel wants to see Gorp, so she'll be out here soon enough." At the sound of his name, Gorp belly crawled out from underneath the table where he'd been lurking. "Chill, Gorp," Foster commanded. Dutch laughed as he bent to scratch the dog between his ears. The dog sat and accepted the attention, his tail wagging madly. "Chill? Is that an actual command? For Gorp it is. This way he isn't affectionately mauling you." Dutch stood back up and peeked at the grill. "I smelled that coming in. If we hadn't been invited, I would have stopped anyway." Foster's smile grew broader, bright enough to block out the sun. "Virginia-style barbecue, ribs, and brisket. Becca made the slaw. It's in the fridge." "What's different about Virginia barbecue?" As far as Dutch knew, there was Texas-style and the stuff that came out of a bottle. It's less sweet and has more vinegar. Our folks were from Virginia, and it's the one recipe I know by heart. I'm not the world's greatest cook." Dutch was itching to ask about Foster's family, but since that would open up the possibility of questions about Dutch's past, he let the moment pass. "Well, it smells incredible. Do you want something to drink? Water? Beer? Wine? I'll start with water. I do try to be responsible and keep the alcohol to a minimum when I'm driving. I'll save the beer for dinner." Foster nodded. "Good plan." Knocking on the kitchen window, he called out, "Becca, can you bring a water for Dutch, and one for me, too?" In the silence that followed, Dutch flailed a bit for a conversation topic. It had been years since he'd worked on making a friend outside of his job. He was out of practice. "Your sister is graduating high school next month?" As he closed the grill lid, Foster groaned and made a face. "Yes, that's good. Right? Yes, but I don't have to like it. It's been just the two of us for so long that I'm not sure what I'm going to do with myself without her around to keep me on my toes. She was accepted to both WSU and EWU and got a full scholarship to Eastern. Every argument I had against her leaving the island has been obliterated." The back door opened, and Foster quickly whispered, "But don't tell her that. I'm still pretending she's not going anywhere." Dutch hid a smile as Hazel burst out the door, skidding to a halt at Dutch's side and handing a can of sparkling water to Dutch and a second to Foster.
"Hi, Mr. Foster. Gorp!"
Hazel was too much to resist. Gorp broke his chill and greeted her as if she was the most amazing human he'd ever met. Foster's cheeks creased into a smile again as he watched the dog and Hazel. "The grill can sit for a while. Do you want to come with me and I'll show you the agility course?
And we can throw a ball for Gorp?
Is Becca coming too?
Yes, Dutch heard her call from the kitchen. I'll be right there. Clear the ramp.
Daddy.
Dutch's heart clenched. His little girl was using Daddy less and less, but obviously she was tired enough to slip back into the habit. Yes, Bug.
That was so much fun.
She breathed her words, a little slurred. She had to be exhausted. They'd stayed longer than Dutch had intended, but they'd been eating and talking and playing with the dog. The whole evening had been easy. Dutch had expected to be nervous or the odd muscle man out, but Foster never made him feel that way. And the way the conversation had flowed, he never had to talk about his past or why he was a single dad. The questions some people felt they had a right to ask him were intrusive and often rude, like men were inherently less able to parent than women. His own mother was proof that wasn't true. It was fun, Bug.
Do you think we can come over again?
Dutch smiled as he maneuvered his old Honda away from Foster and Becca's and toward Sea Dreams. I imagine we'll see them again. He didn't want to make a promise he couldn't keep.
You can text Mr. Foster.
I could, but I'm not going to now. A couple of Harleys passed them going the other direction. No one he recognized, and they weren't wearing colors that he could see. Just bike enthusiasts on vacation. He always checked when he saw riders. He couldn't help himself, but since he'd moved to Pietras, he hadn't seen more than 3 or 4 groups. Most hobby riders preferred the wide-open road, not circling a small island. By the time he parked in front of their house, Hazel had drifted off. A blessing and a curse, because it meant she wouldn't be asking a million questions and rehashing every moment of the evening. But the other side of the coin was Hazel did not like to be bothered when she was sleeping. As hard as it was to get her to bed, once she was there, she was an absolute grizzly bear if she was woken before she was fully rested. "Kiddo?" he whispered. Nothing. He reached around and unclipped the safety strap and, as gently as he could, lifted her out of the booster seat. She grumbled and murmured something he couldn't understand, but settled against his shoulder, her legs swinging against his hip. "Crikey, child, you are a serious sack of flour," Dutch muttered. "I'm not going to be able to do this much longer." His back twinged, and he had to shift her around onto his other shoulder because his damn house keys were tucked into the wrong pocket. He blinked away a little moisture in one eye. It had nothing to do with the fact that, like it or not, Hazel was growing up. As he opened the door, a piece of paper fluttered from the frame where it had been tucked into one of the flower beds. Dutch sighed again. One of the delivery places, probably, or, and this always made him laugh, an offer for lawn service. He could practically cut their tiny lawn with scissors. Although, in time-honored Pacific Northwest tradition, he used a weed whacker. By the time he'd poured Hazel into bed, deciding to forego pajamas, Dutch had forgotten about the flyer. The following weeks were busy, what with Dutch easing into his new role at the resort and researching options for Hazel over the summer. Who knew summer camp was so fucking expensive? It wasn't until he got home from work on a warm Tuesday afternoon, an early shift, luckily, and noticed the weeds were threatening to overtake the trailer, that he dragged the weed whacker out from their little garden shed and began to trim the lawn. A flutter of white snagged his attention. It was the damn flyer from the other day. Leaning the trimmer against the front steps, Dutch pried the paper from where it had gotten wedged behind an old planter box. Once it was in his hands, he realized it wasn't a flyer at all. It was a sheet of plain paper folded into quarters. He unfolded it. "We need to talk." Dutch twisted around, scanning their small road as if he could catch whoever had left the note days ago. "What the fuck?" he snarled. There was nothing but the one sentence, as if the writer assumed Dutch would know who he was and how to get in touch with him. Which Dutch did. No one but Blaze Sinclair would be arrogant enough to leave him a note with no signature and no instructions.
Forgetting about the trimmer and the too long grass, Dutch raced into the trailer and locked the door, then leaned against it. His heart was crashing wildly against his ribs. Spots swam in his eyes, and he was having trouble making his lungs work. Was he having a heart attack? "Daddy?" Hazel asked from the kitchen table where she was finishing her homework. "Are you okay?" He couldn't even speak. Couldn't reassure her that he was fine. Because he wasn't fine.
Foster. May. I can't believe she called 911.
Dutch's cheeks were scarlet with embarrassment. When the call came through, Foster and Meredith had been arguing over the daily Sudoku puzzle. For about a half a second, he thought it was a joke. Dutch Schumacher was a healthy guy in his mid-30s. He couldn't be having a medical emergency. Except Foster knew all too well that young, healthy people could have medical emergencies. He saw it. Well, not every day, but more often than he liked.
"I'm glad she did," Foster said, kneeling next to where Dutch was sitting on his couch. "Even though it was a panic attack, your girl did the right thing. I can't believe I had a panic attack."
By the time Foster and Meredith had arrived at the trailer, Dutch had somewhat recovered, although he was still a bit pale underneath his blush. Foster had to suppress the urge to give him a hug. Meredith and Hazel were outside. Reassured that her father was going to be fine, the little girl had asked for a tour of the ambulance and was now peppering Meredith with questions. Foster couldn't hear the words, but could tell from the pitch of her voice.
"Did you want to talk about it?"
As Foster expected, Dutch shook his head.
"No.
His gaze skittered past Foster's.
"It was just a weird thing. I've never had one before."
He managed to sound indignant about it.
"Okay."
Foster rose to his feet.
"Well, you know my number if you change your mind."
Dutch nodded.
"Thanks. Seriously, Dutch. If you want to get together or just shoot the breeze, give me a call."
Foster had the feeling that even though Dutch and Danny Petra worked together and might be friends, the single dad didn't have much of a support system on the island. Islanders tended to take a little while to warm up to newcomers. Not that residents were mean, but it took a while before they trusted that people were really staying. Plenty of tourists visited every summer, and many said they wanted to live there year-round, but only a tiny percentage actually moved to Piedras. Still, he suspected Dutch wouldn't take him up on his offer. They hardly knew each other, and although Dutch was clearly wrapped around his daughter's finger, holding tea parties and doing whatever else Hazel wanted, he was probably still the kind of guy who was reluctant to talk about his feelings.
"So that's Dutch, huh?" Meredith said once they were on the road back to the hospital.
"Yep." He knew Meredith was curious, especially since he told her Dutch and Hazel had come over to his place for dinner last month. That Hazel is a firecracker. Once she wasn't worried about her dad, she had like 10,000 questions for me. Foster grinned, but kept his attention on the road. Usually Meredith drove, but he'd claimed the driver's seat this time.
"She is."
"Dutch works out at the Brooch?"
Foster nodded.
"He's in the kitchen. Just promoted to manager, I think. We should go out there for happy hour one of these days." There was something in Meredith's tone. Something tricky. Foster chose to pretend he hadn't noticed.
"Sure.
That could be fun." A squirrel darted across the road, and Foster pressed on the brakes, watching as it disappeared into the scrub along the side of the road. Back at the hospital, they ran through their post-call-out checklist and then parked the bus in its spot. Their shift was about over, and, surprisingly, the replacement team arrived early, which meant that at 5 o'clock, Foster and Meredith walked out to their cars together. "See you tomorrow," Meredith said. "I can't believe you have the holiday off." Foster had seniority when it came to the schedule. Usually he tried to work as many holidays as he could, but the brass had insisted he take these days or risk losing his vacation time. Me either. "But I'm around if something happens." "Nope." Meredith shook her head. "We're not calling you in. You deserve it." Maybe he did.
But what was he going to fill it with? Becca was going camping on Lopez Island with another family for the Memorial Day weekend. Foster had pointedly not been invited, although Ash's mom had promised to check in with him so he wouldn't worry about Becca, as if that were possible. Becca was nearly 18, he reminded himself for the millionth time, and she was excellent at advocating for herself when she needed something. It was Foster who was reeling a bit. His little sister was well on her way to leaving the nest he'd so carefully lined, and he wasn't ready at all. By 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, Foster had tired Gorp out enough that the poor dog was actively avoiding him. He'd just finished reorganizing the cupboard where they kept all the plastic containers and taken delivery of Becca's new sport wheelchair when his cell phone rang. No one but the other EMTs ever called him, so he was pleasantly surprised to see Dutch's name on the screen when he plucked his phone up off the counter. He'd forced himself not to text the man to make sure he was okay after his panic attack, when what he'd really wanted to do was head over to Dutch's house, make him lavender iced tea, and force him to tell Foster what had upset him.
"Hello? Hi, it's Dutch." The man sounded flustered or stressed out, or maybe both.
"I figured, since your name popped up. Are you okay?"
"Oh, God, of course. What an idiot. Yes, I'm fine. Not having a stupid panic attack."
Foster could hear clinking and other voices in the background, and wondered if Dutch was at work. "What's up? Do you want to come over? It turned out to be a 4-day weekend for me, and Becca is camping with friends, so I'm kind of at loose ends." If wandering around the house like a ghost was loose ends, maybe he'd regrout the bathroom tile next.
"For fuck's sake," Dutch groaned. "Now I feel fucking shitty. I have a massive favor to ask. I wouldn't ask, but fuck."
That was a lot of fucks. "What is it? If I can't help out, I'll let you know."
"Yes, well, now asking makes me look like even more of a loser, Dad. Who forgets a holiday weekend? Not only is there no school Monday, but I have to work tomorrow because there's a fucking wedding, and Bridezilla and her enabling wedding planner are breathing acid fire over all of us, and one of the catering staff already threatened to quit. Normally I could swap the Monday, but since I'm the only one who didn't get the memo about Memorial Day, it's too late. I am totally fucked."
Dutch hadn't even said what he'd needed yet, which was clearly a safe place for Hazel, and Foster knew he'd say yes.
"Normally," Dutch continued, "I'd ask Danny and Soren. For some reason, Hazel and Danny are tight, but he's as fucked as I am, and Soren is working the weekend because he's the newest deputy."
"Dutch," Foster said. Dutch ignored him, or was so wound up he didn't hear.
"So here I am, stuck bringing Hazel to work, which I can get away with on a slow winter day, but not the first big wedding of the season, and I certainly can't bring her here 2 days in a row. She'd cause an insurrection, unless—"
"Dutch," Foster interrupted. "Hazel can hang out with me." There was silence, followed by,
"Are you sure? I could just, I don't know, call out sick or something."
"Right, when the resort had a big wedding?" "It's fine. Hazel and I will have a good time. If, for some reason, I get called in, we'll figure it out."
"Really? You're sure?"
Foster nodded, as if Dutch could see him. "Yes, I'm sure. I have a pretty good handle on second graders. There's a low tide tomorrow. We can take Gorp and go down to the beach."
"When do your shifts end?"
"When fucking hell freezes over."
"Tomorrow's supposedly 7 because by then the wedding party will have been served.
But I seriously doubt we'll get out that early. Mondays are usually slow, but since it's a holiday, we'll be busier than usual. And if it's nice out, the fancy sailboat people will sail in and we'll be slammed." "Hazel will be fine with me. She'll keep my mind off whatever Becca is doing."
"Foster, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this."
"I'm just paying it forward. I had to juggle a lot when Becca was younger. People helped me out."
"I'll never be able to return the favor."
Dutch released a long breath.
"I'll drop her off around 9, unless that's too early."
Foster hated hearing Dutch sound so downtrodden, And again he wondered what had caused his panic attack. Dutch had forgotten, or probably he didn't realize, that Foster worked all sorts of shifts as an EMT, especially the last 4 years since he felt comfortable leaving Becca home alone. He was used to a weird schedule and juggling life. "I'll see you in the morning." After a long but enjoyable day with Hazel, Foster heard the crunch of car tires in his driveway around 8 Monday evening. It could only be Dutch. If Devin was going to stop by, he'd call first, and more likely the fire chief was hanging out at the station, seeing as the holiday had a reputation for fires, what with folks dragging their barbecues out for the first time since last summer. "Hazel, how about you take Gorp around the yard a few times?" Dutch would probably be tired, but maybe Foster could convince him to sit and have a beer. Maybe chat for a while. Foster had the feeling that Hazel would be all over her dad, telling him about her day. The weather had been a mix of sun and clouds, nothing that would keep Foster from his favorite beaches or hiking trails, so they'd spent a few hours at the beach, looking at sea creatures and even building a driftwood fort. He reminded himself to send the pictures he'd taken to Dutch. Hazel looked up from where she was doing something with some yarn Foster had found in the craft box. "Okay, come on, Gorp." The girl and the dog dashed outside. Foster wasn't sure where Hazel's well of energy came from, but it seemed boundless, matched only by Gorp's. There was a polite tap on his front door. "Come on in," he called. Dutch pushed the door open and stepped inside. He changed out of his kitchen whites and was wearing faded jeans and a concert T-shirt that had seen better days. "AC/DC, huh?" Dutch glanced down at his chest. "Oh, yeah." He huffed a laugh. "I mean, obviously I never saw them in person. I'm not quite a million years old. I just feel like it. You and me both. I'm more of a Pink Floyd fan, if we're going back to the dark ages." Dutch glanced around the empty living room. "Did Hazel behave herself?" "She did. 8 2/3, as she told me several times, is an awesome age. We went to the beach with Gorp for a while, had a picnic. I even found a few of Becca's old books, and she read a bit. We also watched Nat Geo for a little while. The day went by fast." He wasn't lying. He hadn't even had time to worry about Becca and all the things that could happen while she was camping. She was fine. His brain knew it, but his heart fretted. "Hazel and Gorp are out back. Do you want to stick around for a hot minute and have a beer? If you're hungry, I've got stuff to eat." He mentally rolled his eyes. The man had just come from a kitchen with tons of food. He probably wasn't hungry. "Damn, a beer sounds good right now. Can we sit on your deck? I've been inside all day. Follow me." In the kitchen, Foster rummaged around in his fridge, finding 2 microbrews at the back and handing one of them to Dutch. "These are from the brewery on Lopez," he said as he opened the back door. Hazel looked up and waved at her dad when they came outside, but was too busy with Gorp to come up the stairs. Plus, Foster suspected she was afraid if she got too close, Dutch would make them leave. "Take a load off." Foster didn't have many guests over. He was glad now he'd splurged on the handmade chairs with plush cushions. "Don't mind if I do." They sat quietly for a few minutes, listening to Hazel boss Gorp around while a couple of scrub jays fluttered and bickered in the cedar trees in the green space behind the back fence. Foster had an ulterior motive for asking Dutch to stay. He hadn't felt alone all day, and he wanted to hang on to that. He also wanted to find out how Dutch was doing, if he'd had another panic attack, but he figured asking outright would get him nowhere. Maybe once Dutch felt comfortable, Foster could ease into the subject as a medical professional. "So, how was Bridezilla?" Dutch snorted, leaning his head back against the cushion, the beer bottle perched on his thigh. "Just as bad as we thought she'd be." But after a short conversation, her father gave the staff a generous tip that helped smooth things over. Not that money makes up for shitty people. Foster would have loved to have been a fly on the wall during that conversation. He wondered if it had been Danny or Dutch who cornered the father. His money was on Dutch. If it was Danny alone, the guy had probably pissed in his tuxedo. What time do you have to be back there tomorrow?
Since Dutch lived on the opposite end of the island, Foster had offered to bring Hazel home, but that suggestion had been met with a firm, "No, you're already doing enough."
Danny and I flipped a coin over it. He lost and has to be in for breakfast. I don't have to be there until 10. I promise you I'll do some research tonight when I get home and find some summer programs for Hazel, so I'm not calling you with more crises like this. About that, I have an idea I want to run past you.
He wasn't sure when it had come to him, somewhere between the beach and seeing Hazel glued to Nat Geo.
I need to check with my sister, but she might be up for watching Hazel over the summer, a couple days a week anyway. They got along when you two were over for dinner. She wouldn't mind the extra cash, and it would cost a lot less than a bunch of summer camps.
Dutch rolled his head to peer at Foster skeptically.
Hazel can be a handful.
Foster thought he knew what Dutch was really asking. Could a girl who used a wheelchair handle Hazel?
Becca was injured in a car accident, the same one we lost our folks in. We're lucky she survived with just lumbar damage. A lot of folks think people who use wheelchairs are less than.
He didn't have a better term.
And that's just not the truth. The only thing Becca can't do is make her legs work the way she wants them to. And we've been to a hell of a lot of therapy over that.
He felt a rant coming on about how people with mobility issues across the country and around the world carried on with daily life, worked, had families, even camped, as Becca was doing at that very moment.
I didn't mean...
Oh, hell. Maybe I did. Dutch swiped his big hand across his face.
Hazel can be a lot, and I'm her dad. But I'm not ashamed to accept the offer if you really think Becca would be up for it.
Hazard has her sights set on a beach camp that's 2 days a week, and one of our neighbors will come over when I'm on the early shift. Hazel can sleep in and then watch TV for a couple hours while Mrs. Hawley sits and reads her bodice rippers, which leaves me needing somewhere for her to go the other 2 days.
Don't knock bodice rippers, Foster said. I'll talk to Becca and let her know what she says.
He laughed, adding, "Hazard is the perfect nickname for Hazel. Yeah, well, Danny came up with it. And don't let her hear you use it. Apparently, Danny has full rights." Something in the trees scuffled and complained. The evening creatures were taking over for the day crew.
"So Becca's camping. Do you like that kind of stuff too?" Dutch asked.
Foster took another long sip of his beer. A mosquito buzzed his ear, and he slapped at it.
"I like the idea of camping, but in the end, I like my deck, my kitchen, and my bed way better. Hiking, though, without staying overnight, that's my favorite. What about you?"
The derisive scoff escaped Dutch. "When I was a kid, camping was something other people did. My childhood was more Lord of the Flies, without the deserted island." Foster eyed Dutch. "Sounds brutal." "Yeah, I had to read that book in high school, and it totally resonated." Foster wanted to know more about Dutch. He was curious about his history and how he came to be a single dad on a remote Washington island. He appeared to be easygoing, but underneath the dad persona, Foster sensed something tough and hard as iron, and Dutch was easy to talk with, a lot like Devin. If he had a hidden agenda, Foster couldn't figure out what it was. Dutch didn't want anything from Foster, didn't have any expectations of him. Well, other than emergency child care. It felt good. Freeing. "It was brutal," Dutch continued. "Brutal might even be too nice a term. I didn't want Hazel growing up like that." He met Foster's gaze. "That's how we ended up here." "Where did you move from?" "Lots of places. The last was Portland. I'd been working at this tiny diner for about a year, juggling Hazel and all that. The cook took pity on me and taught me what she knew when I read some article about best places to live." "Hidden Harbor was on it?" Foster thought he would have heard if his town had made a list. "No," Dutch confirmed. "But it got me thinking about where I really wanted to live and what I wanted for Hazel. It took me another year, but I saved every penny I could, and when I had enough for first and last month's rent, we packed up the car and
here we are. I wanted Hazel to grow up somewhere safe, nowhere close to where I was from.
Foster was certain it hadn't been easy, not with a preschooler. He was curious where Dutch had grown up, but something about the set of his jaw told him Dutch didn't want to go into detail. Well, I, for one, am glad you're here. So is Gorp. Did I tell you I'm getting some new students next week?
Oh, yeah?
I'm looking forward to them. Normally, I retrain dogs, but these two are siblings who started search and rescue training. Unfortunately, they're reluctant to ride in cars and will vomit. Their handler wants me to work with them on being house dogs and see if I can get them to at least get in a car without a struggle.
What kind of dogs are they?
Shepherd Lab mixes. They're about 2 years old. Their handler thinks they were spooked and then forced into a car, leading to a negative association.
I've never heard of dogs getting carsick.
It's not that unusual, and dogs can be remarkably stubborn. These two have decided they just aren't going to ride in cars, so getting them around is an issue. It'll be fun working with them.
What about Gorp?
Dutch asked. Has he found his forever home? Foster shook his head, not admitting that he hadn't tried hard to find one yet. Gorp had grown on him. By the time Dutch left, with a tired Hazel loaded up in his car, Foster still hadn't figured out how to ask him about the panic attack. That was okay, though. He'd learned some other facts he'd filed away for later. Impulsively, he picked up his phone and shot a text to Dutch. He didn't let himself think twice about it. Foster, for real. Hazel was great today. It was a pleasure to have her. Then he tucked his phone away. Dutch had a bit of a drive to his house. 15 minutes later, as he was settling in with his book, the newest Lee Child, his phone chirped.
Dutch, I hate to tell you this, but I don't think you get out enough. Thanks again.
Foster, I don't get out, it's true.
Dutch, maybe one of these days we can grab a beer, but you're probably busier than I am.
Foster, that's a great idea. Meredith always says I need to get out more.
Dutch, Danny says the same.
I gotta make sure Bug isn't reading underneath the covers. Chat later.
Dutch. Early June.
Beach camp is all settled, Dutch told Hazel, and Foster's sister, Becca, has said she'll Hazel sit 2 days a week this summer. That means you hang out with Mrs. Hawley just one day.
Mrs. Hawley was fine, and Hazel liked her enough, but the older woman couldn't keep up with her, and Dutch knew there was a lot of TV on the days she watched Hazel. It worked best when Dutch had an early shift and Mrs. Hawley came over to their house while Hazel slept. Hazel turned to him, Animal Planet forgotten. She did? Really? Dutch nodded.
Really?
Oh, Daddy. Hazel set her tray down on the coffee table and turned, throwing her arms around him and nearly knocking Dutch's dinner to the floor. That's the most awesomest. I love you so much. You get 1,000,000 hugs.
That's an awful lot of hugs.
I can't help it. I have all these hugs, and I need to give them to someone.
Save a few for someone else. I need you to finish up your mac and cheese.
Okay. She sat back down and refocused on the puppy parade. Dutch wasn't watching the TV. He was thinking about that note that had been left for him, wondering when it had been put there and by whom. Blaze Sinclair and Dutch had grown up together, friends because they lived near each other and went to the same school. Blaze's old man, Gunner, was president of the Velvet Devils, and Dutch and Blaze had been prospects together, though that had just been a formality. They'd both known they were in. In many ways, Blaze's MC family had been more of a family than Dutch's own. Gunner had fed Dutch when he was hungry, and even had his girlfriend take him to the clinic when Dutch had cut his hand open on a broken bottle and needed stitches. But that didn't mean the MC owned him. Dutch had witnessed firsthand how MCs treated women, people of color, queer people. And it wasn't pretty. Even before Hazel came along, Dutch had been considering getting out, starting a life somewhere away from the Devils. But leaving an MC was hard, and until the midwife set that bundle in his arms, he hadn't known if he had the strength to follow through. He had, and he was damn proud of it. A commercial blared, louder than the puppy show that had been playing.
Dutch glanced over at Hazel, who usually complained about ads. Her head was flopped back against the couch cushion. His girl was fast asleep. Her lips parted as she breathed. She didn't even peep when Dutch set aside her tray and leaned down to pick her up and carry her to bed. The next evening, while Dutch was getting cleaned up and changed after a too-long shift, his phone vibrated, rattling on the metal shelving of his locker. He was beyond ready to leave work. What with one snafu after another, lunch service had been stressful, and at 4 o'clock they'd still been cleaning up and prepping for dinner. He'd also had to reprimand one of his staff. His staff. That wasn't weird for him at all. For not plating the salmon correctly. Several diners' meals were served with the wrong sides, which resulted in complaints. When Dutch realized he'd likely be running late, he'd arranged for Hazel to go to her friend Izzy's house after school, and since it was Friday, the mom had suggested a sleepover. This wasn't Hazel's first sleepover. She was a remarkably independent kid, but it was the first one since April, and if Stacy was texting to cancel, Dutch thought he might cry. All he wanted was to spend a few hours not working or answering a million questions from Hazel. He loved his daughter to distraction, but he needed a break, and he hadn't even realized it until Stacy suggested Hazel stay over. With trepidation, he picked up his phone to peek at the screen. Foster, late notice, but I have the night off. Any chance you can grab a beer? We could go someplace Hazel could come along. Dutch's heart did a little thump-bump. The fact that Foster was willing to include a pesky 8-year-old meant everything. Dutch, Bug has a sleepover tonight. I'm just getting off work now and need a shower. But a beer sounds like a great idea. Foster, a sleepover? It must be a full moon or something. Where do you want to meet? Dutch, single dad, no clue. Somewhere with no kids. Does that sound terrible? Foster, smiling emoji. No, believe me, I get it. How about the Schooner? The Schooner was an actual tavern, 21 and over only. Dutch had never been there. It sounded like fucking heaven. Dutch, great. An hour? Maybe a little longer? I need that shower. Foster, I'll save us a table. Just as Dutch was tucking his phone away, a goofy grin on his face at the prospect of spending the evening with another adult, the locker room door opened, and Danny strode in. He had the dinner shift and should have been in the kitchen, but the front of his whites looked like he'd committed mass murder. Knowing Danny, it was a real possibility. "What do you look so pleased about?" Danny asked, trying to find a clean spot on his apron to wipe his hands. Grabbing a drink with a friend? Is everything okay out there? You didn't actually kill anyone, did you? Danny's sharp eyebrows rose skyward. You have a friend? He slapped his hand to his chest, the one clean spot left. Other than moi? Of course. And no, I didn't. But we're down about 4 gallons of pizza sauce. Yes, asshole, I have more than one friend, and Hazel is at a sleepover tonight, so I get to do something adultish. Unlike the last time he'd had an evening to himself and had simply spent an hour at Chester's grocery without Hazel asking if they could go home yet. I'm impressed. Danny banged Dutch on the shoulder as he moved past him to open the door of his locker. Although, who is Hazel staying with? Are they Danny approved? He dragged the sauce-soaked whites off his body, tossed them in the laundry bin, and grabbed a fresh set he had stashed away. That new guy wasn't paying attention and tripped, dousing me and most of the kitchen. I'm not so sure about him. You hired him, Dutch pointed out. Yeah. Sighing, Danny tugged the clean whites over his head. I gotta tell laundry they can't forget these tonight. Anyway, he headed toward the door. Have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. As if. Danny laughed and headed back out into the chaos that was the Broach kitchen on a Friday night in June. Slamming his locker door shut, Dutch headed out to his car, happy to escape the chaos. He'd just run home, shower quickly, and change into fresh clothes before meeting up with Foster. The schooner was located off Spring Street in Hidden Harbor.
Dutch hadn't even known it existed until he'd gotten turned around one day and driven down the wrong street, and his attention had been snagged by the old-style white plastic sign with a blue boat stenciled on it. Not really a schooner, more of a Viking ship. Inside, the tavern was dimly lit. The bright June evening could not penetrate the pleasant gloom. As Dutch's eyes adjusted, he saw that the signage wasn't the only thing about the place that was a throwback. While most places like it, on Piedras and elsewhere, had been gentrified and turned into hipster hangouts with microbrews and fancy appetizers, it had stayed relatively unreformed. The tavern owners had conceded to the microbrew revolution by having 2 island beers on tap, along with the Pabst and Bud Dutch imagined they mostly sold. It looked like the food options were limited to popcorn, peanuts, or tiny bags of potato chips. In the back were a couple of dartboards riddled with holes and a pool table. "Over here," Foster called out. Dutch made his way through the crowd to the tall table Foster had claimed for them. Since it was a Friday evening, the place was hopping. The bartender had a line for drinks, and a wait person was taking orders from tables. "You made it." Dutch took the seat across from him. "I did. Someone was pulling out just as I was driving by, so I even got a close spot." "Nice. I hope you don't mind. I took a chance and ordered a couple IPAs when the gal came past a few minutes ago. They're not exactly fast around here." Dutch looked around, taking in the dark wood paneling, the kitschy mirror art, and various framed photos of people who looked like they might have been regulars in the 80s or 90s. "Cool. I've never been in here before. I like it." Foster leaned back in his chair. "So, are you all prepared for summer?" Dutch snorted and sat back too. "Not really, but it's happening whether I'm ready or not. Between Becca, Beach Camp, and Mrs. Harley, she lives a row over from us, I think we're covered." The waitress appeared, setting down 2 pints in front of them. "Do you guys want anything else?" They both shook their heads, and Dutch lifted his glass. "To sleepovers and taverns with no kids." Foster grinned and lifted his glass, clinking it against Dutch's. "Definitely." The beer was excellent, with just enough citrus, and the bitter hops quenched Dutch's thirst. "How's the EMT thing been going?" he asked. "Busy? It always is this time of year. That's why we switched to 410s, so we'll get at least one day off. What about the kitchen?" "Busy. Weddings every weekend, family reunions, stuff like that. I've never stayed out there." "Why would you? You live on the island." "My folks used to talk about it all the time. They got married there and would drag me and Becca, once she was born, there for special family dinners. I, of course, did not appreciate it because I had to be on my best behavior." "What? No spinning in your chair, hiding under the table, or running around the dining room?" Foster cocked his head, frowning. "Do parents actually let their kids do that?" "So I've heard. We get reports from the servers. There's some random family almost every weekend that thinks the waitstaff are also babysitters." "Jeez." Foster took another sip of his beer. Another One Bites the Dust started to play on the sound system, and Dutch found himself tapping his fingers on the tabletop. "Favorite band?" He squinted across the table. "What? What's your favorite band?" A figure loomed to Dutch's right. Instead of answering Foster, he turned to see who was standing so close to their table. "Hey, do you guys mind if I join you? All the tables are taken, and I just want to sit and have a goddamn beer." It was the guy who did maintenance, big and small around the resort, Wade Buckner. Dutch glanced at Foster. It wasn't as if they were on a date or anything. He gestured at the empty seat next to him. "Make yourself at home." Wade sank onto the chair with a groan. "Thanks, I appreciate it. This week has been a bitch." As luck would have it, the waiter chose that moment to stop by their table again. "What can I get you?" she asked. "I'll have a pint of the Lopez," Wade answered, "and order a popcorn and put what these two want on my tab." Dutch and Foster also ordered beers and popcorn. Dutch was definitely a lightweight these days. He needed to remember to stick to just a couple of beers. "Long day?" Foster asked Wade.
Dutch figured they knew each other since both of them had grown up on the island. At least he thought Wade had grown up on Piedras. Wade nodded, watching the waiter walk toward the bar. "You have no idea." Dutch did, because he and Danny had been front-line witnesses to Wade's battle with the kitchen's walk-in freezer compressor that week. It had tried to die at the same time there was something going on with the new electrical box that had been installed last fall. Or maybe he was referring to the raccoons who decided to nest in the attic above the bridal suite. Apparently, raccoon sex was loud. Who knew? Stevie Nicks came on overhead, singing about being lonely and going her own way. Wade scowled. "Sorry to barge in on you guys," he said. "I just needed to grab a beer away from the resort." "We're doing the same thing," Dutch said, draining his glass and setting it down. "I don't get out much these days. With an almost 9-year-old in the house, I can relate. It seems there's always something on the fritz at the resort. Between there and my dad." He shook his head. "How is your dad doing, Wade?" Foster asked. Wade rolled his eyes sealing-ward. "Aside from his health, the same as ever. Obnoxious and overbearing. Thinks the sun shines out of my brother's ass and I'm some kind of lowlife because I'm a contractor and not a lawyer. If I told him how much money I've," now he used finger quotes, "loaned my lawyer brother over the years to get him out of trouble, he wouldn't believe me. Nope, Scott is perfect in every way, and Dad won't believe otherwise." Dutch had heard Wade grumbling to Danny about his dad and how his fucked-up brother was interfering and making Wade's life harder. There were times when he was glad to be on his own. "That sucks." Foster took a long sip of his beer. Dutch found himself distracted by the movement of his throat as he swallowed. He quickly looked away, only to find Wade watching him with an amused expression. "It is what it is. I'm the one who keeps an eye on the old man. Scott won't set foot back here, which, to be honest, I'm fine with. Scott and I do not get along. But enough about me." Wade looked back at Dutch. "What about you? What skeletons do you have in your closet?" Dutch blinked, feeling the spotlight swing his direction. He'd had just enough beer to be sort of honest. "Oh, you know, chaos, mayhem, anarchy, and a little destruction here and there. The cousins of the Four Horsemen," Foster snickered, not knowing how close to the truth Dutch had come. Luckily, the waiter returned with their beers and 2 bowls of popcorn, and the conversation veered away from the past. Dutch breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even like thinking about his history, as if it might find its way back to him. When their second beers were gone and the popcorn bowl empty, he and Foster both declined Wade's offer to buy them a third. "I'm not the man I used to be." Dutch shook his head. "If I have another, I'll need a ride home, and I need to be on my toes tomorrow." "Suit yourself," Wade grumbled. "I'm going to stay here a bit longer and drown my sorrows." Dutch clapped him on the back as he scooted around to leave. "Take care. See you at work. Don't let the raccoon sex get you down. I keep promising myself I'll quit." Wade barked out a laugh. "Damn raccoons definitely have a better sex life than I do." Foster walked with Dutch to his car. "I never did find out your favorite band," he complained. "Next time." "Definitely. My schedule is settling into something normal-ish, so just text me when you're free." Dutch beeped his lock, watching Foster amble down the sidewalk to wherever he'd parked, or maybe he'd walked here. Pulling onto the street, Dutch realized he was smiling. The evening had been fun. Even running into Wade had been fun. The squishy feeling in the center of his chest was a fledgling sense of belonging, and he wanted to keep it growing.
Foster. Early to mid-June. Summer weather had finally arrived on Piedras, with just a few cloudy and rainy days sprinkled here and there. Foster and the rest of the EMT team had been busy, and they were all ready for a break. But that wouldn't come until after school started up again, and the families who flocked to the island were restricted to traveling on weekends and holidays. A week or so after he and Dutch had hung out at the schooner, they got the kind of call Foster always dreaded, a multi-car accident with injuries. It had rained that day, which meant the roads were slick with oil, and drivers often took the curve on the south side of Killigan's Point too fast. In the wet weather, it could be a fatal mistake. It had been almost 11 years since his parents had been coming home from a friend's house, and their lives had ended on that same stretch of road. Foster rode shotgun, slipping into his calm, collected EMT persona. He and Meredith didn't speak as she expertly handled the bus on the wet pavement. They came up behind one of the sheriff's cars, which was also responding to the accident. Its red and blue lights flashed as both vehicles raced to the scene. Jorgensen. Meredith identified the deputy driving. He's got a calm head on his shoulders. The scene looked bad. 2 vehicles had been involved, and the road was closed in both directions, meaning there were impatient drivers stuck on either side, some complaining about missing the ferry. Chief Flynn and his team were already there, of course. Foster saw Devin on his phone, probably talking to the ER, letting them know what was coming. Hopping out of the ambulance, Foster made a beeline for Devin. Meredith grabbed her box and headed toward the crumpled car where one of Devin's team was crouched next to the driver's side door.
The driver's alert but trapped. We're going to have to extract him, Devin told Foster. Garcia's getting the equipment now.
What happened?
As far as we can tell, the driver of the sedan was speeding, and the pickup...
Devin pointed to an older model pickup truck slung haphazardly across the road.
Pulled out from a driveway. The sedan didn't see them, or it didn't have time to slow down, and smashed into the back. It might not be so bad, but a newer car versus a steel-frame truck from the 80s doesn't have much of a chance.
Accidents like that were some of the worst, and seeing as Piedras County was rural, it had a high population of older cars and trucks. No new car was going to come out on top if it met one of the older ones at high speed.
Fuck, is he the only injury? The truck's driver has been checked out? As far as we know.
Foster grabbed his kit and met Meredith at what was left of the sedan to get to work trying to save the driver's life. 40 minutes later, he and Meredith stood shoulder to shoulder as the helicopter lifted off and headed southeast toward Everett and the much larger hospital there. Meredith turned to him, bumping her shoulder against his. We did our part. He made it to the copter. They'd had to transport the victim from the scene to the helipad at the Islands Hospital. Foster had stayed in the back and done everything he could to keep the driver alive. Now it was up to someone else.
Let's get cleaned up, was all he said, and then I'm ready to call it a day.
Before letting himself into the house, Foster tromped around in the backyard to check on Mojo and Banjo, the almost 2-year-old shepherds he was working with. He let them out of their kennel, and they greeted him with tail wags and kisses. He threw the ball for them a few times to get the edge off before running them both through the agility course. He'd been working with them on riding in cars. He wasn't convinced they couldn't be retrained. They were smart-ass dogs who would be devoted family pets, or they could possibly go back into a search and rescue program. When they were panting, he headed inside, where he found a scrawled note from Becca tacked to the family notice board hanging by the door. She was staying the night at Ash's, and could he pick her up tomorrow before noon? Of course. He had the house to himself, something he was going to need to get used to, as Becca was scheduled to leave for school at the end of August. Towing his shoes off, he tucked them into the rack near the front door and made his way into the kitchen. He set his phone down on the counter next to some information Becca had printed out about college life that she wanted him to read. He would, but not tonight. The damn phone immediately vibrated with a notification, rattling against the Formica. Foster picked it up, hoping it wasn't another emergency.
Devin, you okay?
Foster,
I am. Thanks for asking.
Devin,
you want to come over this weekend?
Kimball's got some recipe he wants to try out.
Foster, so we're experimental subjects?
Devin,
don't tell him. But yes.
Foster, LOL. Foster didn't reply to Devin's invitation immediately. Instead, he leaned back against the kitchen counter, considering. Did he want to have dinner with Devin and Kimball? Devin was one of his closest friends. His closest friend.
But Foster felt a bit like a third wheel when he hung out with the newish couple. Devin made the effort to spend time with Foster without Kimball. It wasn't as if he'd forgotten about their friendship. It was Foster who felt awkward. Foster sighed. He was jealous. He knew he was jealous, and he hated feeling that way. He wanted what Devin and Kimball had found, but he didn't know how to navigate from point A to whatever it was for him. Point D, maybe? Foster snorted. D as in demisexual. Maybe if he lived in a larger community, he wouldn't feel like an oddball. One of the only single guys his age not out looking to hook up every weekend. Probably not. What was Dutch up to? Maybe he and Hazel could come over for dinner again. It must be tiring, working in a kitchen and then going home and having to cook for himself and his daughter. Foster, I think I'm going to pass, but thanks for the invite. Devin, don't be a stranger. Before he could second-guess himself, Foster thumbed over to Dutch's number and texted him. Foster, are you and Hazel busy this weekend? Do you want to come over for dinner? Then he set the phone down and headed to his room. When Becca was small, his en-suite bathroom had been the one place in the house he'd had to himself. Tonight, Becca was with Ash, probably planning something for graduation, which was next week. Foster's chest ached, and he rubbed it as he took a deep breath. He was having a much harder time with her leaving the island than he'd thought he would, probably because he'd never thought it would happen. Not that he didn't want Becca to be independent and happy, but the future he'd imagined for her had been on Piedras, not in eastern Washington. He had to remind himself that his future was not his sister's future. It wasn't a happy thought. Quickly, he stripped and stepped under the shower spray. Squirting soap into the palm of his hand, he spread it across his chest and downward, toward his cock. Foster never wanted to jump into bed with someone he didn't have a true romantic connection with. Strangers did nothing for him. He'd never even had a celebrity crush. That was one of his early clues that he was different from most people he knew. Not that he'd done a survey, but when his friends had been drooling over Brad Pitt, he hadn't cared one iota. However, after he'd read and then rented Interview with the Vampire, he'd absolutely had a crush on Louis, played by Brad Pitt, and been turned on by the idea of Louis and him doing things together. Months of sexual fantasies involving Louis had ended up with Foster almost wearing out his fist. Same with porn. He could watch it, but it didn't turn his crank. But fantasizing later about what he'd seen, imagining he was pounding his fantasy Louis into the mattress, or vice versa, that got him hot. Over the years, Louis had morphed into almost a real lover for Foster, the one who knew what Foster enjoyed and how to give it to him. But there were also times when he just needed an orgasm. Like tonight. Masturbation was excellent for stress relief. He ran his hand along his cock, feeling it swell in response to his own touch. It had been too long since he'd done this, and it wasn't going to take much. Foster's current favorite fantasy was shower sex. He placed one hand on the ceramic tile, keeping his right hand where it belonged, on his dick. "Tease yourself," the gruff voice ordered. Huh. Usually Foster imagined himself in charge, but not tonight. Arching his back, Foster imagined his lover's big body crowding against him, fingers spreading his ass cheeks and gently gliding across his hole. Releasing his cock for a moment, Foster spread his legs and massaged his heavy balls before reaching behind himself and tracing his own entrance. His hole twitched, and it made him harder, a sensory loop. Slowly he pressed one finger inside himself, relishing the ache. He wanted so much more than this. "Keep going," the imaginary voice said. "Spread your legs farther apart so I can pound your hole. I want inside you. I'm hungry for you." Foster hadn't even realized he'd shut his eyes. Opening them, he looked down at his fully erect cock, flushed and dark, and pushed his finger farther inside himself, as far as he could at this angle. His muscles twitched again, sending a spark of sensation up his spine.
put your hand back on that gorgeous cock. I want to watch you pump it harder. I want it needy and aching. I want to see you come all over this pretty tile. And then I'm going to come all over you. Christ, his imagination had really escalated this. Obeying, Foster fisted his erection, doing his best not to orgasm immediately. He did all the things he liked. Ran his thumb underneath his glands and across the slit, then pumped downward and up again with a twist at the top. Too soon he was panting, and his man was against his back. Foster could almost feel him, like a ghost lover. And then the ember ignited. Foster moaned, cum shooting out of his cock and onto the shower wall. Breathing hard, he stroked himself until he couldn't stand his own touch anymore. When Foster returned to the kitchen wearing his favorite pair of sweat shorts, his hair still damp, and the stress of the day washed down the tub drain, he checked his phone. Dutch, dinner sounds great. Tomorrow? Foster, tomorrow works any time after 5. Got a fundraiser at the station. Dutch, why did you tell me? Now Hazel is going to want to go. Foster, it's just a fill the boot thing. Dutch, I bet you raised the most. Dutch wasn't wrong about that. Foster, pleading the 5th. I should be home around 5. Anytime after that. You and Hazel get to meet my new trainees. Dutch, sounds great. Foster's shift for Fill the Boot was 4 hours, midday. He'd easily be home by 4. Meredith was just ending her shift when he arrived.
Bringing in the big guns just as the ferry line is starting to stack up. Nice.
A guy's got to do what a guy's got to do. He knew it low-key bugged Meredith that he always led the in-person fundraiser. Mare was much better at the cold calls, so it evened out. She arched an eyebrow at him.
Well, some of your superfans were here a little while ago. They said they'd be back.
Foster grinned, knowing who she was referring to. He wasn't surprised that Hazel had talked her dad into bringing her by the station. Fill the Boot was one of the few times Foster didn't mind being the center of attention. It was for the greater good. Was his button-up uniform shirt a tad small? Did his dark slacks accentuate most everything? Had he lifted weights for half an hour before driving over? Absolutely yes. It was all worth it if it meant the training and supplies they needed were paid for. Thanks. I'll see you on Monday, he said as he grabbed an actual boot that Devin or someone else had set out for him and headed out to stop traffic. Meredith wasn't done with him yet, though. She dogged his steps out to the front of the station.
That little girl, Hazel, really likes you.
Foster strode through the parking lot to the curb. The PIFD had set up cones in the middle of the road to slow drivers and give Foster and the other volunteers a place to stand. Hazel is enthusiastic about everything. He waved to Garcia, who was at the front of the line of responders, rocking a yield sign back and forth.
Her dad seems interesting, Meredith said.
Foster stopped walking and turned to eye his partner. There was something in her tone that had his hackles up. Spit it out, Mare. This time, Meredith raised both eyebrows as if Foster was being obtuse. Shaved head, all the tattoos, his general watchful attitude. Foster had never really paid much attention to Dutch's tattoos. They were just a part of him. Furthermore, most of the times Foster had been around him, Dutch had been wearing a shirt that covered his arms, the exception being when he'd had that panic attack. He shrugged. He's a single dad with an awesome kid. Who cares if he has tats? And maybe he's prematurely bald. What's the big deal? Christ, the one time Foster was making a real effort to get to know someone new, and Meredith had to get weird. She should know how hard it was as an adult to make real friends. People who didn't blow you off if they found something better to do or someone more fun to hang out with. I just think you need to be careful. I have a feeling he's more than a single dad. Foster frowned at her. Of course he's more than a single dad. He's a human being with a life. Why are you writing me about this? I worry about you, Foster. You're kind of innocent. You spent your whole life on the island. There are bad people out there in the world. I did go to college. He did his best to suppress his irritation, reminding himself she meant well.
Thanks for your concern." There was a break in the traffic, and he stepped out to the cones and held the boot out for the approaching driver. If Meredith said anything else, he didn't hear her. He dumped his boot out several times before Dutch and Hazel returned. Had he kept his eye out for Dutch's silver Honda? Absolutely. Dutch's window slid down, and the back passenger window did as well. Dutch was wearing a short-sleeved T-shirt, and Foster found himself taking a better look at the intricate and colorful sleeve inked onto his left arm. The tattoos didn't seem ominous to him.
"Hi, Mr. Foster," Hazel greeted him from the back seat. "I brought my penny jar. Daddy said I didn't have to, but I did anyway because every penny counts."
She lifted a mason jar about half full of coins, pennies and otherwise. Foster caught Dutch's gaze, which seemed to say, "I tried. I really did." "That's great. Every penny does count." He held the boot out. "Do you want to dump it in the boot yourself?"
"Can I, Dad?"
"You know, Dutch, how about you pull into the lot? That way we won't block quite so much traffic."
"Sure. Good idea." Dutch parked next to the water truck, which was outside, gleaming and pretty in the sunshine so donors could see what they were helping pay for. Foster smiled at the next driver, who held out a 20 and dropped it into the boot before jogging over to meet his new favorite donors.
"I can't chat for long, but it's great to see you both."
He opened Hazel's door and kneeled down with the boot so she could pour her donation into it. Foster calculated that it was about $5. He'd figure out a way to pay Hazel for some chore to make it up.
"Dad says that we're having dinner tonight,"
she exclaimed once she was finished.
"Dang right, but—" He nodded over at the line of cars. "I need to get back out and finish my shift first."
"Okay. Bye, Mr. Foster."
Foster stood back up, and Dutch started his car again.
"See you in a little while."
Foster smiled as he watched Dutch and Hazel drive away. Whatever Meredith thought she knew or suspected, Dutch was fast becoming a good friend, and it made Foster happy. Dutch. Mid-June. Foster.
"Becca just told me she plans to play basketball at EWU. That's what the sport chair is all about."
Dutch.
"Hazel just told me there are nocturnal flying squirrels on the island, and now we need to stay up all night to see them."
Foster.
"I did know about the squirrels. I've never seen them, and I've lived here my entire life."
Dutch. "We're talking about Hazel. Hazel the Relentless. At least Becca doesn't want to learn sword fighting."
Foster. "Oh, believe me, we've had that discussion. It was after she'd finished a book by an author whose heroes all have disabilities, and one was a sword fighter who used a chair. Don't get me wrong. If the world was coming to a dystopian end, I'd want Becca fighting on my side. I'm just not emotionally ready."
Dutch stared down at his phone, debating what he wanted to text next. He felt nervous about it, like it was the first day of school and he was the new kid again.
"Jesus, this isn't middle school," he muttered. "Just ask already."
Dutch.
"I have some cold beers in the fridge if you feel like coming over. And vodka. I make a mean martini."
Dutch.
"Hazel is at a sleepover. Whoever invented those is a fucking genius." Foster. "Sounds incredible. I need to work with the new dogs a bit before they're done for the day. Do you mind if I bring Gorp along?"
Triumph flowed hot and thick through Dutch's veins, as if he'd achieved the impossible.
"Dutch, I'm not going anywhere. Come over when you're ready."
Setting his phone down, Dutch grimaced as he took in his disheveled living room. Hazel had left her school backpack out and unzipped, so the contents were strewn over the couch. There was a basket of clean laundry waiting to be folded. Dutch used the coin-op in Killigan's Point, as they didn't have a washer and dryer at the house. Lifting his arms, he sniffed himself. He desperately needed a shower, and then he'd straighten up. The trailer's bathroom was small, and the tub shower was tiny. Dutch was lucky he wasn't claustrophobic. He stripped his clothes off and tossed them into the hallway, just like he told Hazel she couldn't do, and stepped under the spray. He probably didn't need to shower for Foster, but he wanted to.
Dutch reached for the bar of soap and rubbed it on his chest, under his arms, and down to his cock. It had been several years since he'd had actual sex. Sure, a couple of times in Portland. When Hazel had been a tadpole, he'd hooked up with women, the kind who were attracted to a tattooed single dad and wanted to save him. But they'd meant nothing, and Dutch hadn't been ready for a relationship, not while he was trying to get on his feet and be a real dad. These days his body reminded him he wasn't dead while he slept. Dutch would wake up hard and needy in the aftermath of a dream filled with kissing, touching, and stroking. The lover was just shadows, and when he woke, he would have to get off before he could do much else. He did his best to be quiet, but it was a damn good thing Hazel slept like a hibernating bear. His cock twitched, sending a spark of need up his spine. Gripping himself, he pumped once and hardened further. Hazel wasn't home. He could bang one out and no one would know. He'd have to be quick, though. The water would run cold soon enough. Wrapping his fingers around himself, he braced his other hand against the wall, letting the spray hit his back, and began moving his fist up and down in a slow, sure motion. "Fuck," he groaned. It had been so long since he'd done this, he wasn't going to last long. What if he had been with a real live partner? Orgasming in under 10 seconds would be mortifying, but that's what was going to happen. Faster and faster he moved his hand, the tingle of impending orgasm morphing into almost there. He brought up an image from the past, a woman he'd been a little friendlier with than the others. She'd understood he wasn't marriage material and wasn't committing to anyone. He thought about her breasts and her skin, soft under his touch, plush lips open for his cock. She'd liked to suck him down. Abruptly, his fantasy wasn't the nameless woman anymore. His lover morphed into Foster Jennings. Foster's plump lips, his impossibly beautiful eyes, the curve of his cheek. His ass, which Dutch had absolutely noticed because it was impossible not to. The realization should have made Dutch stop, slow down, not come like a freight train. Instead, impossibly, his dick turned to steel, his cockhead engorged and almost painful, pre-cum pulsing out of the tip. He was too far gone. There was no stopping. He couldn't even control his imagination. He could almost smell Foster there in the shower with him. With a ravaged groan, Dutch orgasmed. The sensation burrowed upward along his spine and back down again like a fucking hammer. Cum spurted from his cock and splattered against the wall. He pumped himself a few more times until he was sated and then turned back around to let the shower do its work. He couldn't even think. His brain was oatmeal. Maybe he should be concerned about the fact that his new friend, Foster Jennings, had appeared in his head while he was getting off, but he didn't have the energy to worry about it. And what the hell did he have to worry about anyway? Jerking off to thoughts of Foster didn't mean anything. Or did it? Was he discovering a sexual aspect of himself he hadn't known about? He had to admit it was laughably possible. Growing up in the misogynistic and homophobic toxic soup of the MC culture hadn't allowed him to explore anything other than women. Had he looked at men before and just not noticed? Yep, very possible. The shower water went cold. Fuck. Someday he'd have a water heater big enough to enjoy a nice, long shower. By the time Foster knocked on the door, Dutch was dressed again and had picked up the living room and finished washing up the dishes in the kitchen sink. He'd spent about 3 minutes too long deciding between his AC/DC t-shirt and the one that had an image of Chewbacca on it. He went with Chewbacca and his favorite pair of jeans, then gave himself a mental slap on the head. It's just Foster, asshole. He'd peeked into Hazel's room, too. At least she'd pulled the covers up, so her bed wasn't a total wreck, but she wasn't getting a gold star for cleanliness, and Hazel liked her gold stars. He opened the front door and grinned when he saw not only Foster, but also Gorp waiting for him. "Come on in. Do you want a beer or a martini first? I also have some chips and stuff."
He waggled his eyebrows. They're excellent when paired with a martini. I'll start with beer and graduate to a martini. Probably you'll be sick of me by the end of the evening, because I have a long list of things to complain about. Foster and Gorp followed him into his tiny kitchen. It wasn't Dutch's dream kitchen by any means, but it wasn't terrible. He could cook almost anything in it, although he wasn't used to sharing it with another adult-sized human, or maybe it felt different now because the other human was Foster. Dutch's face heated.
"So, do you want to get started on your list?" he asked, turning aside to open the fridge door and using the chilly air to cool the flush he felt creeping up his cheeks. Gorp was sniffing around, likely finding all the crumbs Dutch had missed when he swept up. Releasing a long sigh, Foster leaned against the counter, his fingers tucked into the front pockets of the well-worn jeans that accentuated his long, lean legs. "Becca graduates." Out of the corner of his eye, Dutch saw him glance down at his watch. "Just about 72 hours from now." "Right." And she would soon be heading out into the world beyond Piedras Island. That would be hard. Luckily, Dutch didn't have to worry about that for another 10 or so years. Judging from Foster's expression, though, the years would speed by. Dutch handed Foster a can of local coal she'd picked up the day before at Chester's. He'd snagged one for himself, too, and popped it open. "How are you feeling about her graduating? And what's this about basketball?" Foster grimaced as he popped the can open. He took a long drink before answering. "Feeling like I probably need a few more beers." Dutch dumped the bag of corn chips into a bowl and grabbed his homemade salsa from the fridge. "Let's take these outside. We'll have them with our starter beers." Out front, they settled into the metal patio chairs Dutch had splurged on at the hardware store in Killigan's Point. Fred, the owner or manager, Dutch wasn't sure which, had given him a discount because one of the chairs had a chip in the paint. They were also hot pink, which Hazel was a fan of, and Dutch figured Fred had been glad to see them go to a good home. "So, which is bugging you more, basketball or graduation?" "First of all," Foster began after he'd made himself comfortable with his feet stretched out in front of him and Gorp was being the best boy by sitting calmly next to his chair. "After going online and watching some videos, I learned that it's often called murder ball. Let me say that again slowly. Murder ball. Then I made the mistake of watching a movie about it. Holy shit, they are wild." "I've seen that movie," Dutch said thoughtfully. "I doubt Becca is going to be playing at quite that level of intensity. And I thought murder ball was wheelchair rugby." Foster turned his head, narrowing his eyes at Dutch. "This is Becca we're talking about. She is absolutely fearless. She may want to play basketball now, but it will eventually be wheelchair rugby if she can find a team. The car accident slowed her down, but it didn't dampen her spirit." He sighed. "We're opposite personalities in so many ways. She likes to push the envelope, and I like the envelope to stay the way it is, nice and cushy." And the truth of the matter was, Becca was doubtless going to be disappointed or get hurt in the big bad world, but Foster would always be there for her, if she wanted it. It was Dutch's turn to eye Foster. In addition to the fact that Foster was an EMT who responded to all sorts of emergencies, hardly a cushy existence, Dutch thought Foster was selling himself short. "I bet you like to challenge yourself. But having to be basically a dad when... How old were you?" "I was almost 21. Young, but..." He shrugged and went back to staring into the distance. There are a lot of dads that age. There were plenty of young parents, true, but most didn't become parents after their own parents died far too young. Dutch wondered if Foster had ever given himself time to grieve. That kind of trauma leaves a mark. Give yourself a break. Also, there's nothing wrong with cushy. I, for one, am a fan of cushy. Foster laughed. "I guess. I've always felt a little like I should want more. I should want to leave Piedras and live in Seattle or Portland. I should travel, see the world. But I'm really happy living here. I don't even see myself getting married. It's just not going to happen for me." "Who's saying the kind of shit that makes you second-guess yourself?"
Dutch felt himself getting a little worked up and took a deep breath, followed by a long gulp of his beer. It irritated him that someone was making Foster feel like he wasn't enough.
Mostly it's me, although Meredith has been riding me a bit lately. And while I'm happy here, my kid sister is ready to climb Mount Everest, so, like I said, I should want more.
That's crap talk. Here. He gestured to the chip bowl.
Have some chips and salsa so I can make us martinis. But first, I want to know why you getting married is impossible.
That must have been the beer talking, because Dutch normally let that sort of shit slide by. After all, he didn't see himself getting married either. Foster waved the hand that wasn't holding the empty beer can.
Being gay on a small island, and if I'm going to be honest, you know that kid's movie with the sloth at the DMV?
Dutch nodded because he'd only been forced to watch Zootopia like 200 times.
That's me when it comes to relationships. Slow, slow, slow.
Dutch snickered. The scene in Zootopia where the bunny was at the DMV counter waiting for the sloth to answer her question popped into his head. Hazel had loved it when she was really little. She'd asked to watch it over and over, her infectious laugh worth the torture of the replay button. There's nothing wrong with slow. Shit, I haven't been with anyone seriously since Hazel's mom, and that was a shit show. There's a lot to be said for slow and steady. Foster didn't seem convinced by Dutch's words. Finally, he said, "You seem fine with the gay thing." Initially, Dutch had wondered whether Foster was gay, but since it hadn't mattered one way or the other, he hadn't pursued his curiosity. But at Foster's words, he felt a stirring of... Was that hope?
Well, Danny, who's a good friend, married to a man, and... He smirked, raising one eyebrow. You said you were slow. I think I'd see you coming. It was a stupid joke, but it sent them both into gales of laughter. Gorp hopped up, his tail wagging as he checked first on Foster and then on Dutch as if they were behaving very strangely. Dutch laughed so hard, tears ran down his face, and he had to set his beer down beside his chair so he could wipe them away. Foster was bent over his own lap, braying like a donkey as Gorp trotted back over and stuck his nose under Foster's armpit, which made Foster jump and laugh harder. It was nice to know Foster wasn't entirely perfect. Foster sat back up, his blue-green eyes bright with amusement. That's brilliant. He leaned backward now, kicking his feet up, still laughing. This is... Smiling, Dutch waited patiently for whatever Foster was trying to get out between gasps of oxygen. Me flirting, he wheezed, flailing his hand around. That set them both howling again. Dutch's stomach muscles were working overtime, and he was pretty sure the neighbors were wondering what the hell was going on. He hadn't laughed hard in a long time, and it felt damn good. Finally, though, he pulled himself together enough to stand up. "Stirred or shaken?" he asked Foster. What? Foster said with another chortle. "Do I look like James Bond?" Dutch shook his head, his own grin splitting his face. "You'd be the prettiest James Bond ever." Foster lost what little composure he'd regained. Dutch left him to Gorp's tender mercies and went back inside the house. Inviting Foster over had been the best idea. Later, much later, after they'd finished off the chips and salsa and Dutch had whipped up grilled ham and cheese sandwiches with sides of homemade coleslaw and potato salad, the conversation turned to Dutch. Up to that point, he'd done a good job keeping the focus on Hazel, Foster, or Becca. "So, Dutch, the mysterious single dad, what's your story?" Foster asked. "How did you end up here with Hazel as your sidekick?" Dutch's stomach twisted at the question, nerves making him feel slightly off-kilter. They were both feeling the effects of alcohol, full bellies, and the starry sky over their heads. It wasn't as if the front yard of his cruddy trailer home was private, but it felt private then, like they were wrapped in their own, Foster would probably say, envelope. He took his time formulating his reply, not wanting to reveal the worst of his past if he didn't have to. Not much to tell, really. A total lie. My girlfriend and I weren't careful and she got pregnant. She wanted to give the baby up for adoption, and at first I agreed.
Foster leaned closer. What changed your mind? Dutch looked up at the blanket of stars over their heads. The Milky Way seemed brighter than usual. He ran a hand over the top of his head, trying to think. He could feel Foster's body heat against his shoulder. It was distracting. I spent a month brooding about it. About being a dad. It's not as if I believed Ayla should raise the baby if she didn't want to. She sure as hell wasn't mother material, but I kept thinking that maybe I did want to be a dad, and maybe this would be my only chance. I'd been looking to change jobs and knew that having a kid would kind of force me to follow through. A shooting star, or maybe it was a satellite, arced across the summer sky. A month or so later, I tracked Ayla down again, and we had a long discussion, and by the end of it, she agreed to give me full custody. You must have been nervous. Dude, you have no idea. I think I bought and read every parenting book Powell's had in stock, and maybe a few more. But when the midwife put Hazel in my arms, I knew I'd made the right choice. His first few trips to the bookstore had been scary. He'd felt like he was doing something wrong, lurking in the parenting section, trying to figure out which books had the information he needed. One of the booksellers had taken pity on him and helped him pick out the first few volumes. And then, the first year is a blur. Hazel was colicky, and I didn't have a lot of support. Luckily, I'd been able to put aside enough cash not to work full-time. That's when I started cooking, and really that's how I ended up here. At least he'd done something good with the blood money the MC had paid him. Foster sat back, his chair creaking slightly as he moved. Well, I'm glad you're here. Me too. Me too. They both sighed, and Gorp, who had shown extreme patience and possibly been rewarded with his own ham and cheese sandwich, popped to his feet to stare intently at Foster. Foster laughed. I think that's a not-so-subtle hint that someone is ready to go home. Dutch stood up, too, gathering their plates and martini glasses. Yeah, I have a long day tomorrow. The whole week is going to be chaos. Foster eyed him for a moment before coming to some sort of decision. I was going to see if you and Hazel wanted to come to graduation Wednesday afternoon, he said. I have extra tickets, and frankly, it would be nice to have someone to sit next to who wouldn't be reminding me how special it is Becca's graduating. He made a face that told Dutch people had been saying that a lot lately, but it sounds like you might be too busy. Maybe I'll see if Meredith wants to go. The mention of Meredith made Dutch's stomach do that weird thing, and before he could stop himself, he blurted, "Let me see if I can make it work." Was it stupid of him to want to be the one who got to sit next to Foster instead of Meredith? He'd show the folks of Piedras what it meant to be a real friend. Plus, Hazel would be over the moon to be invited to a big kid event like high school graduation. If he had to get down on his knees and beg Danny and Cody for the time off, he would. The next morning, Dutch showed up early for his shift, only slightly hungover and with his stomach muscles aching from laughing. Danny was already in the locker room, changing into his whites. The guy hired to replace Dutch on the line, Raffi, was there too. Raffi hurriedly finished changing and scooted past them to the kitchen. He had been on probation since the pizza sauce incident, and while Dutch felt mildly sore for him, mistakes cost money. "Good morning," Dutch said to Danny, waiting for the door to shut behind Raffi. "If you say so," Danny grunted. Dutch rolled his eyes and didn't even try to hide it. "You love your job. Don't try and fool me." Danny finished straightening his uniform. "And your point?" He grinned when he said it, though. Pulling his own whites over his head, Dutch said, "I have a favor to ask. It's a big one." When Dutch could see again, Danny's eyes were wide and both eyebrows were raised. "What do you need? Is it Hazel? Is she sick? Has something happened?" Dutch shook his head. He should have known Danny would skip past go and head directly to DEFCON 1. He'd practiced his request on the drive over, figuring just asking outright was the best approach. But he couldn't pinpoint why he had a massive herd of buffaloes stomping around in his stomach at the idea.
Dude, he raised his hands in mock surrender. Hazel is fine. What is it then? Danny demanded.
Dutch took a deep breath, wondering again why he felt like he was stepping into the deep end of a pool and only knew how to dog paddle, and that he wasn't good at it.
Becca Jennings graduates Wednesday, and Foster invited us, he blurted. I haven't told Hazel yet because I didn't know if it was possible to get the time off. I know she would really want to go, though.
Dutch had decided playing up the Hazel angle was the best choice. Danny didn't need to know how badly Dutch wanted to be there for Foster. Overbearing Meredith could just stay home. Danny sucked in his own deep breath before leaning against the nearest locker, crossing his arms over his chest, and gracing Dutch with the most knowing look ever invented.
Foster Jennings, huh?
Dutch felt his face heat, his whole fucking body for that matter.
What? We're friends.
Fuck, he knew he sounded defensive. For a moment that seemed to last longer than the Cretaceous period, Hazel's favorite, Danny stared at him. Dutch stared back, refusing to be intimidated into saying anything.
When is it?
Wednesday afternoon. Like from 2 to 6 or something.
I know it's late notice. He didn't tell me about it until last night.
Too late, Dutch realized he'd given Danny what he wanted. Information. And because his face was brick-colored, Danny would assume... What would he assume? That Dutch had a crush on Foster? Dutch wasn't even sure how he felt about Foster, except that he liked being with him. Uncrossing his arms, Danny straightened up.
I'll make it happen, but you're telling me everything.
I swear there isn't anything to tell. He received the look again and snapped his mouth shut.
It's obvious I've left you to your own devices for too long. Where's Hazel today?
She's at the first day of beach camp with Izzy, and then Stacy. Izzy's mom is dropping her at home, and Mrs. Hawley is keeping an eye on her until I get there. Kid logistics were a pain in the ass. Dutch felt lucky that Izzy's mom was so willing to do things like ferry Hazel back and forth and have her stay overnight. Dutch reciprocated as often as he could, but Stacy seemed to like having Hazel over to their house.
I'll head to your place after work.
The words were uttered with finality, Danny Petra style. Dutch rolled his eyes again. Obviously, he wasn't changing Danny's mind, and if he protested, Danny would just dig his heels in further. Maybe Hazel would provide some interference. Danny left for the kitchen, leaving Dutch alone. Dutch got his phone out and shot a text to Foster.
Dutch, time off achieved. Hazel and I will be at graduation.
He didn't expect Foster to reply right away, but almost immediately a text showed up on his screen. Foster, that's great. We'll hammer out details later. Smiling, Dutch tucked his phone back into his pocket and headed out to the kitchen. Danny followed him home, driving the butt-ugly orange VW thing he loved so much. It was early evening, but Mrs. Hawley seemed glad to hear Dutch's knock on the door of her trailer. Hazel was exhausted, although she did have a hug for Danny. She didn't even complain when Dutch heated up leftover pasta for her dinner and told her she needed a bath before bedtime.
Okay, Dad.
After setting her plate down on their tiny dining table, he asked,
How's your first day at beach camp?
Hazel's fork clinked against her plate as she set it back down.
Oh, Dad, she said with reverence. It's the best ever. We found jellyfish today and waded up to our ankles. My boots got water in them, and I think I lost my socks at Izzy's. Did you know that in some places they eat jellyfish?
I'm sure Stacy will find your socks and give them back. And yes, I did know that people eat jellyfish. Please eat your dinner. She wrinkled her nose.
Don't you think eating jellyfish is weird?
He met Danny's amused gaze. Was this one of those teachable moment things? I think the reason people are interesting is because we're not all the same. I've never tried jellyfish, but maybe it's good. And I'm pretty sure if I was hungry, I'd eat it.
I've had jellyfish,
Danny interjected from where he was leaning against the kitchen counter. Hazel's eyes widened.
You have?
Yep. He nodded. It was in a salad. Kind of tasted like the other ingredients. Not bad at all. Hazel looked at Dutch.
and he knew what her next words were going to be. "Daddy, I want to try jellyfish." "You can try jellyfish, sweet pea, but not tonight. Eat up so you can get in the bath." "Please hurry up," he begged silently, "so I can get this conversation with Danny over with." She was quiet for a moment before saying reflectively, "But maybe I don't want to eat sea creatures." "It's fine, honey. You don't have to decide right this minute." Dutch was fairly sure he had a budging vegetarian as well as a biologist on his hands, which was just fine, as long as she ate her damn dinner tonight. When Hazel was finally done eating and was splashing in the bathtub, Dutch trusted her to clean up on her own pretty well, although she might call for him if she needed help shampooing her hair, which only reminded him how fast she was growing up. Danny opened the fridge and snagged a couple of beers. "Make yourself at home." "Don't mind if I do." The house was still stuffy inside after being closed up all day, the curse of a southwestern exposure. Dutch didn't feel like sitting in the stale air of the living room, and he also didn't want someone's small ears to overhear his and Danny's conversation. "Let's sit outside. I'll leave the front door open so I can hear Hazel when she yells for me." "Ha! When? Not if." Dutch popped open his beer and took the chair Foster had sat in the night before. Not that Danny would know that. Danny flopped down beside him, crossing an ankle over one knee. They sipped their beer simultaneously, making Dutch snicker. "All right, you've had all day," Danny said. "What's going on with you and Foster, a.k.a. the most beautiful man on Piedras? I've known you a couple years now, and I've never seen you blush like that." Damn his Northern European heritage. "I don't know. We've just been hanging out. It's all Hazel's fault. I told you about how she invited him over." Danny nodded. Right, because Danny had helped Hazel with the pastries. "Well, we've been hanging out some since then." "Come on, Dutch," he told himself. "You can do better than that. This is Danny, and as rough around the edges as he is, he will always be real with you. It's been really nice, and mostly..." He groaned, knowing his face was on fire. "Spit it out." "I knocked one out in the shower the other day and ended up thinking about him. Danny, I have a kid. I've always been with women. And what the fuck do I even know?" Danny nodded sympathetically. "I think you're pretty honest with yourself, Dutch. You already know what you know." "I'm confused, but also not," he admitted. "Intellectually, I understand it's no big deal to be attracted to anyone. And I know I like Foster as a friend. Who knows? Maybe I've been bi all my life and never knew it. You're right. He is damn good looking. But I don't even see that. I swear. He is kind. Has this huge heart. He'd give someone the coat off his back in the middle of a snowstorm. You know about his history, right?" Danny waggled his head. "Kind of. Doesn't matter anyway. Foster is a good person. He's also funny as hell. We just get along really well. That's great, Dutch." Danny's eyebrows did a Groucho Marx dance. Ignoring the innuendo, Dutch hurried to add, "Plus he's invited us to graduation. That seems like a big deal to me. He doesn't seem to do anything without thinking it over. Have you..." Danny tilted his free hand back and forth. "Done anything?" "JFC, Danny, no. I'm not a caveman. I don't just jump someone's bones because they turn my crank. And," he continued thoughtfully, "he said something last night that kind of made me think." "What?" Dutch tried to remember Foster's exact words. They'd been laughing so hard at the time that it took him a minute. We were talking about life and stuff. And he said he doesn't see himself getting married, and when it comes to relationships, he's really slow. Or maybe it was that he's slow romantically. Maybe he isn't interested in me. I get that. It's not as if I'm a catch. 33-year-old single dad, ex-MC enforcer with no college education, just figuring out I might be bi looking for love. That's fucking depressing. He rubbed the top of his head. And bald, too.
A creaking sound emanated from where Danny was sitting as he twisted himself around in the chair to pin Dutch with the super-duper Danny look, the same one he'd worn when Dutch asked if Danny was serious about giving him a job at the Brooch after Lulu's burned down. "Okay, there's so much in what you said that I need to address." Danny raised his index finger. "First of all, you left that life and never want to go back, right?" Dutch nodded. Although he was reminded of the note that had given him a panic attack not so long ago, maybe the MC wasn't as far away as he wanted, but if anyone understood him leaving his old life, it was Danny. "Second," this time Danny flipped him off, "you are a good person, one of my best friends." "Christ." He shook his head. "I can't believe you're forcing all this nice shit out of me. The only person who cares if you have a college education is you. I only went to cooking school. Soren got a 2-year degree because he had to for the job he wanted. Cody went to hospitality school because, again, it suited his goals. Wade enlisted when he was 18. I don't think he has any college." "How'd you find that out about Wade?" Wade was not chatty. Asked him how he learned to fix shit, like a normal person. "Don't try and derail me. I wasn't." "Third." We're at 3, right? Maybe Foster's ace or demisexual. The sexual spectrum is more than gay, bi, or straight these days. Dutch pinched the bridge of his nose. "I've spent the last 9 years raising a child. My education has been watching Peppa Pig, Paw Patrol, and Sesame Street. Can you please help a guy out here? I recommend Google for this, but asexual is when a person isn't interested in sex so much, maybe not at all, and that's totally normal, although ace people can and do fall in love, and some have sex. There's a whole spectrum, and people's desires differ. Demisexual is kind of similar. People who ID as demi have more interest in sex, but from what I understand, they need to be romantically connected to their partner before any hanky-panky. They can't be sexually attracted to people they don't have a connection with." In any other situation, hearing Danny say hanky-panky would have had Dutch howling with laughter. Huh. Maybe that's what Foster meant by slow, slow, slow. He tucked that information away for a future Google search. Okay. That aside, which sounds fucking complicated. Why are humans so complicated? Anyway, say, Dutch waved his hand around, that he is interested. I don't even know how all that works. Sure, Ayla and I got freaky, but dude... Danny cut him off. I do not want to hear about it. I am 100% gay. That said, gay sex is pretty much like any sex. It's whatever and however much you want it to be. What you do or don't do is between you and your partner, no matter how they identify. Thanks, Sensei, Dutch said dryly. Fuck off. If you want to kiss him, ask first or he might punch you. That's good advice in general. If Foster is demi or ace, he might need to be the one who instigates something, and he may ask to take things slow. Dutch couldn't imagine Foster punching anyone. That was more Dutch's forte, and slow was fine with him. And what if this whole conversation was irrelevant anyway? Maybe Dutch was having a little meltdown over his sexuality and Foster, and it would come to nothing. But he didn't think so. He may have been on the sidelines for eons, but he felt like there was something between them, an effervescence he couldn't define. Kind of like old-timey courting? Yes, Danny said thoughtfully, kind of like that. So, just to rehash, you don't think I'm some sort of mutant because I am only now figuring out that I'm possibly attracted to men? He knew Danny didn't think that. Dutch just needed to hear him say it out loud. He needed a little reassurance, a pat on the back or something. Danny grinned, wiggling his eyebrows again. Welcome to the dark side, my friend. Once Danny finally left for home and Soren, only after Hazel had been tucked into bed and had asked please would Danny read her a story, Dutch grabbed another beer from the fridge and went to sit outside again. The sun was just starting to set, and the local bats were swooping around, grabbing bugs out of the air. He watched their acrobatics for a while, letting his thoughts swirl and resettle. Maybe he would do some research, like Danny suggested. The more he considered what Danny had said, the more he suspected that Foster was Demi, or Ace, but the only way to find out for sure would be to ask him. Was Dutch ready for that? He didn't want to ruin their friendship. Their growing connection was precious. Becca's graduation was 2 days away, and then the summer stretched out ahead of them. Hazel would be at Foster's 2 days a week until Becca left for college. There was plenty of time to see how things between them unfolded. Or didn't.
Foster. Graduation day. "Do you have everything?" Foster asked his sister. "Gown? Check. Cap? Check. Phone? Check." The graduation ceremony wasn't for a few hours, but the seniors had to be there early, which reminded him. How late did you say the graduation party goes? The after-party was traditionally held at the community center. Every year the island's senior citizens complained about missing Wednesday night bingo, but in reality a lot of them acted as chaperones, so everyone had a good time anyway. 9. Ash's mom is bringing me home. Look. He eyed Becca. I know you're 18 and all, but please call if you decide to stay overnight at Ash's house or anywhere else. And you know I'll pick you up any time. Day or night. Over and out, big brother. I'm ready to go. He paused, wondering whether he'd been as impatient as Becca when he graduated from high school. Probably. Twirling his keys around his finger for a second, he decided to go ahead with the short speech he'd composed. Becca, I want you to know Mom and Dad would have been really proud of you, he began. Dad would have given you a long and very embarrassing speech over breakfast about how you'd grown into an amazing young woman and could do anything you wanted to. Mom would have been fussing over your cap and gown and would want to chaperone the party. And I want you to know how proud I am of you. Even though I still hate that you're heading to college in almost the farthest place you can get from Piedras and still be in Washington State, I'm proud of you. Becca gave him a small smile. I wish they were here. I wish I remembered them better. His heart shuddered, and he fought to keep his expression neutral. She'd been 7 when the accident happened, so her memories of their parents were shadowy at best, even though they had photo albums stuffed with every picture Foster had been able to find. I know you do. I love you, Becca. He'd never been quiet about telling his sister how much he loved her. What was the point of withholding affection? Yeah, I love you too. Can we go already? No, because driving Becca to the high school meant she really was graduating. Foster would drop her off and then head down to Jewel Creamery and drown himself in a vat of espresso and maybe a pint of ice cream until it was time to show up for the ceremony. On the other hand, Dutch was going to be there. Dutch and Hazel, he reminded himself. In spite of his lack of enthusiasm for Becca's graduation, Foster kept catching himself with a big-ass grin on his face. The 4-minute drive to the high school felt shorter than ever. Foster pulled the van into the drop-off zone and hopped out to help Becca get situated in her chair, even though she could do it perfectly well herself. Don't forget, Hazel will be at the house around 9 tomorrow, he reminded her. Becca shook her head. I won't forget. Promise. I'm not going to stay at Ash's house. I'll be home after the party. As Foster watched, she rolled away, taking a chunk of his heart along with her. Then he sucked in a deep breath and drove down the hill to the Jewel. Maybe he'd get 2 pints of ice cream. Mid-June weather was always a crapshoot, so the ceremony was generally scheduled to take place inside. If the day was nice, the organizers would recruit a bunch of parents and students to set up the chairs outside. Today, clouds had rolled in around lunchtime, and a soft drizzle had just started to fall, so there would be no last-minute rush to move the event. Foster left the minivan parked on the dead-end street near the schooner, because he knew parking would be ridiculous at the high school, and, after his caffeine and sugar fix, made his way back up to the hill to the school. Dutch and Hazel were meeting him outside the auditorium. As melancholy as he was feeling, A smile kept sneaking onto his face, and when he spotted the big man and his daughter waiting near the entrance to the gym, his mood brightened. Hazel saw him approaching and let go of her father's hand to jump up and down and yell, "Mr. Foster! Mr. Foster! We're over here!" as if he couldn't see them. Dutch leaned in and said something to his daughter, but whatever it was didn't keep Hazel from continuing to vibrate with excitement. "I'm wearing my best dress, Mr. Foster," she exclaimed as he drew closer, twirling to make sure he noticed. "It's gorgeous," he said. He noticed that even Hazel's hair had been brushed and confined to a French braid. A red ribbon had been woven through it. Foster wasn't sure he'd ever seen her hair this tidy. "Daddy got it special," she whispered, "from the lady at the grocery store." "Okay." Foster looked at Dutch, who was staring at his daughter with a horrified expression. He'd made an effort to look nice as well. No AC/DC or Chewbacca t-shirt today. Instead, he had on a light green, long-sleeved button-down shirt that covered his tattoos but accentuated the color of his eyes, and what looked like a newer pair of jeans, and low-heeled cowboy boots. Foster hadn't ever been known to throw himself at other people, but he may have had a long-running cowboy fantasy, and Dutch was ticking all the boxes. "I'll explain later," Dutch said with a shake of his head. "You both look fabulous." "Notice," Foster swept his hand down his body, "I am wearing my best pair of slacks, paired with the Becca-approved light blue merino sweater she gave me for my birthday last year." "Ooh, when is your birthday, Mr. Foster?" Hazel asked. "Mine is August 14th, so I am 8 3/4. Daddy says I was born at the crack of dawn." Foster repressed a snort as he glanced at Dutch. "She was, and it's the last time she was willingly up early unless she's been up all night," Dutch said dryly. "And it's not polite to ask people personal questions. We've talked about that." Hazel's eyebrows drew together, and she looked up at her dad. "You said it's not polite to ask strangers questions. Mr. Foster is our friend." "It's fine," Foster said before Dutch was forced to give Hazel a stern lecture or something. "We are friends, aren't we?" Hazel grinned and nodded. "My birthday is December 1st. Hazel's mouth dropped open, and she stared at Foster, then at her dad, and back at Foster. "Daddy's birthday is in December too, isn't it, Dad? Because one time we got a Christmas tree on your birthday and decorated it too, and—" She frowned. "We saw that man you didn't like." Dutch's head snapped around, his attention fully on Hazel now. "That's true, Bug. I remember that day." His expression was serious, and Foster was curious about who the man had been if the memory made Dutch react so strongly. The other attendees were beginning to arrive, strolling past the three of them and into the auditorium. Foster wanted to be sure they got to sit together, but if they lingered out here playing 20 questions, they'd end up in the back. "Let's go grab seats, okay?" Dutch nodded, looking relieved that they didn't have to talk about birthdays or strange men anymore. The gym/auditorium was decorated in the school colors, purple and gold. Foster saw that Ash's mom, Maria, was already there. She'd clearly been keeping her eye out for them because she spotted him immediately, waving them over to where she was seated in the third row back from the stage. "Becca told me you had some special guests coming, so I saved some seats." Thank you. Maria, this is—" He didn't hesitate. "My good friend Dutch and his daughter Hazel." "Lovely to meet you both. Is this the Hazel that Becca is going to be keeping her eye on over the summer?" Maria asked. "And," she added more quietly, "how are you doing with Becca's upcoming move?" "I still have 2 months to brood over it," Foster replied. He turned to include Hazel, who was being unusually quiet. Maybe she was overwhelmed by the large room and number of people. "Where do you want to sit?" he asked. Hazel eyed him. Foster could swear he saw the cogs of her brain spinning. He just didn't know about what. "Can I sit in the middle?" "Sounds fine to me, Bug," Dutch said. Foster scooted in next to Maria, followed by Hazel, and Dutch took the end of the row. Maria leaned close to whisper,
Your friend seems nice."
"He is," Foster whispered back with a smile. When it was Becca's turn to make a short speech and receive her diploma, Foster's heart filled with so much love, it was painful.
"You all know my brother, Foster,"
the audience murmured, and some peered around looking for him. Foster plastered a smile on his face and kept his attention on Becca.
"He has supported every part of my journey to get to where I am now. Without him, I wouldn't be here today. After we lost our parents and I was injured, I'm pretty sure he wanted to wrap me in cotton fluff and never let anything hurt me again. But he didn't. His support and love have allowed me to grow my own wings and be confident in who I am and what I can do."
Becca stopped speaking for a moment, gazing around the auditorium and taking in the audience, which consisted almost entirely of families she'd known her whole life. She looked amazing in her deep purple graduation gown, although they had to alter it a little so it wouldn't get caught in her chair.
"Foster has never made me feel that this chair,"
she did a little back-and-forth spin,
"makes me less of a person. He's never made me feel that I can't do things or that I am somehow not worthy. I am the luckiest sister in the world."
She paused again, meeting Foster's eyes.
"When Principal Hall told us our speech prompt this year, discuss your future goals and how your experiences at Piedras High will help you reach them, I already knew what I was going to say. And maybe it won't be popular, but I have my piece of paper already."
Becca lifted her diploma, and the audience tittered. Foster cringed inwardly, just a little, wondering what else was coming.
"While I have amazing friends here, friends I plan on having the rest of my life," Becca continued, "PHS did as little as they could to help me reach my goals. My brother is the one who filled that role. He fought for me, got me accommodations we shouldn't have had to ask for. I'm pretty sure he will continue to fight for me if I need it, even if he doesn't like the fact that I'm going to EWU in a couple of months. You are my hero, big brother."
His sister directed her gaze at him again, so much love shining out of her eyes it made things weirdly blurry. He blinked, realizing the world was out of focus because of the tears streaming down his cheeks. A little hand snaked under his, small fingers wrapping around his larger ones. The audience was clapping, and there were a few whistles of support, and his damn heart about to burst.
"It's okay to cry, Mr. Foster. Daddy says so,"
Hazel whispered. Hazel leaned against Foster's side, holding on to his hand for the rest of Becca's speech and the rest of the ceremony. Foster couldn't decide whether her gesture made him feel better or just twisted his heart up more. He knew he should be paying attention to the rest of the graduates' speeches. He'd known most of these kids since they were born, but all he could think about was how happy and how sad he was at the same time. He didn't know what to do with all that emotion. When the last senior finally left the stage, Foster had the errant thought that maybe in 10 years he could be here watching Hazel graduate and comforting Dutch. He wanted that so badly. The need for it startled him, making him shift in his seat as the realization hit. He'd managed to fall in love with Dutch Schumacher. The hell? He'd managed to fall in love with a man who, as far as he knew, was straight. Foster shook his head at himself. Not for the first time, he wondered if he'd been put together backward. Maybe the how to assemble a Foster Jennings instructions had been lost, and the universe had just winged it.
"Becca looks really pretty, Mr. Foster,"
Hazel said, interrupting his thoughts. He smiled, because it was true, and likely a silky, flowy purple gown was Hazel's idea of dressing up. He glanced down at her. She does, doesn't she? He'd deal with his unfortunate feelings at some point, but right now he was going to revel in the magic of Dutch and Hazel. The parents and families were all milling around the auditorium, chatting and hugging. Foster knew he was supposed to mingle with them, but it was the last thing he wanted to do. Seeming to read his mind, Dutch asked, "Do you want to blow this popsicle stand and have dinner with me and Hazel?"
We picked up some steaks at Chester's. I was thinking we could light up the grill.
Please, Mr. Foster? He looked down at the young girl who was worming her way into his heart as quickly as her dad was. Hell, they were both already there. How about you call me Foster? We're friends. Remember? She looked back at Dutch. Is that okay, Dad?
Of course it is, Bug. He gave you permission.
Dutch gave Foster a long look.
So, what do you think? A casual dinner with me and the kid?
He wanted to, but Gorp and the trainees were at home. They needed to get out and run around after being cooped up.
Any chance we could grill at my place? I don't have steaks, but I do have some fresh coho and corn.
Dad, can we? Please?
Foster snickered, as if Dutch was going to say no to that face. Dutch. Late June. Good night, Bug. Dutch pulled Hazel's bedroom door shut behind him. They were both tired. It had been a long workday for him, but more enjoyable than he'd expected. Then he'd stuck around for a few hours at Foster's having dinner and shooting the breeze. It had become a habit for them to hang out if Foster was home when Dutch arrived to pick Hazel up. Hazel hadn't even complained when he'd announced it was time for them to leave, especially since she would be back at Foster and Becca's in the morning. So far, the Hazel sitting had been going great. Dutch felt it was a good experience for his girl to have an older role model, and she and Becca seemed to be getting along well. Tonight, after his shift, Dutch had stopped and gotten pizzas from the kiln. Might as well take advantage of his employee discount before heading over to pick up Hazel. Foster had admitted he didn't really enjoy cooking, except for barbecue, and this was one thing Dutch could do for him. The pizza had been met with cheers from Hazel and Becca and a bright smile from Foster. Dutch really liked making Foster smile. One day soon he planned to cook dinner for Foster, and Becca, if she wanted to join them. After growing up eating canned soup and dried ramen, there was nothing Dutch enjoyed more than a home-cooked meal. Working with Danny in the Broach kitchen, he was expanding his repertoire on a daily basis. They'd eaten the pizzas outside, sitting around the table overlooking Foster's backyard. Hazel had bolted down 2 huge pieces before asking to be excused so she could keep working on the fairy houses she and Becca were building. Apparently, fairy houses were a thing. Who knew? After Becca followed Hazel inside, he and Foster had stayed outside, talking about their respective days, and it felt so fucking normal and right. Dutch didn't want summer to end, because then he wouldn't have a reason to talk to Foster almost every day. At least he had until Becca left for Eastern before he had to figure out more childcare. Toward the end of the evening, Foster looked at him, and there was something different in his expression. Something Dutch couldn't put his finger on. What? He'd swiped at his cheek. Do I have something on my face? Foster shook his head, smiling. Nothing. Your face is fine. Dutch snorted. I don't even think my mother liked my face, but that's a story for another day. He glanced at his phone. It was later than he hoped. Hazel and I need to get going. On their way out the door, Foster tried to give him cash for the pizza. Dutch had frowned at him. Keep your money. Put it toward that sport chair or something else Becca needs for school. Foster had rolled his eyes, but stuffed the $20 bill back into his pocket. See you tomorrow morning. Nodding as he followed Hazel to his car, Dutch agreed. Yep, bright and early. Still thinking about Foster, Dutch stepped across the hall to his bedroom, stripping off his shirt and jeans in favor of a worn sweatshirt and cotton sleep pants. He set his phone on the nightstand and stood next to his bed for a moment. He was tired, but he wasn't ready for sleep. In all honesty, if he hadn't had the breakfast shift in the morning, he wouldn't have minded staying longer at Foster's. He and Foster could have kept shooting the breeze, maybe have a couple beers, and... He stumbled, his thoughts twitching around an invisible obstacle as he headed back out to the living room. And what, Dutch? What do you want?
He wasn't one to lie, not even to himself. He wanted Foster Jennings in the worst way. Maybe the best way? In any case, these feelings weren't subsiding. Every time he saw Foster, what he felt was stronger and more difficult to resist. Fucking hell, dude. You've never even kissed a guy. Even if he had sort of talked about it with Danny. Was he really just now discovering his bisexual self, or was it something special about Foster? And shouldn't he be freaking out a little more? Mostly he wanted to know whether what he felt was real, and if it was possible that Foster might also be interested. He'd been kind of courting Foster, in small ways like Danny had suggested, wondering if he'd get a hint of some kind that it was working. Seriously little things, mostly with food, like taking pizza tonight. He'd made empanadas one night last week and had given the extras to Foster the next morning when he dropped Hazel off. There'd also been extra lasagna and extra chili. Subtle, Dutch was not. At least he hadn't bought Foster flowers. Would Foster like flowers? If so, he wondered what kind. And what the hell was going on inside his brain? He wasn't attracted to Danny, or Soren Jorgensen, or, God forbid, the massive ex-police detective who'd come back to the island and claimed Sheriff Dempsey. But a little voice insisted, it's not as if you were looking. Foster is the one you look at. And Dutch was pretty sure that anyone watching him around Foster knew it. Maria, Foster's friend, sure did. He'd run into her at Chester's, and she'd given him a kind but broad and knowing smile. He had to figure this out. Feeling weirdly guilty but also determined to sort out his confusion, Dutch grabbed his off-brand laptop from where he'd left it on the coffee table and headed back to his bedroom. No matter how early he had to be up to get Hazel ready for the day and drop her off at Foster's before work, he needed to sort out whether the only man he was attracted to was Foster Jennings, or if other men did it for him too. Making sure his bedroom door was locked and the sound was turned low on his computer, Dutch lay back on his bed and did a quick search. He figured gay porn sites wouldn't be much different from straight porn ones, and he was right. But what he saw on the front page wasn't what he was looking for. At least, not yet. Biting his bottom lip, he typed, "straight to gay porn," into the search bar. Bingo. He and Ayla had been no-holds-barred when it came to sex, but right now he was looking for something kinder. Softer. Not the hole-pounding stuff he knew had to be out there. One video, jerking off in bed with a friend, had a lot of hits and seemed about Dutch's speed. He clicked on it, except the video that immediately started playing showed two completely naked, sexy younger men mid-fuck. His initial reaction was to skip past it, but the expression on the guy at the front's face stopped him. If he was acting, he was doing a very good job. Dutch's cock twitched, and he set the laptop to one side so he could watch it hands-free. The man's partner lay behind him, slowly fucking his cock into front guy's ass. Front guy moaned. His junk was right there, up close and personal, and Dutch could see how close the guy was to coming. His dick was flushed a dark red color, the veins prominent, as if he was barely holding it together. The kid behind him kept moving his hips back and forth, his cock sliding into and out of that ass, while he caressed his lover's body. Then, in a move that had Dutch reaching into his sleep pants to grasp his own cock, which was absolutely on board with what was going on, the kid doing the fucking twisted and latched on to one of front guy's nipples. A spasm of awareness shot through Dutch's chest. He could totally imagine that. And when he did, he imagined Foster doing it to him. With his free hand, he reached underneath his sweatshirt and began to tweak his own nipple while sliding his fist up and down his dick. The top must have been sucking pretty hard. The bottom's eyes rolled up, and, like Dutch had, he reached down to stroke himself as he pushed his ass onto the other guy's cock, demanding to be fucked harder. Faster. "Holy shit," Dutch whispered, his hand moving on his cock while he pinched his own nipple. Dutch and the guy on the screen came at the same time. Orgasm ripped through him without mercy.
but he kept pumping himself until he couldn't stand it anymore, imagining throughout that Foster was there with him. "What fucking genie have I released?" he muttered as he dragged oxygen into his starved lungs. He grabbed some tissues off his nightstand and cleaned up, feeling more than a little guilty that he'd jerked off to Foster's image in his head not once, but twice now. But the question he'd had was answered. He was definitely bi. Maybe Foster was the one who'd woken him up, and the man Dutch knew he wanted, but he, Dutch Schumacher, was bisexual. Now what was he going to do with that information? His phone vibrated on his nightstand. Shutting the laptop lid, he rolled over to pick it up. Foster. "What are you up to?" Dutch squeezed his eyes shut. The guy was killing him. Opening his eyes again, he typed, "Dutch, just hanging out watching bad videos?" Such a lie. He was surprised he wasn't struck by lightning. Dutch stared at the dots as they moved back and forth across his screen. Eventually, Foster replied, and it surprised the shit out of Dutch. "Foster, are you awake? Could I come over? Stop by, whatever?" Dutch was starting his reply when another text came from Foster. "Foster, how stupid. Of course you're awake." Dutch, "Yes, I am awake, and yes, you can come over." Foster, "Okay, 15 minutes. That was good because it gave Dutch time to throw away the tissues and take a shower so Foster wouldn't smell cum on him. Foster gave him a sheepish smile when Dutch opened the door. "Thanks for letting me, just invite myself over," he said as Dutch stepped back to let him inside. "It's my pleasure." The words made his cheeks heat up. Christ, how was he going to keep it together around this man? "Do you want a beer? Water? I might have some wine." "Or you could ravage me." Foster cocked his head, thinking. "A glass of wine actually sounds good. I have a bottle of Prosecco I've been saving for a special occasion." "Have a seat. I'll grab it and a couple glasses." Was this a special occasion? They'd seen each other only an hour ago and presumably would again in the morning. "Who knew you'd be a wine guy?" Foster said in a joking tone as he plopped down on the couch. "I know, right?" Dutch laughed as he headed into the kitchen, where, hopefully, he could get control of himself. "There's probably a rule that guys with tattoos aren't supposed to drink sparkling wine." He pulled the bottle from where it had been sitting at the back of the fridge for months. He'd bought it on a whim and then felt weird about drinking it alone. "You sure we won't wake up Hazel?" Foster asked when Dutch returned with the wine and 2 glasses. Dutch snorted. "That girl sleeps like the dead. I think it's because she has to repower for the next day's shenanigans. I admit, though, that I was lucky. Once she got over the colic, she started sleeping through the night, and it stayed that way. Except for a period just before moving out of Portland. But Dutch didn't want to think about that. "You want to pop it?" He held the bottle out to Foster. "No, I am no good at that kind of stuff. More likely to put my eye out. Or yours." Dutch nodded. "Then you'd be forced to perform first aid on me." Foster winked at him. Might not be such a bad thing." What did that mean? Dutch's heart skipped a beat. Quickly, and without putting his or Foster's eye out, Dutch uncorked the bottle and poured them each a glass, trying, and failing, not to think about Foster doing anything anywhere close to his person. If he'd felt like this about Foster back when he'd had that panic attack, he probably really would have died, from embarrassment. Pretending he wasn't blushing, Dutch set the bottle back down and lifted his glass, holding it out toward Foster's. "To new friends." Foster stared at him a beat longer than Dutch liked before he clinked his glass against Dutch's. "To new friends." They both sipped, and as usual, Dutch found himself distracted by Foster's elegant throat, the way it moved when he swallowed. Friends, he reminded himself. Friends, friends, friends. If he said it enough, maybe his brain would get the memo. "Can I ask you a question?"
His mouth betrayed him, and his damn cheeks turned molten. So what brought you over tonight? Fuck. Foster placed his glass on the coffee table, then turned and plucked Dutch's glass from his hand and set it down as well. His blue-green eyes were brilliant with an emotion Dutch was scared to try and define. "What was your question?" he asked. Dutch shut his eyes, feeling as if he were 12 again and had finally managed to run into Natalie MacDonald at the park, where he'd been lurking every day for 2 weeks, and they'd stood there for 10,000 years before she'd asked him if he wanted to kiss her. "I watched a gay porn video before you texted." Foster's eyes widened, but not with distaste, not at all. "And?" Dutch mentally flailed around. This conversation was his fault. It was just that all this stuff had been taking up most of his available brain space for the past few weeks, and now it seemed to be refusing to stay put inside his head where it belonged. I was surprised. I think I'm pretty sure I'm bi. Yep. He blew out a puff of air, knowing he didn't sound cool or nonchalant at all. Foster was watching him closely, probably worried Dutch was going to burst into flames or have another panic attack. "Is it okay if I ask what brought this on?" Dutch shut his eyes for a second, then opened them and sought Foster's gaze again. Foster was safe. Foster was a good person. Foster would understand, and they'd have a laugh. Everyone on the island knew how beautiful he was and how people fell at his feet on a daily basis. "I'm really attracted to you." There. He'd said it. Blurted it. But then he remembered what Danny had said about how it had to be more than that. Maybe, for Foster. "I think I like you. I know I like you. A lot." Foster lifted his hand and rested his index finger on Dutch's lips. "Hush," he said kindly. "I like you a lot too. I'm pretty sure I'm more than like you." The next few things seemed to happen in slow motion. Foster moved his finger and leaned in, replacing the finger with his lips, pressing them against Dutch's. Dutch was so scared he'd do something wrong, he sat still as a statue for a few heartbeats. Foster's lips were soft, and he hadn't shaved, so Dutch felt the light brush of his stubble. It didn't turn him off at all. Foster was kissing him. Really kissing him. Then Dutch was kissing Foster back. Foster Jennings, holy fuck. He didn't know what to do with his hands. Should he touch Foster? Should he not? Foster smiled against his mouth and, without breaking the kiss, grasped Dutch's flailing hand and placed it behind his neck. Foster's neck. Dutch groaned. Being able to feel Foster's skin like this, with permission, had Dutch's entire body on fire. Even though he'd come less than an hour ago, his dick was springing back to life. He scooted closer, wrapping one ankle around Foster's calf like a vine or a pesky weed. He lost track of time. Not sure how long they sat on the couch making out like a couple of teenagers, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. Kissing Foster was even better than his imagination had led him to expect. "Foster," Dutch whined, wanting the other man to read his mind and strip him naked. "What do you want, Dutch?" Dutch drew back enough to see Foster in the dim light of the living room. "I want everything. What I really want tonight, though, is to be naked with you and find out what you like. His cheeks heated. "I want more. But I'm not quite sure I'm ready, and I don't want to push you." That gorgeous smile was going to be the end of him. "So," Foster began, staying close, "we probably need to clear up a few things. I'm demisexual." "I know what that means." Dutch blushed. "Danny and I talked about it." "Do you know, it doesn't mean I don't like to have sex. I just only have sex with people I care about deeply." "Oh?" The word came out as the barest whisper. Foster speared him with his gaze.
I care deeply about you." Dutch wasn't sure if his heart was going to explode from happiness or if he was going to orgasm just from Foster's words. Never in his life had Dutch let his barriers down enough to allow a partner, not even Ayla, to say that to him, much less allow himself to reciprocate. "Me too. I care about you a lot." He caressed Foster's cheek. "Really a lot. It's ludicrous, but I'm pretty sure I might have gone and fallen in love with you. It's not ludicrous. I feel the same way." Extricating himself from Dutch's legs, Foster got up from the couch and held his hand out. "Can we take this to your bedroom? I want to strip you out of those sleep pants and be the one to make you come. Not some porn video. Yes, please." Somehow they made it into Dutch's room without making much noise. His bed was still rumpled from earlier, and his laptop sat on the coverlet. Foster picked it up and set it aside. "I don't think you'll be needing that." Dutch found himself smirking. "Are you jealous of a laptop?" Foster stalked toward him. "Maybe I am. God, ever since you wore those damned cowboy boots to Becca's graduation, I've had this fantasy about seeing you wear them and nothing else. But tonight, I'll settle for just nothing." Seeing Foster all wound up for him was something Dutch had never imagined. "Lift your arms," Foster commanded. Dutch obeyed, and Foster quickly pulled his t-shirt over his head and then kneeled and stripped Dutch's sleep pants down to his ankles. Dutch's cock, which had fully recovered from earlier, pointed directly at Foster's plush lips. Foster looked up at him through his lashes. The look was extremely X-rated, and when his tongue darted out and flicked against the head of Dutch's cock, Dutch had to count backward in his head to try and slow himself down. Foster stood back up. He was still fully clothed, and Dutch needed that to change. Before he could take charge, though, Foster started talking again. "See, Dutch..." He placed his hand at the middle of Dutch's chest, pushing him to sit down on the bed. "I have a theory. Lie back, please." Dutch lay back, feeling exposed but also so aroused he let his hand drift down to massage his balls. Foster eyed him but didn't tell him to stop. "I have this theory that you're a tough guy on the outside, but a kitten in the bedroom. And me?" He ripped off the PIFD t-shirt he'd been wearing, and Dutch was finally able to take in his sculpted abs and flat, penny-like nipples. Then Foster pushed his cargo shorts and underwear down, kicking them off to the side before placing one knee on the bed. His cock was fully erect, swinging a bit as he moved closer. Dutch had time to notice that Foster's cock curved in a perfect arc toward his stomach. "I am not a kitten in bed." His words were a sensual purr that had Dutch teetering on the edge. "You're a sweet EMT on the outside, but a wild animal on the inside," he rasped out. "Is that what you're telling me?" "That," Foster growled as he knee-crawled across the bed, close enough to lay his body partially across Dutch's and press him into the mattress, "is exactly what I'm telling you." Leaning in, Foster kissed Dutch again, and this time he wasn't tentative. This time he claimed him, possessed him, sweeping his tongue into Dutch's mouth as he reached down to fondle Dutch's cock. Foster tasted spicy, like maybe he'd been drinking that tea he liked before coming over. Dutch had thought he might hesitate if or when another man touched him, but no, he arched into Foster's caress, needing everything, wanting everything Foster would give him. Foster was right. Dutch wasn't quite ready to be fucked, but he knew he wanted it eventually, and Foster was who he wanted it with. Spreading his legs as far apart as he could, Dutch let Foster have his way with him. It was freeing to have someone else take the lead. Not that Dutch wasn't reciprocating. His hands were busy reveling in every inch of Foster's bare skin he could reach, caressing and just feeling him. "Here," Foster murmured, adjusting himself so his cock was accessible. Dutch wrapped his fingers around it and was rewarded with a quiet moan. He liked that. A lot. Foster rocked into his hand and kept kissing him. "Jesus, Foster." Dutch thrust upward,
too aroused to think. "Dutch," Foster groaned, rolling off him. Before Dutch could protest, Foster said, "Turn onto your side." Dutch moved so they were lined up, cock to cock, lips to lips. Foster wrapped his fingers around both their cocks and slicked them up with pre-cum. Dutch watched their cocks slide back and forth against each other, catching and releasing. His balls throbbed, deep and hard. "I'm not going to last," he managed to say. "You're not supposed to," was Foster's reply. Between their bodies, Foster's hand moved faster and faster. Dutch arched his back, shoving his hips into Foster's body and hand. He tried to keep his eyes open because he wanted to witness Foster's ecstasy, but at the last minute, when orgasm was a freight train barreling down the tracks, his eyelids slammed shut. "Fuck Foster, oh my fucking God!" Foster grunted, and Dutch felt more warmth, Foster's cum, which made his own cock spurt again. Foster kept his hand on them, jacking them lazily until Dutch had to call Uncle. He shifted onto his back with a deep, satisfied sigh. "That was fucking incredible." He turned his head to gaze at Foster. "You are fucking incredible." Foster flopped onto his back, too. He was smiling. "Did I do okay?" Dutch asked as he reached to his nightstand for tissues and cleaned both of them up. He was going to need another shower. Tossing the tissue aside, Foster threw a leg over Dutch's thigh. "You are fucking awesome. I already knew that about you. I thought I'd be more freaked out, you know? But you and me..." He stared deep into Foster's eyes. They were a jade green now. "We work. It just feels right." "Yeah." Foster snuggled closer, his eyelids at half-mast. "I think so, too." Dutch was just about to wrap his arm around Foster and pull him closer when the quiet of the house was broken by a blood-curdling scream. "Shit!" He bolted up and yanked on his t-shirt and sleep pants before dashing into Hazel's room.
Foster. Late June. Foster listened to Dutch's soft murmurs as he comforted his daughter and wondered whether he should stay or leave. Would Hazel want to spend the rest of the night in Dutch's bed? Foster didn't want to leave abruptly, though. What they had was new and fragile. He didn't want Dutch to think he was ditching him. Not that he expected Dutch would think that. But still. Swinging his legs off the bed, he bent to grab his shorts and t-shirt. He grinned when he realized Dutch had grabbed Foster's PIFD shirt in his haste. After he dressed, donning Dutch's t-shirt, Foster picked up the dirty tissues and tossed them in the bathroom trash. Then he quickly washed his hands and ran his fingers through his hair, so it wouldn't quite have the "I just had incredible sex" look. When he looked presentable, he headed out to the living room to wait for Dutch. He was sitting on the couch flipping through messages and emails on his phone when Dutch emerged from Hazel's room. "She's back to sleep now," he said quietly. "She hasn't had nightmares in a long time. Not since we moved here, but the last month or two they've started up again. Maybe it's change? Or growing pains?" Foster stood up, tucking his phone into a side pocket. "I should get going and let you get some sleep. We both have to work tomorrow." Dutch pouted. "Damn cute on such a gruff man. What if I'm not ready for you to leave?" He passed a hand across his bald head. "But yeah, you probably should, because if you're here when Hazel wakes up, it'll be 20 million questions." "I don't mind 20 million questions," Foster said, "but I figure we might not want to surprise her. Kids are funny sometimes." "Yeah, I guess." Foster smiled and stepped close enough to feel Dutch's body heat and smell what they'd just done. It was fucking sexy, and it gave him many ideas for the future. Keeping eye contact, he leaned in, pressing his lips to Dutch's. He meant it to be a quick goodbye, but Dutch wrapped a strong hand around the back of his neck, keeping him in place. Eventually, they had to come up for air, and as much as he didn't want to, Foster moved away again.
I have the day shift tomorrow, 7 to 5-ish. I should be home when you come by for Hazel. Why don't you plan on staying for dinner?
You don't have to twist my arm.
I won't twist your arm, but possibly other things.
Dear God.
Dutch jammed a hand into his sleep pants and adjusted himself.
I need to figure out how many sleepovers I can justify.
Bring my shirt when you come. Come over, I mean. Dutch looked down at himself and released a quiet but agonizing groan.
Dude, you're killing me.
He started to reach for the hem of the t-shirt, pausing when Foster shook his head and stepped close enough he could feel the heat of Dutch's body again. No, Foster rasped. Don't give it back to me now. I like the idea of you wearing my clothes. With those parting words and a too quick bus across Dutch's lips, Foster departed. His drive home was quick, and he couldn't keep the foolish grin off his face. Luckily for him, Becca was asleep, so he was able to get to his room without his own version of 20 questions. When he texted Dutch earlier, he hadn't intended for anything physical to happen. After all, he was a sloth when he came to relationships. But the question that was Dutch had been distracting Foster for days. Weeks. A couple of months, if he was honest. But for sure since Becca's graduation. That had been the turning point. He'd been thinking Dutch might be attracted to him. It was something in how Dutch looked at him and blushed, and recently Dutch had been doing little things to take care of Foster, which he hadn't realized until Becca pointed it out, but whatever. Like bringing him homemade meals, empanadas that melted in his mouth. The damn wondering had become a loop in his head that he couldn't get away from, and he'd finally caved and texted. The plan had been to have an adult conversation with Dutch. If he'd been reading Dutch wrong, Foster had felt they were good enough friends to set the conversation aside, and maybe in 5 years they'd have a good laugh. Instead, Dutch had confessed about the porn, and Foster, well, in a very un-Foster manner, he'd lost control of the narrative and they'd ended up in bed. And as far as Foster could tell, Dutch was on board. The little pout when Foster said he needed to go home had been icing on the cake. Foster twisted around and punched his pillow into a more comfortable shape. Then he lay back with his hands clasped over his chest and shut his eyes. Visions of a burly, bald-headed man chasing him into sleep. "What's got you smiling today?" Meredith asked the next day as she poured herself a glass of water. Mentally, Foster rolled his eyes. His partner meant well, but she wasn't going to be happy when she learned he had ignored her advice or the warning she'd given him about Dutch. "Life is good. That's all." Meredith crossed the room and leaned against the table where Foster was working on a crossword puzzle. He looked up at her and frowned. "What?" he asked. "Just spit it out." She took a sip before answering. "I did a little poking around into your friend Dutch." Foster banged the pen he was using down next to the crossword book. "Damn it, Meredith! I told you I don't care. Dutch is a good person. One of the very best people I know. I do not care about his past. From what he's told me, I know it was hard. And if he wants to tell me more, he will, in his own time. If he doesn't want to share it with me, I'm fine with that too." "I think he was a member of a motorcycle gang." He rose from his chair. "Are you even listening to me?" Foster was almost shouting, and he hardly ever raised his voice. Meredith straightened. "Foster, I only checked because I can tell from how you talk about him that you're getting attached. I'm your friend. I don't want you getting hurt." Hands on his hips, Foster stared up at the ceiling of the break room. Breathe in, breathe out. He knew her interference was well-intentioned, but he didn't have to like it. "His tattoos are from a known motorcycle club," she continued. "Not a nice one. Not the kind that raise money for kids who have cancer. They are drug runners, weapons traffickers, and likely worse. And he lives here now.
He told me he moved to Piedras to get away. He's raising his daughter. He drives a fucking Honda. He doesn't have a chopper or whatever they call them. Give it a break." He took another deep breath before continuing. "Meredith, I consider you a good friend, but you need to back off on this. I live my life. You live your life. If I make a mistake, that's on me." "Okay." She raised her hands. "I get it. You're right. I'm sorry." She appeared contrite, but Foster wasn't ready to let this go. It took a lot for him to lose his temper. He didn't like anger, but his blood was boiling. "I'm really upset with you." "I can tell. I'm really sorry. Just promise me you'll leave it. No more poking around. Dutch moved here to start a new life with Hazel. He doesn't need anyone, not even me, knowing what he left behind him." "I promise." Foster hoped she was telling the truth. He wanted to believe her, but after she'd already gone behind his back, he wasn't sure. Luckily for Foster's blood pressure, and for that of the initially worried parents, they were soon called to a private beach where a teen had been in the water too long. Many vacationers didn't understand how cold the waters here were and how quickly a person could become hypothermic and unresponsive. The girl had been pulled from the water by the time they parked next to the fire truck. Devin was dripping wet. He'd obviously been the one who'd gone in after her. Not for the first time, Foster regretted that Dwayne Cooper, who used to provide marine emergency response services, had turned out to be a low-life criminal and gotten himself killed, and the sheriff's department still hadn't found the budget to replace him. Foster kneeled on the rocky beach next to the teen. "How are you feeling?" She stared at him, unblinking. Her lips were blue, which wasn't a good sign, but at least she was shivering. That meant the hypothermia wasn't too severe. Devin and his team had wrapped a thermal blanket around her, but if she was having trouble warming herself up, Foster and Meredith would need to take her in. "Can you tell me your name?"
Sarah,"
she finally answered through chattering teeth. "Good, Sarah. My name's Foster, and I'll be your flight attendant today. Can you stand up for me? We'll get you over to the magic bus and see about warming you up. My partner Meredith is getting some heating packets ready for you." Foster helped Sarah to her feet. He did most of the work. She leaned heavily on him as they made their way to the boat ramp where the bus was parked. A woman wearing a floppy white hat and a skimpy one-piece swimsuit followed them to the ambulance. Several more teens and 3 adults were huddled together at heavy wooden picnic tables that had seen better days. As Foster passed by them, there was a titter of teenage giggles, and he heard one of them say something along the lines of, "He can rescue me any time."
"Is she going to be okay?"
the woman asked.
"Meredith is going to take Sarah's temperature.
If it's too low, we'll need to take her in and get her warmed up at the hospital. Let Doc Soper take a look at her. Are you renting one of the houses here?" She nodded. "Send someone up to make a warm drink, tea or something, even just hot water." Foster watched the woman pick her way over to the rest of their group, and then one of the other adults jogged up the long staircase to, presumably, their rental. Foster had Sarah sit on the bumper while Meredith took her temperature. 94, she said. "You must have been swimming a long time." Sarah nodded.
We were playing Marco Polo."
"That sounds fun." He noted that her shivering had slowed a little and her lips weren't quite as blue. The man who'd been sent up to the house returned carrying a thermos and breathing hard. "Here, it's hot chocolate." Foster smiled at him. "Thanks, I bet that will go down well." To Sarah, he said, "Here you go. Take it slow." After talking with Doc Soper and noting that Sarah's color was slowly returning, they decided she didn't need transport. By the time they packed up and Meredith backed the bus up the boat ramp, Sarah's core temperature had risen to 95. Her body was doing what it was supposed to. "I'd stay out of the water for a few days, though. You don't want that happening again," Foster had said before leaving. "It's just going to be beach games and barbecue from here on out," the mom had assured them.
"Hey, bro."
"How was your day?" Becca asked from the couch when he came in the front door. Gorp popped up from his bed on the floor and came to greet Foster, tail whipping back and forth. "Good. Pretty quiet. Treated someone for hypothermia." "What's that?" asked Hazel, who was sitting next to Becca with a book in her hands. "It's when you get too cold and your body can't warm you up." "Oh." "I'm going to shower and light the grill. Dutch is staying for dinner." "Am I staying for dinner too?" Hazel asked. "Of course you are," Becca assured her with a grin. "Okay." Hazel looked at Becca and pointed at the book. "What's this word?" While Becca refocused her attention on Hazel, Foster headed to his bathroom to shower. He was out on the deck, hovering over the grill, when he heard the squeak of the side yard gate just as Gorp announced Dutch's arrival. He closed the lid and peered over the railing. "Hey there," was the best greeting he could come up with. Dutch smiled up at him, the crinkles at the corners of his eyes popping. "Hey back. I spotted Hazel and Becca through the window and thought I'd sneak in this way. Maybe we can have 2 minutes of peace. Doubtful, but we can try. Chill, Gorp." Gorp whined as he almost stopped wiggling. Dutch started up the stairs next to Becca's ramp, but Foster held up a hand. "Wait there." Foster turned the grill down before jogging down the stairs to meet Dutch. They stared at each other without saying anything for a long moment. "You okay?" Foster asked, triple checking. "I've never been better," Dutch replied, stepping into Foster's space and hooking his fingers into the belt loops of Foster's shorts to tug him even closer. "I've never been more sure about anything. Except Hazel." They stared into each other's eyes like they were in some kitschy afternoon drama. Foster never knew who moved first, but their lips touched, and they were kissing again. Dutch was maybe an inch or so taller than he was, and bulkier, but they fit perfectly together. Foster never wanted to stop. It was Dutch who managed to pull away. "Unless you're ready for the kid convo now, we better take a time out." His stomach rumbled. "Plus," he said sheepishly, "I'm starving." Voice of reason, I don't like it. But no, I am not quite ready for the kid convo, even though I'm almost certain Becca is already on to us. He turned and started back up the stairs, running his tongue across his lips to savor that last hint of Dutch. "She is?" Foster nodded. "Yep, not much gets past her." Dinner was a form of self-inflicted torture. Hazel insisted on sitting next to Dutch, which meant Foster sat across from him, and their knees kept brushing against each other. Accidentally or otherwise, it was driving Foster wild, and from the twinkle in Dutch's eyes, he suspected the contact was intentional. There would be payback. When they were done eating, Dutch insisted on helping clean up. They worked companionably in the kitchen, washing the dishes and putting things away while Hazel watched Animal Planet in the living room and Becca texted with Ash about their plans for the upcoming 4th of July weekend. It was so close to normal, so what Foster wanted forever, that he had to swallow a lump in his throat. Finally, there was no excuse for Dutch and Hazel to stay longer. Foster walked them out to Dutch's car and waved as they backed out of the driveway. Becca was in the living room when he returned to the house. She gave him a look, the one that said he was as thick as a stump. "You guys can kiss in front of us. Geez, it's not like we don't already know you're into each other." A dramatic sigh escaped him. "Both of you?" Becca nodded. "I told Hazel we need to be patient, and you two will tell us when you're ready. And this is you being patient?" She shrugged and laughed. "This is me being helpful." Foster rolled his eyes, wondering whether Dutch was being interrogated during his drive home. He suspected the answer was a resounding yes. "I'm going to watch TV in my room. I'll see you in the morning." A soft snicker followed him down the hallway.
Dutch. Early July. "Dad?" Hazel said from the back seat. They were just passing through Killigan's Point, cured for Hazel, but decided against it. Hazel was sleepy, and it was beach camp day tomorrow.
The day after would be Dutch's lone day off that week. With the 4th of July holiday looming, the resort was running at full capacity.
Yes, Hazel?
Do you like Foster?
Why did that feel like a trick question? Because his daughter was tricky. That's why.
Yes, of course I like Foster.
He's my friend.
And yours too.
There was an audible sigh from behind him.
Dad, I mean, like him. As a boyfriend.
She uttered the words with such an obvious verbal eye roll that he almost laughed, except he couldn't breathe. For the love of all that was holy, why had his daughter asked that question? He wasn't prepared. Yes, he liked Foster. He definitely liked Foster. As a boyfriend, and more. But weren't there rules? About going slow? Taking their time? Letting both Becca and Hazel get used to the idea? Why did he suddenly have the feeling Hazel and Becca were miles, no, light years ahead of him and Foster? He spotted a shadow moving along the side of the road up ahead and tapped the brakes. A deer stepped out onto the roadway. Its head was turned toward them, and its soft black eyes seemed knowing, as if it too knew that Foster and Dutch were a thing.
Look,
he said, there's a deer.
I think I'd like having 2 dads,
Hazel announced, completely ignoring the gorgeous animal. If he managed to get home without causing an accident, he was going to call it a win. He also hated, in that moment, that he'd pledged to always be honest with Hazel. After growing up in Gunner's house, where innuendo was considered communication, he'd never wanted that for his girl. Currently, he was regretting that choice.
That's great to know, Bug.
He kept hoping to sidetrack her.
When we get home, you need to get in the bath right away. Beach camp starts early tomorrow, and you'll want a good night's sleep.
Please let her not have a nightmare again tonight. He didn't know if it was exhaustion, the excitement of starting 3rd grade in the fall, or random bad luck, but the nightmares were keeping them both from a decent night's sleep. The next morning, when Dutch arrived at the resort, it took Danny about a half a second to figure out something had happened between him and Foster. Apparently, like Gorp, Dutch had no chill whatsoever. It was a damn good thing that yesterday had been Danny's day off. At least the beard burn had faded.
Meeting time,
Danny said pointedly when he laid eyes on Dutch. He carefully set down the knife he was wielding and turned to lead the way to the delivery door.
Raffi, don't burn down the kitchen.
Raffi cringed and stared after Danny's departing figure, his eyes wide with apprehension.
You'll be fine.
We'll be right back, Dutch assured him before following his friend outside. Danny had chosen a spot in the sunshine and was leaning one shoulder against the siding. Not menacing at all. Dutch often thought it was a good thing that Danny had chosen the kitchen instead of a life of crime.
Spill.
Am I that obvious? Danny shook his head. Not really, but you're a close friend and I see you almost every day. So, spill. Dutch looked up at the clear blue sky. No clouds in sight. And then back at Danny. Foster came over the other night. And? He made a keep-talking motion with both hands.
And, Christ, Danny-o, one thing led to another, and you know.
He wasn't saying it. Danny was just going to have to figure it out. A broad, knowing grin stretched across Danny's face. It was good? Nobody freaked out? Meaning Dutch, of course, but it was nice of Danny to include Foster as well. It was incredible. And I'm still not freaking out, which has me freaking out, if that makes sense. From the road came the ear-splitting roar of a Harley, maybe more than one, speeding past the resort. He so did not miss bikes, and hearing them still made him edgy. It totally makes sense, Danny said once the sound died away. Foster's good with it too? I mean, I assume he is.
Yeah.
Dutch grinned. And Hazard. On the way home last night, she informed me she thought she'd like having 2 dads. Danny caught Dutch's eye, and they both started to laugh, earning a startled caw from a Steller's jay that had been poking around in the shrubbery. They watched it fly off in a huff as their laughter subsided to chuckles. Taking a breath, Danny straightened up and stepped over to clap Dutch on the shoulder. "All right, as long as you're good, lover boy." "Fuck off." Dutch flipped him the finger. "Dutch, Danny knows." He waited. "Foster, are you okay with that? Do you want me to call?" "Dutch, Hazel is still awake, so no. But yes, I am okay. We'd already talked about, Anyway." "Foster, you mean gay sex or me in particular?" "Dutch, both?" The reply came quickly. "Foster, Becca knows too." "Dutch, I kind of figured." He paused, debating whether or not to tell Foster about the two dads thing. Was it too soon? Would Foster feel pressured? Dutch didn't think so, but he wasn't savvy about negotiating relationships. "Fuck. The hell with it," he muttered under his breath. Not under his breath enough, though, because Hazel gasped from her spot on the couch where she was working on her summer reading. "Dad, you said bad words." "Sorry, Bug." "Dutch, Hazel told me she thought she'd like having two dads." He hit send and then hurriedly continued typing. "Dutch, sorry if that's too much. I thought it was kind of cute, but I did almost drive off the road." The little dots went back and forth for such a long time that Dutch worried it had been too soon to tell Foster what Hazel had said. Finally, his reply appeared. "Foster, it's not too much. I wouldn't have done what we did with you unless I was serious. It's just how my brain works. I'm serious about you, Dutch. You and Hazel." Dutch stared down at his phone, his heart soaring. The last time he'd felt anything like this was when Hazel was born. "Dutch, I'm serious too." Scary as fuck, but the truth. "Foster, I know you are." Hazel yawned so loudly her jaw popped, and Dutch realized it was past time to wrangle her into bed. "Dutch, I need to get Hazel into bed, and me too." "Foster, give her a hug from me." Gah, his heart. "Foster, I'll be thinking about you tonight, wishing my arms were wrapped around you." Damn, the man was killing him. How long would it be before they could spend nights together? Was it too soon to be thinking about forever? "Dutch, damn, it's going to be a long weekend." "Foster, maybe we can figure out a way to have a picnic between our shifts, or something." "Dutch, that sounds doable. Breakfast might work. I have late shifts after tomorrow, Tuesday." "Foster, breakfast Tuesday it is." He followed up with a bacon emoji and a bird. "Dutch, a bird?" "Foster, not just any bird. The early bird." Dutch fell asleep smiling and knowing that he was the luckiest man in the world.
Foster. Early July. Monday evening, Foster was wandering around the house, tidying up for the next day's breakfast. Was it stupid that he already knew the get-together would be the highlight of his week? His phone chimed from where he'd left it on the kitchen counter. He padded into the kitchen and glanced at the screen. "Dutch. You awake still?" "Foster. I'm here. What's up?" "Dutch. What do you think about telling Becca and Hazel about us tomorrow at breakfast? Make us official so Hazel will stop pestering me." Foster snickered, because he could imagine that Hazel was persistent. No, he didn't have to imagine. He knew she was. His finger hovered over the call button. Why was he hesitating? Putting a name on it, dating, was no big deal. He called. "Hey." Dutch's deep voice rolled across the line. "Hey, back." "Let me step outside. Hazel just went to sleep, and she could be faking it. The last thing I need is for her to know you're on the phone and get all excited. It's summertime.
Does it really matter what time she goes to bed?
It does if you want us there for breakfast before noon tomorrow. And besides, I want to talk with you without certain little ears listening in.
So, Foster stepped out onto the back deck. This way he would be looking at the same sky as Dutch, seeing the same stars as Dutch would when the sun finally set. Maybe in August they could all stay up and watch the Perseid meteor shower together.
Yeah,
Dutch prompted. He leaned against the railing. Gorp brushed against the back of his legs and trotted down to the yard. So you want to make this thing official, huh? He teased. That sounds serious.
You know I am serious,
Dutch growled. I do know. Foster reveled in the warmth blooming in his chest from the center of his heart. He heard a rustling sound across the connection and figured Dutch was sitting down in one of his hot pink patio chairs.
I'm not nervous about coming out or anything. Danny already knows, and half the staff at the resort are gay or bi. I'm already accepted. All I'm doing these days is thinking about you, Foster, and hoping that I can make you happy.
Now it was Foster who padded over to one of the deck chairs and sat down with a whump. The man was bringing him to his knees and wasn't even within touching distance.
I just have this stupid feeling that everything is going to come crashing down. It can't be real. This isn't me, Dutch Schumach, achieving ultimate happiness.
It's not going to come crashing down. But if it does, I'll be there to support you. To catch you. That's what being in a relationship is all about. Dutch snorted. So it's not all sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I know this will surprise you, but no. At least not in my book.
Then you're okay with telling Becca and Hazel?
I just have this stupid smile on my face most of the time these days, and people are going to start wondering if I've lost my cracker. Lost your cracker?
Missed the memo.
Lost a brick. A card short of a full deck, you know. I do know, and... Foster paused. This was big. Bigger than anything he had experienced in the past. Just so you know, I'm also walking around with a big smile on my face. They were both quiet for a moment. Foster glanced up at the sky. The stars were starting to blink on, one by one. A gentle breeze gusted up, and he could hear Gorp snuffling around below him. I wish I were there with you now, Foster admitted. I wish we weren't doing this over the phone.
Me too.
So much.
I should go back inside,
Dutch muttered.
Get ready for the morning. Try to get some sleep.
One of these days, soon, we're going to get to spend the night together, the whole night. Foster was rewarded with a long, low groan.
Damn, I want that. I want that so bad. Geez, Foster, you're making me hard, and all we're doing is talking on the phone.
He was half hard, too. Standing up again, he adjusted himself and wondered if he was going to do what he was thinking about doing, even though he knew by asking himself that the answer was yes. I think you need to go back inside. Go to your bedroom and lock the door.
Foster,
put the phone down on your pillow. Strip naked and lie down. Then I want to hear you pleasure yourself. I want to hear you gasp and moan as you get harder and harder. I want you to say my name when you come. Dutch was quiet for a second, and Foster wondered if he'd gone too far.
Fuck, I'd do it out here. I'm that hard already.
We don't need you arrested for indecency.
Right. Okay.
Lowering his phone, Foster whistled for Gorp. Time to go inside, buddy. Becca was nowhere to be seen, so Foster managed to get to his bedroom and lock the door without having to use a kitchen towel to hide his erection. He set his phone on his pillow, stripped down to nothing, and lay back on the bed. Are you there? Dutch whispered. Yeah, I'm here. Tell me what you're doing.
I'm laying back, like you said.
You're hard?
Fuck yes, so hard.
My balls are already tight, and I'm just, stroking the pole. Keep stroking.
Foster brought up an image of Dutch entirely naked, spread across the mattress, staring up at him, his knees bent and legs spread so Foster could see his cock, his balls, a glimpse of his ass. He began touching himself, softly at first, running the tips of his fingers up and back down his shaft. The caress sent a frisson of need up his spine. He wrapped his fingers around himself just as his hips bucked, forcing his cock through his fist. He'd been perfectly satisfied with his private fantasies for years, but now that Dutch had eased his way into Foster's life, Dutch was who Foster wanted for real. "I can hear you breathing," Dutch said. "Are you getting off too?" "I am," Foster gasped. "I keep thinking about what I want to do to your body. How I want to fuck you long and hard, but also soft and sweet." "I want that. What do you want, Dutch?" Foster's fist was moving faster now, every word Dutch said sending him higher. Dutch hesitated, and Foster wondered if he'd say it out loud. But then he did. "Our first time. I want it like this. On my back. I want to be able to see you. I want to feel you push inside me with your fingers, getting me ready." Foster began to suspect Dutch had made the time to watch more porn videos. Then Dutch grunted. "I want you to fit that cock of yours inside my ass, so I feel it." "Oh," Foster assured him, "you'll feel it. But I'm not going to hurt you. By the time I have you prepped for me, you are going to be begging to come already. But you're going to have to wait." There was a slapping sound and groans coming through the phone speaker, a little gasp of, "What? What are you doing now? Fingering myself? Imagining that my fingers are your cock?" Foster's cock jolted, and precum pulsed out of his tip. Sliding a hand between his legs, he began to roll his sack, sinking into the feeling of impending orgasm. "How?" he panted. "Do I feel inside of you? Good. Full, but not enough. I need more." This time there was a longer, louder groan. Foster's fist flew faster. He was about to reach the point of no return. He arched up off the mattress, wanting and needing more. "What now?" "Pinching a nipple. Fuck, it's like electricity straight to my dick. Fuck. Oh my God." Orgasm overtook Foster. His cock throbbed and pulsed in his hand as he fucked his fist. Cum dripped across his fingers, and he kept pumping himself and thinking that next time he and Dutch would be in the same bed. On the other end of the line, he heard Dutch panting, and he tried to catch his breath. "Holy cow, Foster. I sure hope I didn't accidentally wake up Hazel. So yeah," Foster huffed a laugh. "It's a good idea to tell the girls at breakfast. We'll see you in 8 hours. Foster." "Yeah?" "I'm so lucky. I want to keep talking, but I want tomorrow to come, so I need to go to sleep. See you in the morning." Foster ended the call and set his phone on his nightstand. Then he rolled out of bed and padded to his bathroom for a quick shower. The morning couldn't come soon enough. Dutch. Early to mid-July. "Daddy!" Dutch turned from where he was fussing over the French toast they were taking to Foster and Becca's house. Foster had protested that he would cook, but Dutch insisted that his was the best recipe for French toast in existence. Dutch had heard Foster's smile over their connection. "The best in existence. I guess I need to test it out." Since Dutch hadn't memorized the contents of Foster's spice collection, he was making sure to pack everything he might need. "Yes, Bug?" Hazel was waiting impatiently by the front door, her hands on her hips. "It's time for us to go." "I just need to put this in a container. We don't want it spilling in the car on the way over." The chala had marinated overnight in an egg mixture flavored with orange juice, a dash of rum, nutmeg, and clove, and Dutch always dusted the finished product with powdered sugar and his secret ingredient, coconut sugar, at the table. "Fine," she huffed. "They aren't going to start breakfast without us. Do you have everything you need for the day?" Generally, Hazel did not have everything she wanted when Dutch asked her this question. and he'd get another 5 minutes while she darted around the house, stashing random stuff in her backpack.
Yes.
She stomped her foot impatiently. Dutch hid his smile. It would not do for Hazel to realize he thought it was cute when she did that. He grabbed the lid for the tray of soaked overnight French toast and pressed it on, making triple sure it was secure. Then he checked that he had the things he needed for his day, like the shoes he usually wore in the kitchen. For this morning's breakfast, he'd decided to wear his cowboy boots, just for Foster.
"Okay, Bug, I think we're ready."
"We're going to be late,"
said the child who was world-renowned at dragging her feet in the morning and making Dutch arrive at work at the last minute.
"This is Foster and Becca. They're fine. They know we're coming."
"Did you text them?"
Dutch rolled his eyes, deciding to ignore her question. They were not late. As Dutch pulled into the driveway, the front door opened, and Foster stood there with a grin on his beautiful face.
"Foster!"
Hazel yelled while unbuckling herself from her booster seat and jumping out of the car. Dutch grabbed the tray of French toast, kicked the car door shut, and followed his daughter to the house. Hazel was already inside, but Foster waited for him and, when Dutch was close enough, leaned in and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Dutch's heart skipped a beat, not from nerves, but from the realization that he loved this man deeply. Capital L love. Dutch stared into Foster's guileless gaze. This morning his ever-changing eyes were the color of a summer lake, all green and blue at the same time. He opened his mouth and then shut it again, not knowing the words for what he wanted to say. "Me too," Foster agreed. "Me too." Inside, someone had set the dining room table, and there was even a bouquet of wildflowers arranged in a crystal vase sitting in the middle of it. As Dutch passed by, he noticed that the plates were fancy china, decorated with gold and blue flowers, not what they'd used when he was there in the past.
"Daddy, look!"
Hazel's eyes were wide. They didn't have good dishes at home, just plain old cheap white place settings from what big box store Dutch couldn't recall. "My folks' china," Foster explained. "I figured, why not? It hardly ever gets used, and this is a special occasion after all." Dutch shot him a smile, one he hoped conveyed how much this meant to him, how he couldn't believe they'd found each other, how much he never wanted this to end.
"The toast will only take a few minutes."
Dutch headed into the kitchen. He'd been there enough times, having dinner together after Hazel spent the day with Becca, or dropping Hazel off early and being invited in for coffee, to know where the pots and pans were stored, and that Foster complained about one burner that ran hot. Hazel, who'd already tossed her backpack down, raced past them to the back door and looked outside.
"Where's Becca?"
"She's in her room. Why don't you go say hi?" Foster said. Then he turned to Dutch. "Coffee?"
"God, yes.
I didn't get much sleep last night," he said with the most devilish grin he could muster. Foster returned an even more suggestive smile. "Huh? That's weird." "Neither did I."
"Don't start,"
Dutch warned in a whisper. "I cannot go to work with a hard-on." It really did take only 10 minutes for the French toast. Soon they were all sitting at the table, their plates piled with the toast and strawberries Foster informed them were from the farmer's market, and he'd bought enough for a pie. Gorp was lingering by Hazel's chair, hoping she'd accidentally drop a bite for him.
"I love pie,"
Hazel said dreamily. Taking a deep breath, Dutch reached for the orange juice and refilled everyone's glasses. He paused, made eye contact with Foster. Yes, they really were going to do this, and lifted his glass.
"Becca. Hazel."
Now everyone was looking at him. Foster smiled, his laugh lines on display, and suddenly Dutch didn't know what to say.
Dang, I practiced this, but really, what Foster and I want to tell you is that if it's okay with you two..."
Good God, he was so fucking this up.
"Hazel, Becca, what I mean is, Foster and I are seeing each other. Dating." Cicero he was not. A bright smile spread across Becca's face. She looked so much like her brother, except for the color of her eyes. It was easy for Dutch to tell she was happy for her brother, for both of them. Hazel stared at him. Her eyes narrowed. Dutch was surprised. After all her hinting, he thought she would be jumping up and down with joy.
"Does this mean Foster is going to be my dad, too?" she demanded.
Dutch turned to Foster, more than a little horrified and not having a clue how to answer Hazel's question. He figured he was sticking around as long as Foster would put up with him, but it was a big deal to make that particular commitment out loud when they'd only just officially started dating. Becca stepped in and saved them.
"They need time to really get to know each other, Hazel. Remember?"
Becca just officially became Dutch's favorite person ever. Moving her attention from Foster and Dutch to Becca, Hazel nodded thoughtfully.
"I just forgot,"
she said, picking up her fork and digging into her French toast. Okay, whatever that had been, Dutch planned on ignoring it for now. Sometimes, far too often, his daughter scared the crap out of him.
"This is really good, Dad,"
Hazel said around a bite of bread. "Don't talk with your mouth full," Dutch reminded her automatically.
"Okay,"
she said with her mouth full. Dutch rolled his eyes up to the ceiling and then looked to Foster, who was smiling. Dutch loved his smile. Too soon it was time for Dutch to leave for work. He wished with his entire soul that he could stay, but duty called.
"Dad, I'm going to help Foster with Mojo and Banjo today."
"Oh yeah?" he said as he looked around for his car keys. "That sounds like fun. Be sure to listen to Foster."
"We're going to teach them how to search and rescue."
"Well," Foster amended, "search, anyway." Dutch spotted his keys, pushed to the back of the kitchen counter. "It's time for me to go." "We'll see you later," Foster promised. "Hazel?" His daughter looked up at him. "Behave yourself today."
Foster. "Let's meet at the farmer's market." The announcement of them officially dating had been a week ago, and while Dutch was still waiting for everything to go wrong, so far it hadn't. Meeting at the market sounded like fun, and he'd get to be with Foster. It was a win-win situation.
"Dutch, we'll be there in 20 minutes. Just picking Hayes up from beach camp."
The Piedras Farmers Market was held on Wednesdays and Saturdays during the summer. There were all manner of delights. Obviously, there were vegetables, fruits, and berries, but vendors also offered homemade soaps and handmade clothing. A sheep farmer from Lopez had cheese and wool for sale. In the fall, she'd bring along a spinning wheel and demonstrate how to use it. There were several woodworkers. One of them carved bottle stoppers and other art from reclaimed and found wood. Even Dusty Strings, the shop that made custom musical instruments, had a booth with thumb pianos, ukuleles, and a few guitars for sale. This particular Wednesday, the market was busy with tourists looking for souvenirs and locals wanting the recently harvested fruits and veggies. Dutch found a place to park by the high school, and he and Hazel walked hand in hand toward where the city closed off Fern Street for the market.
"Dad, can we go to the petting place?"
Benny from Jewel Dairy brought goats for the kids to pet. The petting was free, but he asked for donations for the LGBTQ plus teen program his partner, Tegan, had started the summer before. Benny was a hoot, a smallish guy with a big smile and a bigger heart. Dutch had a hard time imagining boisterous Benny and serious ex-cop Tegan as a couple, but when Tegan smiled at Benny, Dutch knew they were for real. "If Benny's there, we will definitely stop by." And Dutch would drop $5 or $10 into the donation pot.
"I see Foster."
Hazel pointed down the hill. Even from a block away, and with the sun in his eyes, Dutch recognized his Foster. His heart skipped a beat, and he walked a little faster. When they reached Foster's side, Hazel grabbed his hand too, so she was between them. It felt so real and right, like an actual family, that Dutch had a hard time breathing for a minute. Hazel definitely was on board with them being a couple. She hadn't said anything more about Foster being her dad,
but Dutch knew she was thinking about it. Dutch's biggest worry was that he would do or say something wrong and Foster would realize what a bad bet he was. "Hey," Dutch said to Foster, wondering if he should kiss him, definitely wanting to. "Hey back." Hazel wriggled.
"Let's go see if the goats are here."
As slowly as Hazel would allow, they wound through the other market-goers, pausing at a few booths on their way to the Jewel Dairy goat enclosure and ice cream booth. Jewel usually set up somewhere along the perimeter of the market. As they passed by a booth festooned with brightly colored hand-dyed fabrics, Dutch was surprised to spot Ben Sutcliffe, the Brooch's efficient assistant manager, inside. A sandwich board near the front read "Soaps and Scents by Marigold." Dutch tugged Hazel and Foster in that direction, curious as to what Ben was doing there. Ben looked up as they approached. "Hey, you guys, and Miss Hazel." He was clearly not surprised to see Dutch and Foster together, or he was too polite to show it. Everyone who worked at Brooch seemed to know Hazel. Dutch wasn't entirely sure how that had happened, but it had. Even though he was only in his mid-20s, Ben had an air of a maturity about him that guests and Cody alike seemed to appreciate. Dutch wasn't sure if that stemmed from Ben's relationship with his mid-40s partner, Henry Carr, or if it was just how he was built. "I didn't know you had a booth here," Dutch commented.
"It's my mom's. I'm giving her a break so she can walk around and see what everyone's got today, and catch up on whatever gossip she missed recently."
"I didn't know Marigold was your mom."
Ben grinned. "You must be the only person on the island who didn't know. Marigold is a legend in her own time." "A legend?" Hazel gasped. "I want to be a legend, too."
"Believe me, you already are," Foster said wryly. They stayed for a bit, sniffing the soaps and then picking out a few to take home until Hazel couldn't stand it any more.
"Dad!"
She tugged on his hand and then Foster's.
"I want to see the goats."
"Oh, yeah." Ben gestured.
"I think Benny set up a row behind us, at the edge, by the parking lot."
Foster tucked the soaps into one of the pockets of his cargo shorts, and they made their way to the goats. As usual, there were lots of kids, human kids, clustered around the enclosure, quietly waiting their turn to visit the cute farm animals. Benny had strict rules and didn't allow his precious goats to get overwhelmed by too much noise. Personally, Dutch found goats to be pretty unflappable, but what did he know? The parents were off to the side of the pen, lined up for the limited edition ice cream flavors Benny and Kiara, Tegan's sister and business partner, brought to the market. The children were there for the baby goats and ice cream, if they were lucky and their parents shared with them. Dutch was very impressed by the empire Benny and the Morrisons had built up.
"Dad, can I go over by the fence and watch the goats?"
"Sure, Bug," Dutch told her. "Just stay where we can see you. Foster and I will go and wait in the ice cream line. Maybe there'll be some left by the time we get to the front," he teased.
"Okay."
They watched Hazel race across the grass to the metal fencing that kept the goats from escaping. Like the other kids there, she poked her toes in between the metal and climbed up so she could see better. It made no sense, since they could just look through the chain link, but Benny didn't seem to mind. "Can you see the flavors?" Foster asked. Dutch rose onto his toes, straining to see the whiteboard with the flavor listings, but he could only get a glimpse of it. "Looks like they have some kind of strawberry, at least."
"What did Benny call it this time?"
That was the thing. The names of the ice creams were almost better than the recipes themselves. For instance, a few months ago, the entire island had known when Tegan had done something to piss Benny off because the black licorice ice cream had been called T's Telltale Heart. They must have made up quickly because about a week later, Glitter Bomb Disco A-Go-Go hit the shelves. The flavors always sold out, leaving those who missed the chance to try them complaining for weeks. Jewel Creamery had a good thing going. A group of teenagers walked back up the line with dripping cones in their fists and pleased expressions on their faces. The line moved forward, and Dutch and Foster drew close enough to see the board clearly. "Somebody's been watching baseball," Dutch muttered. Wild Pitch, Curveball, and Changeup were the flavors listed. Wild Pitch was strawberry, rosemary, and white chocolate. Curveball was licorice and red pepper. That seemed like a weird combination, a cold threat that also had a hint of spice. But Dutch was intrigued. Change-up was hickory peach with bacon. His stomach growled in anticipation. That was the flavor he wanted. Or reading Quinn Ward's books, Foster said thoughtfully. This is Benny we're talking about. Oh. Dutch didn't know the name. Foster leaned in a bit closer, his whisper tickling Dutch's ear. He's a gay romance novelist. I've read all his stuff. Dutch eyed his boyfriend. Boyfriend. Surprised that people wrote gay love stories and other people read them. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he realized how stupid it was, and how much it reflected the very masculine and straight world he'd been brought up in. Based on the titles of those books, which flavor are you getting? Foster grinned thoughtfully. That's a hard choice, but curveball. All right. Dutch felt himself smiling, too. He couldn't help himself around Foster. I want change-up. Though there was no going wrong with Jewel dairy flavors. We'll get Hazel the strawberry. As they stood there, close enough that the backs of their hands brushed, Dutch allowed himself to bask in the pure wonder and ease of being with Foster. It was like finding the one jigsaw puzzle piece that led to all the others falling into place. They had more stuff to figure out, a few more pieces, but Dutch knew the hardest part was behind them. At least, he hoped it was. They moved up a couple more spots. Only 2 or 3 groups were ahead of them now. Kiara was running the booth with an employee, and it was always fun to listen to her banter. Kiara was sweet and nice, no matter how busy they were dishing out cold treats. Dutch was starting to waffle about the flavor he wanted. The strawberry sounded really good, when he heard a shriek. Seconds later, Hazel came barreling through the crowd to slam into him, wrapping herself around him like English ivy. He was about to admonish her for breaking Benny's no-yelling rule when he realized she was shaking, hard. Are you okay, Bug? Her blonde head nodded. Why the attack hug? Bending so he could lift her up, Dutch tucked her on one hip and tried leaning her out so he could see her face, but she stayed mashed into his neck, her grip vice-like. Guys? Kiara asked. You're up. We're next for ice cream, he told Hazel. Do you still want some? She nodded, her hair tickling his chin. It was then he realized she was crying. Foster, do you mind grabbing the ice creams while I try and figure out what's got Hazel upset? Maybe she'd missed her chance to pet the baby goats or something. Dutch stepped to the side of the booth with Hazel in his arms and crouched down so she was sort of balanced on his knee. Then he pried her arms from around his neck so he could see her properly. Her face was smeared with dust, and the tears tracking through the dirt made her look like an orphan out of a Dickens story. Baby girl, what is going on? A man talked to me. She hiccuped. First he said he was a friend, but then he said he wanted to make me go away. Said I ruined everything. I didn't like him. Oh, baby, Dutch breathed out, abruptly cold as ice despite the warm afternoon. He hugged her tighter, hard enough that she grunted. What did you do? She sniffled and wiped her arm across her nose. Dutch shuddered, but a wad of paper napkins appeared in his line of sight. Looking up, he saw Foster watching them with concern. I ran away. Good girl, Foster said. You remembered the stuff we talked about on Safety Day. We're really proud of you. What did the man look like? Do you remember? She scrunched up her face and darted a glance at Dutch. What, honey? You can tell us. At first I thought it was Daddy, but he had hair. That wasn't helpful at all, but it didn't matter. Dutch knew without being told who the man had been. Accepting the proffered napkins, he wiped the tears and snot from his girl's face. His own heart was hammering against his ribs hard enough that he felt a bit light-headed. Breathe, Dutch, Foster ordered, resting a hand on Dutch's shoulder, settling him with his quiet strength. Kiara Morrison burst from around the back of the booth and dashed to where they were huddled. She kneeled beside Hazel and Dutch, a cell phone gripped in her hand.
"I heard what Hazel said. Do you want me to call the sheriff?"
Hazel gazed up at Kiara with big eyes. This was the ice cream lady, whom she adored, coming to her rescue. The day trip her school class had taken to the island's boutique dairy was second only to Safety Day in Hazel's estimation. Dutch considered, watching Hazel's reaction. Maybe it was a tie. He shook his head. Calling the sheriff wouldn't do any good. Blaze would have already disappeared.
"My ice cream's going to get all melty," Hazel said with a sniffle.
Rising to her feet, Kiara held her free hand out to Hazel.
"How about all three of you come behind the booth? We have a picnic table set up back there, and you can sit and enjoy your ice cream for a few minutes where it's quiet."
"Okay,"
Hazel said with reverence, taking Kiara's hand and slipping from Dutch's hold. Kids were resilient, Dutch knew, but this was his kid. He did his best to tamp down the anger boiling in his veins. It would do Hazel no good for Dutch to lose his cool. He glanced around, but there was no sign of a burly blonde guy covered with tattoos. Blaze had melted into the eclectic crowd. The man had been Blaze Sinclair, Dutch had no doubt. But for the life of him, Dutch couldn't understand why. Why would Blaze approach Hazel? Why not confront Dutch directly? Dutch and Foster followed Kiara and Hazel around the corner of the booth and, thankfully, away from the curious though well-intentioned crowd that had gathered around them and were doubtless already spreading the news about what had happened. Foster was still somehow managing to balance the 3 ice cream cones, and he handed one to Dutch and the other to Hazel when they reached the table.
"I've got to get back inside," Kiara said. "You folks are welcome to hang out here as long as you need."
Dutch nodded. "Thank you." Hazel scooted onto the bench seat without dropping her cone, and Dutch perched next to her. Foster walked around and sat on Hazel's other side. As Kiara disappeared inside the tent, Dutch thought he heard her mutter something like, "If only Tristan were here." He wondered what she meant, but didn't have the bandwidth to follow up and ask. The 3 of them sat quietly for a few minutes, Hazel working on her cone and Dutch trying to keep from throwing up. He couldn't even bring himself to taste the ice cream. He knew it would be ash on his tongue.
"Daddy," Hazel admonished, "your ice cream is melting."
It was. The peach cream was melting fast, running down his fist. And Hazel was calling him Daddy because he was the one who was supposed to protect her, but he hadn't. He'd been distracted, his guard lowered. "My tummy hurts, Bug. I don't know if I can eat it." She eyed him as if a hurting tummy was the weirdest reason she'd ever heard for not eating ice cream. Foster wasn't eating either. Did he understand Dutch's fear, or was he horrified that Dutch's attention had slipped from Hazel long enough for a stranger to approach her? Was Foster realizing what a terrible father Dutch was? Dutch rose and strode across the grass to where a metal trash can sat next to the booth. He tossed his cone inside and then stayed there a second, needing to catch his breath because his anger was burning him to his bones. Foster came up beside him and tossed his ice cream away, too. "It's not your fault." And Hazel did exactly what she'd been taught. She screamed and ran away. "It's my fault." Dutch dragged air into his lungs so he didn't pass out. "I shouldn't have let her go over there by herself. I was selfish and wanted to be with you." Fuck, they were going to have to talk soon about his past, about the Velvet Devils and what Dutch had been before Hazel was born. But he didn't want to. He just wanted it to go away. "It wasn't your fault," Foster insisted. It felt like he had bees swarming his brain. Maybe that's why he opened his mouth and the truth spilled out. All of it. Everything about Ayla. About Blaze. About growing up in the fiefdom of the Velvet Devil's MC. What he'd done to survive as a child. What he'd done as an adult. When he finished vomiting information, he was surprised that Foster was still there, still standing by his side, still running a hand up and down his back.
See, this is my fault.
I don't see it that way. I heard you tell me a horrifying story about a little boy who had no support system and still survived and grew into a man who was strong enough to realize he didn't want the life he'd fallen into and brave enough to do something about it. Foster stared into his eyes. Probably you still feel a little guilty for leaving after everything this guy, Gunner, did for you. And it sounds like Blaze was almost a brother. Dutch stared down at his boots. Foster was perceptive. We need to talk to Hazel and see if she can tell us anything more about the man who approached her, Foster continued. Then we'll come up with a plan.
Why aren't you running away from me? Fuck, Foster, you should be running fast and far.
Foster shook his head, as if Dutch wasn't understanding something important. Glancing over to where Hazel sat, her face now half covered with ice cream, and back to Dutch, he murmured, I will never run from you, Dutch. That's not what happens when two people love each other. We stand together and solve this together. We protect Hazel together. How could Dutch get Foster to understand that the only people who had ever stood with him in the past were now the very people threatening Hazel? His kid seemed mostly back to her usual self, especially after Kiara poked her head out of the booth, saw Foster and Dutch talking, and invited her to help serve ice cream. You can kneel on a stool and tell me what people order. Kiara took in Hazel's face. I don't know if that messy face is a selling point or not, but alas, we won't be able to test the theory. I think the health department would want us to clean you up first. Can I, Dad? Hazel implored. Dutch nodded, the lump in his throat too hard to speak around. Kiara didn't know him, and here she was, giving Hazel something else to focus on besides the scary man.
Be a good girl, he managed. Listen to Kiara.
She bobbed her head up and down before following her new hero into the booth. Talk to me, Dutch. Tell me what else I need to know, Foster asked, tugging him back over to the picnic table. Dutch explained about the note he'd found over a month ago. When Hazel called 911?
Yeah.
Finding it felt like being hit by lightning. I panicked, and she called before I could stop her. Did you keep the note? Dutch shook his head. I threw it away. I couldn't stand it being in the house, and I didn't want Hazel to find it, so I ripped it into tiny pieces and tossed it in the outside trash. I would have done the same. He would have? Dutch's reaction wasn't abnormal. Even if I go to the sheriff's office and tell them I think it was Blaze who approached her, there's nothing they can do about it. The Velvet Devils would protect their golden boy. Blaze would already have an alibi. 20 men who would swear he'd been eating dinner in Portland or somewhere else far from Hidden Harbor. What are we going to do? Foster kept saying we, like everything was settled. Like he and Dutch were settled, and Dutch's trouble was Foster's trouble. Could Dutch believe that? What if Foster found out more about the things Dutch had done in the past? Would he still stand by his side then? Foster. Mid-July. Anxiety was Foster's companion, on and off, over the next few days. He and Dutch had already known their schedules were overloaded and packed with work, so spending much, if any, time together would be impossible. Initially he'd worried, after Hazel had some fun helping Kiara and they'd walked back to Dutch's car, that Dutch would shut him out. He'd been proved wrong. If the sheer volume of texts he'd received since Wednesday afternoon was any indication. But they hadn't talked about, only alluded to, what had happened at the market. Dutch had arranged for Hazel to spend the weekend with her friend Izzy. When Foster asked if he was worried about her staying there, Dutch had said Izzy lived in one of the island's gated communities, which meant her family was loaded and there was security overkill already in place. Blaze would have to make an effort. And while he is scary, he's also lazy, Dutch said.
And I told Stacy about what happened, so she won't let Hazel out of her sight.
Foster grabbed his cell phone from where he'd set it on the bedside table. Today he was partnered with Yuri instead of Meredith, because the higher-ups wanted to spread out the more experienced EMTs, which he understood, but also hated. On the other hand, it meant he wouldn't have to deal with the friction with Meredith over Dutch, even though he knew he was right about Dutch. Why summertime created idiots out of normally clear-thinking people he would never comprehend. At least he and Yuri had the first shift. "Foster, I'm heading in. Can't wait until the summer chaos is over." He didn't think Dutch would be up yet, as he'd had the happy hour dinner shift at the resort last night and would be working it again tonight. Foster suspected that Dutch's day would be even longer than his. "Dutch, me either. Is it weird for me to tell you I miss you?" Foster glanced at the clock. He should have left already. Snatching up his keys and the cold bag with his lunch in it, he locked the house. Before he started the truck, he quickly texted back, "Foster, I miss you too. It's not weird. It's normal when people like each other a lot. Heart emoji. Is it weird to you that I think about you all the time?" "Dutch, kinda, 'cause I'm not sure I'm worth it, but I still like it." Foster stared at the text for a minute, trying to come up with the perfect response to Dutch not thinking he was worthy. "Foster, my heart knows what it wants, and it wants you. Are you telling me it's wrong?" "Dutch, just wondering if you should maybe have your eyes checked or something. See a cardiologist." "Foster, very funny. I have 20/20 vision, baby. I see you. Gotta run now. Chat later." After his short commute to the hospital, Foster checked his phone one last time and was rewarded. Dutch had snapped a selfie of himself with a goofy smile on his face, no shirt covering his broad chest. Foster hated that he couldn't just drive over to Sea Dreams and jump Dutch's bones. Grinning, he grabbed his lunch, locked the truck, and jogged across the parking lot to the hospital's entrance. Yuri was proving to be surprisingly fun to work with. He told Foster that he'd paid his way through EMT training in Seattle by working at an assisted living facility, running dance and yoga classes for seniors. It wasn't difficult to imagine Yuri dancing. He had the long, lean muscles of a dancer and a certain smoothness to his gait when he walked. Foster wondered if he'd walked runways as well, but he didn't ask. By late morning, they'd already been on 2 calls to the community center and 1 to a private home. Instead of going back to the hospital and waiting in the break room, they were patrolling, adding to the sheriff's presence by driving the island's roads, keeping an eye out for trouble. Foster was also watching for any sign of Blaze Sinclair, but so far, nothing. And what would he do if he spotted him anyway? A citizen's arrest? Not likely. Foster would do everything in his power to protect Dutch and Hazel. He was fairly sure that Dutch didn't think he needed protection. Dutch's focus was on Hazel's safety, but Foster thought, from what Dutch had shared with him about his life, that Hazel was merely a tool Blaze was using to get to Dutch. Because of Hazel, Dutch had left the MC culture behind. Was it possible Blaze was jealous of Hazel and the impact she'd had on Dutch's life? What was it Hazel had said he'd told her? She'd ruined everything? How could an 8-year-old kid ruin something for a man she'd never met? Blaze clearly had issues. As they passed a road sign directing drivers to the visitor center for the island's historic park, Foster's stomach complained about being neglected. "It's time for our lunch break. How about we stop at English Settlement?" English soldiers had been housed in this location for 12 years, from 1860 to 1872, during a dispute over the boundary between the U.S. and Canada. A few of the original structures remained, and the park got its share of tourists as well as locals enjoying its grounds. Yuri shrugged from the passenger seat. "Sounds good to me." The parking lot was busy, so Foster pulled into one of the reserved spots near the park office. "I'm going to see if I can find Winston, the ranger. You're welcome to join us." Yuri was gazing out the window toward the immense meadow that sloped downward toward Harrow Strait.
I think I'm gonna stretch my legs. This is a gorgeous spot.
All right, see you in 30, unless we get a call. Winston Parsons was Piedra's only full-time ranger, but for the summer his budget allowed him to hire 2 more part-time rangers, which was why he was in his office when Foster knocked.
Come in.
Winston grinned when he saw it was Foster.
Hey, what brings you by?
Foster held his bag.
Lunchtime. Great idea. Don't mind if I do. Have a seat.
Foster sat and set his bag on Winston's desk. When Soren Jorgensen had first moved to the island, he'd started taking his breaks here with Winston, and now several of the sheriff's deputies and EMTs stopped by on a regular basis. Sometimes Kim, Winston's husband, joined them. It was the most relaxing 30-minute lunch break on the island. Winston pulled a brown paper lunch bag out of one of his desk drawers. Smiling,
Kim made me lunch today since he knew it was going to be a long one.
Winston reached into the bag and pulled out a folded piece of paper.
He also sneaks notes in. Oh, today it's E.E. Cummings. Gah, the man slays me. I don't deserve him.
He tucked the slip of paper into the top drawer of his desk. Foster noted there seemed to be many similar scraps there. Didn't you move here to be with him? Foster thought he'd heard that.
Okay, fine. Yes, I did. I still can't believe how lucky I am.
Unwrapping what looked like a pita sandwich, Winston leaned back in his chair.
So, what's this I hear about you and the mysterious single dad who works at Broach?
Because he'd grown up on Piedras, Foster was used to rumors spreading like wildfires. He couldn't help but smile, because this time the gossips had it right. It's true.
Yowza. That's great. I'm happy for you. How did you two meet? I need the details.
Settling in, Foster told Winston about Safety Day and Hazel insisting he come to their house for a tea party, and things just kind of went from there.
That's the best story ever. So romantic. Winston sighed. Maybe one of these days when things quiet down, we can all get together.
Foster was silent, struck by the fact that he could look forward to a future with Dutch where they could plan things like dinner with friends. A smile stretched across his face, and even if he'd wanted to, there was no way he could have stopped it. That sounds great. Their 30 minutes was cut short by another call-out. Foster said a quick goodbye and jogged out to the bus, where Yuri was waiting for him.
Here. He tossed Yuri the keys. Your turn at the wheel.
The day only got busier after that. One call after another had them crisscrossing the island, but there was a lull in the action around 4.
Pull in at the fire station, Foster said. Let's see if we can't get another break-in. We still have... He glanced at his watch. Another couple of hours, if we're lucky. At least so far, everything they'd responded to had been minor, and they hadn't had to transport anyone to the hospital. The real problems always arose as the day lengthened and the weekend got into full swing. That's when the illegal fireworks left over from the 4th of July came out of hiding, and people who'd been drinking made poor decisions. Yuri parked along the side of the concrete building, and they got out and headed toward the open bay doors. Both trucks were parked inside, so at least nothing was on fire at the moment. Devin poked his head out from behind the water truck, smiling when he saw Foster and Yuri.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Busy. How about you?
Nothing big yet, but you know how it is. Come on back. I could use a cup of coffee.
As Devin started toward their break room, one of the volunteers, G. Floyd, appeared from the other side of the truck. He lifted his chin toward them.
Foster? Yuri?
Yuri surprised Foster by heading Floyd's direction and clapping him on the back. The taciturn Korean firefighter was usually taciturn, but Foster thought he saw a pleased expression flicker in his dark eyes. Leaving Yuri and G to their own devices, he followed Devin.
So, what brings you by?
Devin asked, reaching into a cupboard and grabbing a lunch-sized cooler bag. Foster pulled one of the metal folding chairs out and sat down at the table.
Wait,
Devin said, pulling out his own chair and sitting down across from Foster.
Let me guess, this has something to do with you being seen around town with the chef from the Broach, Dutch Schumacher?
Blushing wasn't one of Foster's tells, but if it were, he would have been bright red. However, a stupid grin, cousin to the one Meredith had spotted the other day, spread across his face. Pretty much, yeah. Devin unzipped his bag and pulled out a container of... Foster leaned to see, were those homemade cookies? Did you make those? In Foster's experience, Devin's snacks consisted of squished tuna fish sandwiches or Hot Pockets. Nah. Devin grinned, grabbing a cookie and taking a huge bite. They're oatmeal. You want one? Kimball made them. He held out the plastic container. Did he want a homemade oatmeal cookie? Was this a trick question? Foster plucked out a cookie and took a big bite. Oh man, he groaned. This is amazing. So, Devin said after he'd finished his first cookie and had another in his hand, this is the guy from Safety Day you told me about, right? I think I've met him a couple times. Seems like he has a solid head on his shoulders. Had no idea he was gay, but then again, it was none of my business. Bye, but yeah. And things are good? Things are good. I'm happy. It feels right. It's still new and stuff, of course. I mean, it's not new because we're friends, but the rest is new. I'm glad, Devin said, nodding and shoving more cookie into his mouth. You deserve to be happy. Not that you weren't, but it's nice, you know, to have someone waiting at home or on their way home to you. It kind of gives an extra kick to the day. There were 2 cookies left. Devin took one and held the container out to Foster again. Take it. If I don't eat 'em, the team will. Foster wasn't turning down a second cookie. He tried to consume this one a little slower than the first. Kimball Fry loved to try out recipes of all kinds, and it showed. Foster and Devin had both raised their younger sisters, and they'd bonded, comparing stories about Becca and Bertie while hanging out at the station or grabbing beers when they had time. Devin was 10 or so years older than Foster, and he'd waited a lot longer than Foster had for his happily ever after. Foster thought Devin might have been happy single forever if Kimball Fry hadn't come along and changed Devin's plans. It is nice, Foster said. Though I'm still worried about Becca heading off to Eastern next month. Less now that I've gotten used to the idea, I guess. The thing is, he swallowed the last bite of cookie. I keep thinking things are going to go wrong. Dutch is going to realize he doesn't want the pressure of being in a relationship with a man or something. Devin's dark eyebrows drew together. Has he said anything to indicate he might feel that way? No. He's remarkably fine with it. Devin closed the now empty container and stood up. Reaching across the table, he smacked Foster lightly on the head. What was that for? Quit trying to borrow trouble. Let yourself be happy already. Devin turned and stashed the container back in the cupboard. And bring him over for dinner one of these days so Kimball can cook for more than just me. Just be happy, huh? Yeah. Just be happy. Was it really that easy? A knot between Foster's shoulders eased. He followed Devin back out into the sunlight, that foolish grin plastered across his face. Dutch. Mid-July. The second note appeared in their mailbox on a Thursday. The week had already been long. Dutch and Hazel were both tired. Dutch from work and staying up late texting with Foster, and Hazel because she did not have a pause button. She'd had a nightmare that first night at Izzy's, but Dutch had expected that, and Stacy said she'd gone right back to sleep. Since the market incident, Dutch had slept with a baseball bat close by, just in case. No one expected a baseball bat these days, and they were exceptional weapons. After thinking it over, he'd decided Blaze wouldn't try anything if Hazel was in the care of more than one adult, so he'd let her go back to beach camp, but had made certain the instructors knew to keep her close. Luckily, he got to the mail first that evening. Usually, he and Hazel raced for it, but she was lingering by the car, looking like she wanted to go for a walk. She's a cute little girl. He stood stock still, staring at the piece of paper, reading and rereading the 2 sentences. Hazel said something, but he didn't hear what it was. Tomorrow she was supposed to go to Foster's for the day, and Dutch hadn't yet decided what he was going to do. Despite all the texting they'd done, Dutch hadn't shared the sheer depth of his worry with Foster. He also hadn't told Foster all the dirty details about his background because some things were better left behind. It wasn't that he'd forgotten about the earlier message. The fucking words were burned into his brain. But some naive part of himself had hoped that, after the incident at the farmer's market, Blaze would leave him and Hazel alone. Scaring little girls hadn't been Blaze's thing in the past. What had changed? Blaze had to know that Dutch would do everything he could to protect his daughter. Pure stupidity on Dutch's part. Blaze never let anything go. He was like a feral dog with a bone when he got an idea in his head.
Dad, I said, can we go play in the park to celebrate National French Fry Day?
Dutch was regretting their calendar that had all the weird holidays. Hazel would celebrate just about anything. Still, if Blaze Sinclair hadn't reared his butt-ugly head again, he would have said yes. The park was a spot at the far end of their row that was too rocky for a home, and someone, maybe the owner of Sea Dreams, had plopped down a picnic table there. Hazel liked to climb on the rocks and play Queen of the Mountain. No, he said curtly.
But, Dad...
Hazel protested with a pout. No, Hazel, Abigail, and don't argue with me about this. His daughter shot him a death glare before stomping into the house ahead of him. It was rare that Dutch was short with Hazel. Fuck, he muttered as he reread the block letters and the front door slammed shut. At least this time he wasn't having a panic attack. Now he was fucking pissed off. Enraged. Blaze and the rest of the MC could fucking go to hell. 8 years. And Blaze was all up in his business? What the fuck was that about? What the fuck could that asshole possibly want? Was Gunner behind this? Dutch shook his head at the thought. As frightening as Gunner Sinclair was, he hadn't protested when Dutch left town. After Hazel's birth, he had very carefully cut all ties to his old life. He hadn't even kept in contact with Ayla. She'd told him she didn't want to know anything about the baby. The only person who'd known where he and Hazel were now had been his fucking sister, and after the shitstorm that had left her and another man dead and Danny in the hospital, Dutch had thought his past was safely where it belonged. Apparently not. The incident that had started Hazel's nightmares happened when they lived in Portland. Hazel had just turned 5. The day had been hot, so when Dutch finished at the diner, he and Hazel had walked to the park for a picnic dinner. While Hazel was playing in the shade along the perimeter of the playground, Dutch had sat on a bench and people watched. When he'd first heard the growl of motorcycle engines, he hadn't thought anything of it. There were plenty of bike riders in the city, but they drew closer and something, instinct, maybe, had the little hairs on the back of his neck twitching. The cycles had pulled into the parking lot, 6 of them, blocking the other vehicles in. It was an aggressive move Dutch had been a part of more than once, a sort of dare to anyone who considered complaining about them. He'd recognized Blaze immediately. As if it were yesterday, Dutch could see Blaze and a new prospect dismount, Blaze's swagger in full force. The rest of the gang stayed back, waiting on their bikes. For about 3 seconds, Dutch had been glad that Hazel was on the other side of the playground, but as he waited for Blaze to approach him, the man had veered off, heading directly for his baby girl. Dutch had burst into motion, but Blaze got to Hazel first, swooping in and picking her up, holding her like the evil uncle in The Lion King. Hazel kicked her legs and started crying, but Blaze was strong. It was nothing for him to hold a 30-pound child in the air. "Hey, little girl, I'm your Uncle Blaze," he'd crooned. "Hasn't your daddy told you about me?" "Put her down," Dutch had snarled. His instinct had been to rip Blaze into pieces so small no DNA would be left to investigate, but he'd had to protect his daughter. Still holding Hazel, Blaze had glanced at Dutch, a creepy sort of mirth in his gaze. "What
do you want? Put her down. Now.
There had been other kids and parents at the playground, but they'd scattered and left as soon as Blaze showed up. Most of them, anyway. Out of the corner of his eye, Dutch had seen a woman holding up her phone as if she was recording what was going on. He remembered praying to a God he didn't believe in that the woman had called 911 first. Just out for a ride. And lo and behold, I spot my best friend at the park. Thought I'd stop and say hi. Maybe I'll take this little cutie home with me. No, Daddy, no! The memory of Hazel's shriek still made Dutch shiver. To this day, Dutch didn't know how the encounter might have played out had he not heard the blare of sirens in the distance. The woman had called the police, thank fuck. Blaze heard them too, because he'd let go of Hazel, dropping her onto the playground's bed of wood chips. Dutch raced to her and snatched her up, holding her tight and trying to soothe her while she cried. That was where Hazel's nightmares had begun. And fuck if he would allow them to continue. Fuck if he was going to allow Blaze or anyone from the Devils to interfere with his and Hazel's lives. Fuck if they were going to ruin what he had with Foster. Yanking his cell phone out of his pocket with fumbling fingers, he punched in the last number he'd had for Ayla. The call went directly to voicemail, but at least the mechanical voice didn't say the number was out of service. "What the fuck is going on, Ayla?" Dutch hissed. "What is Blaze doing up here? If you get this message, pass along one from me. I have nothing to do with the MC anymore. I am done with that life, and nothing he does will bring me back. Not even getting down on his knees and begging me. If Blaze comes anywhere near Hazel again, he may not live long enough to regret it." He jammed his thumb against the red button, ending the call. There. Dutch clutched his phone to his chest, feeling his heart pounding against his ribs. Then he stepped inside the trailer, where his daughter was waiting for him, and he had a life that no longer included violence. He wasn't that person anymore. Unless Blaze forced his hand. Hazel was sitting stiffly on the couch with her arms crossed. She shot him another laser glare as he walked through the door. He raised an eyebrow back at her, ready to give her a little lecture about respect. Tonight, he didn't have the bandwidth to put up with her sass. He sat down too quickly, making the couch creak, and put his head between his knees. "Daddy?" Hazel's voice was now high with worry. "I'm fine, baby. Just give me a sec." His instinct was to wreak fire and brimstone, to come down on Blaze like Thor's hammer on steroids, like the hammer Dutch had been in the past. But he had Hazel to think of now. If something happened to him, if he did something stupid and was arrested, she would be put in state care or, God help him, given to Ayla. Was that what this was about? Was she trying to get Hazel back? That wasn't fucking happening. He dragged in a breath, plastered a fake smile on his face, and lifted his head. Hazel had moved to stand right next to him, her eyes wide with worry. "Are you hungry?" he asked. His precious daughter nodded before wrapping her arms as far around him as she could. "I love you, Daddy." Jesus Christ, his heart. He could only take so much. "I love you, too, Hazelbug." Dutch heated up mac and cheese for dinner, again, and they ate in the living room, sitting next to each other on the couch with trays in their laps. Dutch had caved to Hazel's request to watch Animal Planet for just a little while. He couldn't handle arguing with her right then, and the show was harmless. He'd already finished his meal and was staring into space, trying to figure out what the hell he was going to do when his phone buzzed. Thinking it might be Ayla returning his call, he got to his feet and stepped outside. But when he looked at the screen, he saw it was a text from Foster. "Foster, what time are you dropping Hazel off tomorrow? I'm out early, but Becca will be here, of course." Dutch stared at the message. Hazel, Foster, Becca, beach camp, Cody, Danny, everyone Dutch associated with was compromised until the Blaze situation was sorted out. All his new friends were in danger. Hell, Sage at the grocery store could be on Blaze's list. And Dutch had put them all there by moving to the island and bringing his shit along with him. If Blaze came for Hazel when she was alone with Becca, Dutch would never forgive himself. If Blaze hurt anyone, Foster, Danny, or someone else, in order to get to him. Nightmare scenarios kept running through Dutch's head. What the hell did Blaze want? Why, after all this time, was Blaze paying any attention to Dutch? Dutch needed answers, and unfortunately Foster didn't have them. Dutch. Not sure. That was true, anyway. He wasn't sure about anything. Foster. Okay. Everything good over there? No, everything was not good. He couldn't drag Foster any further into this fucked up situation. Foster was everything Blaze and the MC were not. Foster and Becca needed to be protected. Simply thinking what might happen if they found out about Foster had Dutch's stomach churning. He lurched up from the couch and darted into the bathroom to lean over the toilet for a few minutes. Over the course of the evening, Dutch checked his phone repeatedly, waiting to see if Ayla would bother returning his call. For all Dutch knew, she could be in jail, or off with a new shithead boyfriend, or dead. Being a single dad and paying the bills as a line cook had been a lot harder than tracking down meatheads who owed the MC money or drugs or whatever. There'd been a few dark times, early on, when he'd flirted with giving up his independence and going back, but Hazel kept him strong. Hazel, and the promises he'd made to himself and Ayla. And now, with a life he loved here on Piedras, with a man he loved, there was no fucking way he was going back to the MC. The not-so-veiled threats against Hazel made him even more sure, more furious, more determined to get free from Blaze forever. He just needed to figure out how. Hazel took a bath and went to bed with minimal protest. Dutch caressed her cheek and cupped the back of her head, the urge to protect her with his very life obliterating all other thoughts. "Dad?" Hazel murmured, her voice heavy with sleep. "Yes, Bug?" "Will you rub my back?" She flopped over onto her stomach, and Dutch sucked in a shuddering sigh. Ever since she was a baby, Hazel had loved it when Dutch rubbed her back. Really, he was just running his hand across her shoulders and down her spine, but it never failed to send her to sleep when she was restless. Once she was breathing evenly, he stood up from where he'd been perched on the edge of her mattress. Padding into the hallway, he pulled her door shut behind him. Blaze Sinclair needed to be taken care of, so Dutch's people were safe again. Foster. Friday. Foster was staring blankly out the kitchen window, waiting on the coffee machine, when Becca rolled into the room. "What are you doing out of bed so early?" he asked. She moved to her spot at the kitchen table. "Gotta be prepared and fully awake for Hazel." "True. What are you two doing today?" Dutch had never gotten back to him. Maybe Hazel had been acting up. Foster was worried something was wrong, but hopefully it was simply his overactive imagination. Since the incident at the market a week ago, though, Dutch had been a bit distant. Foster could understand. Dutch was worried about Hazel and didn't fully realize that he had Foster and the rest of the people on Piedras in his corner, ready to fight for him. "Ash wants to drive out to English Settlement Park. I think Hazel would have fun, too. Ranger Parsons is running a Critters of Piedras talk in the afternoon. Can we take her?" Hazel would love a critter talk, and the park ranger, Wynne, knew his island biology and was great at telling stories about Piedras, even if he hadn't grown up on the island. Foster stopped in every once in a while, and every time he learned something new. "Sounds good to me. Make sure you get her booster seat when Dutch drops her off." "Yes, big brother." She kept looking at him. "What?"
It's nice seeing you with a real smile on your face. Dutch is good for you."
Dutch was good for him. Foster just wanted Dutch to trust him fully. Now, he huffed a laugh. Impatient much. From the sound of it, Dutch had basically been abandoned and ended up being brought up by this Blaze guy's father, hanging around waiting for scraps of food and affection. Dutch hadn't put it that way, but Foster had a vivid imagination. Foster yearned to make it all better, to erase the shadows from Dutch's eyes. It was, he supposed, a miracle that Dutch trusted anyone at all. He'd been hurt early by life, but something in him, something inherent to his big heart, had led him this far. It was Foster who had to trust that Dutch would open up to him. Eventually, the Keurig burbled as it finished. Foster twisted around and snatched up his cup. He brought it to his lips, only to remember at the last minute that it was too hot for him to even sip. Sighing, he set it back down on the counter. Becca was still watching him, an irritating smile on her face. "There's no point in denying it, Foster. I'm on to you." "Fine. Yes, I am happy. We already told you we're dating. That makes me really happy, too. Are you guys serious?" "What does that even mean?" "Quit trying to change the subject." "Do you want a cup of coffee?" he asked, instead of answering her question. "Ew, still no. But I'd have a chai if you're offering to make me something. Now, spill already." Foster opened a cupboard under the counter and grabbed the carton of chai. One of these days he was going to learn to make it from scratch, but not today. He poured some into Becca's favorite mug and stuck it into the microwave. While the microwave did its work, he considered his answer. He was happy. The happiest he remembered being in a while. Of course Becca would notice. She was very smart, after all. Dutch has already talked to his friend Danny about us. If I didn't know Hazel wasn't yet 9, I'd think she planned this all herself. She's the one who started it, insisting I come over for a tea party. I wouldn't put it past her. So, Dutch is out? Out and proud? Yeah. Foster felt his smile grow even bigger. He is. I'm so happy for both of you. Foster had come out to his parents' freshman year of high school. He remembered it as if it were yesterday. The knowledge had been eating at him for months, but he'd been so nervous. His parents had always been supportive, but would they accept him when he told them? There were so many horror stories about kids getting kicked out. They'd been in the kitchen, the very kitchen he was standing in now, when Foster had finally gotten up his nerve. Mom had taken one look at him and thought something was wrong. She'd grabbed his hand and made him sit down at the table with his dad. Becca had been in her high chair, throwing food around like the boss she was. When he'd managed to get the words out, his parents didn't hesitate. He was instantly engulfed in a massive double hug. His mom even teared up, because she hated that he'd worried they might not accept him. Becca had demanded in on the hug, too. Aside from the mortifying conversations regarding safe sex any self-respecting 14-year-old wanted to avoid, and numerous books and pamphlets about LGBT issues being left around the house, he'd felt the whole process had gone well. So, it's okay if Hazel and I hang out with Ash at the park? Run it by Dutch, but I can't see why not. But not without her booster seat. Check. Booster seat. Got it. It occurred to Foster that he should invest in a booster seat to keep at his house, so they wouldn't have to swap out all the time. Becca, Hazel isn't coming over today, so I'm hanging out with Ash. Foster stared at his phone. Hazel wasn't coming over. What the hell? What's up? Meredith asked from the driver's seat. They were heading back to the hospital after responding to a call from the senior center. One of the bingo players had experienced chest pains after winning a full card game. Luckily, they hadn't had to transport Mr. Miloslav, who was cranky at best and a pain in the butt most of the time. His granddaughter promised to ensure he made an appointment with his cardiologist. "Nothing," Foster replied, because he was still annoyed with her for going behind his back about Dutch. At least he was only working a half day today, thanks to all the OT he'd put in earlier in the month. They were interrupted by the sound of engines revving. He glanced in the side mirror and saw several motorcyclists zoom up directly behind the bus. As he watched, the one in front drew closer and signaled with his left hand that they wanted to pass. "What the hell is wrong with the speed limit?" Meredith complained as she slowed and pulled as much to the right as she could. The cyclists roared by. 3 riders in distressed black leather vests with MC insignia sewn onto the back. One wore a helmet. The other 2 had bandanas secured around their heads, as if those would keep their brains in place. Foster also noticed that 2 of them had only what seemed to be partial logos on their vests. Brands? What did they call those? "I wonder where they're headed," Meredith grumbled. "They need a talking to. This state has a helmet law." "Oregon, too," Foster said, noting the last rider's license plate. "Riders like those set a bad example." "Well, it's not going to be us setting them right," Foster said as they watched the cyclist speed down the road in front of them and then take a sweeping right turn past the high school toward the east side of the island. "I wonder where they're going." "There's not much down that way. They're going to hit the end of the road in a few miles and have to turn back around." "Yeah, and I still don't like it." Foster didn't like it either. He wanted to alert Sheriff Dempsey, especially after the run-in at the farmer's market. But these could just be some guys out for a summer ride. The uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach disagreed. Once they were done cleaning up and restocking the ambulance, Foster sent Dutch a quick text asking about Hazel. He didn't expect to hear back right away. The Broach kitchen would be busy serving guests lunch. By the time Dutch responded, Foster was back at home, working with Mojo and Banjo in the backyard, while Gorp supervised from the deck. "Dutch, we need to talk." Foster's stomach did a flip. He hated those words. They were the most anxiety-inducing words in the entire universe. Was Dutch having second thoughts? Foster could have sworn Dutch was as emotionally invested in their relationship as he was. "Foster, I'm home now if you want to come over." Dutch... ... One of the shepherds barked, demanding Foster's attention. He was working with them on the SAR training that had been interrupted when they'd stopped wanting to ride in cars. Foster had taken them out a few times in his truck, now with no problems, only a slight hesitation the first time he commanded them to get inside. He suspected they had decided they didn't like the other trainer, or maybe the trainer had done something that made them wary of his vehicle. As he'd told Dutch, dogs, especially shepherds, could be incredibly stubborn. "Foster, or I need to finish working with Mojo, Banjo, and then I could come to you." "Dutch, I can't come there, and I don't want you coming to see me. I'll call you as soon as I can." Now Foster was alarmed. Something was wrong. He knew it. Banjo barked, wanting his turn to find Becca's ratty T-shirt that Foster had hidden at the top of the ramp. There was a decoy hidden in the bushes by the back fence, too. Holding out one of Becca's socks, he let Banjo sniff it. Banjo looked up at him, waiting for the command. "Banjo, find." Banjo raced off, his nose to the ground. He passed by the shrubbery, not tricked for a second by Foster's old tennis shoe. Seconds later, he made a beeline for the ramp, loping up to stop and point at the shirt tucked behind the grill. "Good boy." Foster pulled Banjo's favorite toy out of his pocket and tossed it to him. The dog leapt on it with joy. Good dog. After Mojo had her similarly successful turn and also got to play with her favorite toy, Foster let them relax a little while before stowing them back in their crates. Gorp looked on with something like amusement, as if he couldn't imagine doing all that work and only getting to play with a toy. Foster could just see Gorp thinking, what kind of dogs are they? He tried not to obsess over Dutch's text, but he couldn't help it. What was going on? And why hadn't Dutch brought Hazel over? Did it have to do with what had happened the week before? Maybe Hazel or Dutch was sick, and Dutch didn't want Foster getting sick too. But if that was the case, why didn't he say so? Foster suspected it had something to do with his first guess and not the second, because Dutch had seemed fine when Foster last saw him. True, Dutch wasn't the type to ask for help or go to the doctor unless he was bleeding out, but still, Foster thought Dutch had canceled Hazel coming over because of worry, not illness. Foster was worried too. Dutch and Hazel were his family now, even if Dutch didn't realize it yet. The possibility of having some creep grab Hazel or maybe follow Dutch to his and Becca's house scared the shit out of him. But Foster wasn't a shrinking violet. He could take care of himself, and frankly, his house was probably safer than Dutch's because of the dogs. No one liked to mess with dogs. When he talked to Dutch again, he was going to point that out. Maybe he should loan Gorp to Dutch for a while. As ridiculous as that dog was, he'd protect Hazel. An hour passed. There was still no message from Dutch, and Foster didn't know what to do. Dutch. Friday. Ayla never returned his call. No surprise. Dutch came up with several reasons as to why not. She was dead. She was in prison. The number he had was no longer hers. She just didn't want to. He had hardly slept at all, busy worrying about his entire life imploding. By the time Hazel had woken up, he'd decided taking her to work with him was the best plan. He'd lie, make up some excuse about not having a sitter. With any luck, no one would question it.
"But Dad, Becca is expecting me,"
Hazel reminded him for the fourth time. Her lips turned down in a frown. "I already told her you weren't coming. It's all settled."
"Well, I don't like it."
"Believe me, I don't either."
"Then why?"
"Because I said so." She shot him a glare that would have leveled another man. Dutch ignored it and kept packing her go-bag with stuff he hoped would keep her occupied for this day. Tomorrow. He'd just have to figure out tomorrow when it came. Obviously, Hazel couldn't hang around in the Broach kitchen. There were too many ways for her to get hurt or mess things up, even if it wasn't on purpose. She wouldn't agree to sitting in the locker room all day, and Dutch was loath to scare her by telling her he was worried about the man from the market. In the end, he stashed her in the lobby with her bag of goodies and told Ben that there had been a mix-up and he didn't have childcare. Dutch didn't know Ben well, but he was a solid guy with a good head on his shoulders. He didn't even blink at the request.
"Ashley will be here in a bit, taking over from me," he said. "I'll be sure to let her know the situation. I could see if one of the housekeeping staff would be willing to watch her."
Dutch shook his head. "No, just here in the lobby is fine. I'll talk to Danny and see if I can't leave early today."
"Sure,"
Ben replied. Dutch could tell Ben wasn't entirely convinced by his tale of woe, but he didn't argue. He crossed the lobby carpeting, back to where Hazel was sitting on one of the 1920s-style settees Cody had brought in for guests to perch on and take selfies as if they were Greta Garbo. From her expression, she also did not believe her dad's tale and wasn't going to forgive him any time soon for making her miss a day with Becca. Tough, he thought, because that's how it was going to be until he could figure this situation out. "Bug, I need you to stay right here and not budge until I'm done in the kitchen and come back out and get you. Don't talk to strangers. Don't move from your seat."
"What if I have to pee?"
Dutch eyed her. "If you need to pee, go to the bathroom. But don't linger. Don't talk to anyone. Come right back and sit down again." His daughter glared up at him, looking so much like Ayla that it sent a shiver up Dutch's spine. "Promise me."
"Fine, I promise,"
she huffed. "I'll be back to get you as soon as I can." This was the best he could do. For now. He wasn't abandoning the new life he'd built because of Blaze fucking Sinclair. He groaned when Danny rounded the corner after the lunch rush was over and trapped him in the alcove by the delivery door.
Dutch had hoped to avoid him until later, as Danny was scheduled for the happy hour and dinner shift that day, but here he was, earlier than Dutch expected.
Why is Hazard sitting in the lobby?
Babysitting fell through. Dutch lied, not looking directly at him. Funny story. Soren and I drove out and had lunch with Winston today.
Oh?
Dutch had no idea who Winston was. Winston Parsons. He's the ranger out at English Settlement.
And?
What does he have to do with anything? And I happened to see Becca Jennings there with a friend, and she told me that you'd texted her to say Hazel wouldn't be coming today. So I thought maybe Hazel was sick. But she's not. She's bored out of her skull in the lobby, plotting to bring down the entire resort. What the ever-loving fuck is going on? Cody chose that moment to follow Danny around the corner.
Danny and Dutch, just who I need to talk to.
Danny raised a hand.
Not now. I gotta deal with some kind of situation with Dutch.
Cody paused, his gaze swinging back and forth between Danny and Dutch.
Oh? What kind of situation?
Dutch couldn't repress his groan. Trust Cody not to take a hint when it was shoved in his face. But he was the boss, so it wasn't like Dutch could tell him to mind his own business.
The kind where he's just about to tell me,
Danny growled, menace lurking behind his words.
Talk to me, Dutch. Why the fuck is Hazel out in the lobby, and why did you lie to Becca Jennings?
Dutch scrambled to decide how much to share with these two.
Remember back a few months ago, when I had a panic attack?
He'd had to tell Danny when that happened, as island gossip would have drifted to his ears at some point.
Yes,
Danny said impatiently.
Keep talking.
It was because I found a note from someone. He glanced at Cody. Someone from my past.
Okay, and now?
Danny wasn't stupid.
Something else happened.
Dutch nodded and rolled his neck, trying to get rid of some of the tension there. His shoulders were killing him too. He dreaded telling Danny about that day at the market. Danny was almost as protective of Hazel as he was, and right now Dutch felt like a failure.
Would one of you please clear this up for me? Cody asked. What the hell is going on?
I'd rather not air all my dirty laundry, if you don't mind. Cody snorted.
Dirty laundry? Do you know how I ended up as the owner of this heap at the ripe old age of 28?
Dutch knew something had happened, but he'd never inquired after the details, though Danny had been involved too and nearly died. My uncle was involved in money laundering and human trafficking and got himself dead. I may look like a sweet country boy, but I have plenty of dirty laundry. Cody did have an air of innocence that was deceiving. He could come across as an airhead, which led some people to try to take advantage of him. In reality, not much got past Cody, except for Wade Bunkner, which was a whole other subject. Dutch turned his attention back to Danny, hoping he could appeal to Danny's survival instinct.
Don't look at me, Danny said, shaking his head. I come from a long and illustrious line of criminals.
Yeah, but Dutch... Danny reached his hand out, clasping Dutch's shoulder hard.
You've told me some of your past, and you are not that person anymore. Tell us what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. Cody jerked his head toward Danny.
What he said.
There was nowhere for Dutch to hide. No way to avoid this conversation. As much as he didn't want to, he gathered his thoughts and began to tell his story. Long story short, before Hazel came along, I was an enforcer for the Velvet Devils, an MC out of Salem. In order to get custody of Hazel, I promised Hazel's mother I'd leave the gang and the lifestyle behind me, and I did. There was one incident when Hazel was small, when some of them approached me, but since then, until a couple months ago, I hadn't heard from them in years. Then last week, a man, I'm sure it was Blaze Sinclair, the son of the MC's president, approached Hazel at the Wednesday market and scared the shit out of her. He approached Hazel when she was by herself and has left 2 messages in our mailbox,
The one I got yesterday was an implied threat to Hazel. That motherfucker, Danny growled. He is dead. That was what Dutch didn't want. His best friend doing something stupid. Dutch could take care of that on his own. Danny probably wouldn't kill Blaze himself, but he might call in favors that would cost him somehow. There's nowhere for me to go to ground. I have to make my stand here, on Piedras. Blaze is vicious. Once he fixates on something, he doesn't let it go. I guess maybe he wants me back in the business and he's willing to use Hazel to put pressure on me. Or, he ventured, maybe Hazel's mother is behind it. But he didn't think so. Cody's eyebrows drew together. But you don't want to go back. He shook his head. You're not going back. Nope, Dutch agreed. But Blaze doesn't care what I want. This is all about him. I need to make some calls and see what the fuck set him on this path. Blaze was a buddy? Danny asked. They had been. Partners in crime, literally. They'd done everything together, even fuck women. Danny and Cody didn't need to know that. No one needed to know that. Yeah. Since we were kids. My childhood wasn't pretty, and Gunner was a tough asshole, but when I followed Blaze home after school in, the 2nd grade, he treated me like a son. Like Blaze's brother. Blaze and I grew up together. Were prospects together. Which wasn't to say things had been great, but once Dutch had basically moved into Gunner's house, he'd at least had food to eat and a warm place to sleep. His mother never came looking for him. It had taken him a while to realize that, and by that time Dutch didn't miss her anymore. Danny was nodding, biting his lip while he processed what Dutch had revealed. Dutch looked over at Cody, whose expression, to Dutch's surprise, was fierce, almost protective. Whatever you need, Dutch, Cody promised. We'll keep you and Hazel safe. We'll protect you. Dutch barked out a laugh. Nice of you to offer, but I don't think that's possible. When Blaze wants something, he gets it. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, but I'm going to have to call in some favors from people I'd rather not talk to. Who? Cody asked. I need to contact Gunner and have him call his puppy off. It wouldn't be easy. The president was always well protected. The rest of the MC would give their lives for him. Dutch was going to have to wind through a chain of command while somehow not alerting Blaze. And maybe Gunner wouldn't help anyway. There was no guarantee. The three of them looked at each other a moment. Then Cody cocked his head. Did you hear that? What? Dutch began. But then he did hear someone screaming. Dashing out the delivery door, they ran to the front of the building, where they discovered Ashley crumpled on the ground. He took her, she sobbed. I tried to stop him, but he took her. Oh my God, oh my God. Dutch tore into the lobby, but he already knew what he would or wouldn't find. The couch was empty except for Hazel's backpack. Pushing back the panic threatening to overwhelm him, Dutch ran back outside. Passing the spot where Danny and Cody were trying to calm Ashley down, he raced up the drive toward the road, calling Hazel's name, even though he knew she wouldn't be able to answer him. His vision grayed, and he stopped in his tracks, bending forward to put his hands on his knees. Fucking fuck, he gasped, crumpling to the ground. He wrapped his hands around the back of his head and tried to make himself stop fucking panicking and focus, but he couldn't. All he could think about was how scared Hazel was right now and how he'd failed her. His only job was to protect his daughter, and Blaze Sinclair had gotten to her anyway. A hand appeared in his line of sight, holding a cell phone. It was his phone. He must have dropped it. You need to make that call you were talking about, Danny said gravely. Cody called the sheriff already. They're on their way. Blaze won't get far. Not with the entire fucking island looking for her. I have to get her back, Danny. Crouching down, Danny looked directly into Dutch's eyes. We will get her back. She is one smart, tough kid. I don't think this Blaze asshole knows what he's gotten himself into. Come on. He held his hand out again. We need to get to finding Hazard and figuring out how to rid the world of a fuck-ass who thinks he can come to our island and do something like this. Dutch let Danny pull him to his feet. Sorry for panicking. Dude, Danny rasped. If you think I'm not panicking right now, you have another think coming. The only person keeping their shit together is Cody. He's the one who found your phone and told me you needed to call whoever you were talking about. From afar, but rapidly getting louder, the sound of sirens reached Dutch's ears.
Foster. Friday. When his phone finally rang, it wasn't Dutch. It was Devin, and Foster almost didn't answer. Hey, Dev, he said dispiritedly. We have a situation. Devin's voice was tense. Some asshole snatched Dutch Schumach's kid. I just heard it on the radio. Foster's stomach, already in knots, fell through the floor. He clutched his phone. He scrambled around for the keys to his truck, which were where he always put them, on the little table just inside the front door. Just a few minutes ago. I don't know the details, but you might be needed. You have those dogs, right? The ones you were telling me about at Fill the Boot? There's an Amber Alert in process, and the ferry has been stopped from leaving. But we don't know where this asshole took her. Foster shifted immediately into professional mode. Where do you want me? Dempsey and Jorgensen are taking statements at the resort, so maybe start there. I'll be there in 20 minutes. He was there in 15. Screw the damn speed limit, and didn't remember most of the drive. Since it was July, the sun hadn't even started to shift toward the west. The day was still bright, the temperature in the high 70s. And someone had taken Hazel. He parked in one of the shaded guest spots and left his truck running with the AC on. No way would he let the dogs overheat. Then he darted across the parking lot to the main building and the resort's lobby. Inside, Foster paused, letting his vision adjust to the dim light. Dutch was sitting on a small couch that looked as if it might not hold his weight. His gaze met Foster's, and he stood up. Foster could see the toll Hazel's disappearance had taken on him in less than an hour. Dutch's eyes were rimmed with red, and he looked gaunt, as if someone had stolen his spirit. Foster. Foster didn't hesitate. He walked directly to Dutch and wrapped his arms around him. I'm here. It's going to be okay. Together we'll get her back. I brought the dogs. Dutch shuddered, leaning heavily against him, giving Foster almost all his weight. I've got you, Foster rasped, his throat tight with emotion. I'm sorry I blew you off, Dutch whispered. I was trying to get this. His chest hitched, and Foster knew Dutch was trying to hold back tears. Hey, look at me. Dutch kept his face tucked into Foster's neck. It reminded Foster so much of Hazel's reaction that day at the market that he felt tears welling up, but he couldn't cry. Dutch and Hazel needed him to be strong for them. Hey, he insisted. Let me see you. Dutch lifted his head. His eyes were filled with so much sorrow and remorse that Foster almost couldn't take it. We'll get her back. I brought the dogs, Foster repeated. There's only so many places they can hide on this island. Dutch frowned. I thought you said they were dropouts. They were. Kind of. But I've been working with them. They're both great scent dogs, and they've met Hazel, so they know her, which is even better. Reluctantly, Foster released his hold on Dutch. Dutch straightened up and cracked his neck, a sure sign of stress. I've got some calls out to people who might be able to help with this situation. But I haven't heard back yet. Yeah? I'm hoping Gunnar can tell me what's going on. He's always been the only one Blaze listens to. Meredith and I saw some bikers today. They passed us on our way back from a call. Dutch gave him a sharp look. How many? Where?
Did you see their patches? Sheriff, he called.
Sheriff Dempsey and Deputy Jorgensen appeared to be interviewing resort guests, probably in case anyone had witnessed the kidnapping.
Foster might have seen the MC earlier.
Sheriff Dempsey strode over.
Jennings.
Sheriff?
What did you see?
Meredith and I were coming back from that call to the senior center when 3 motorcyclists came up behind us, fast. They passed us, and I noticed one of the riders had Oregon plates. They were moving fast, and the last we saw, they were headed to the east side of the island.
What about their colors? Did you see anything?
Dutch interjected. Colors?
The design on the back of their vests, or whatever they were wearing.
I only really saw that last rider's vest in any detail. The patch was red. It looked like maybe a face of some kind, but it wasn't all there.
The Velvet Devils, Dutch said. Prospects. Haven't been totally accepted into the MC yet.
Velvet Devils? That's the name of your old MC, right? Foster asked. Dutch nodded grimly. They were watching Sheriff Dempsey, waiting for his instructions.
Anything else you can tell us, Jennings?
Dempsey asked. Foster shook his head, wishing he had more. No, that's really all. They were there for maybe 30 seconds, and then they were gone. Meredith was pissed because they were driving aggressively and only one of them was wearing a helmet. That's it. He wished he could say more. He wished he'd seen where they'd gone after they'd made the turn. Dempsey patted him on the shoulder.
This is good. Great information. It gives us a place to start looking.
If they were headed to the east side of the island, hopefully that's where they are now. The road on that side of the island ended past the old Wainwright farm. The sheep farm had been left to its own devices for a while now, the previous owner having moved off the island after his wife tried to kill him. That stretch of road also ran along the backside of Clarabelle Delacombe's property, but she would have called if someone was trespassing. Several of the island's seniors, like Sandy Johnson, also lived out that way. Sandy was a widow who lived alone. Foster hated to think of something happening to her. Child abduction tended to make people nervous, both the authorities and the perpetrators. Situations like this were most often custody cases, but Blaze had no cause and nothing to gain as far as Foster understood. I think you're right. It's a good place to start, anyway, Foster said.
Jorgensen,
Dempsey barked. The burly, blonde deputy glanced at him, said something to the couple he was interviewing, and crossed to where Dutch, Foster, and Dempsey waited. Dempsey filled Jorgensen in on the riders Foster had seen earlier and the direction they'd taken.
Jones should be arriving any minute. You and he get down to that side of the island and see what you see. Go slow. Check any properties we know to be vacant. Anything suspicious, report back. Do not act first. We don't want to spook this POS.
Sir, Jorgensen acknowledged. To Dutch, he said,
We'll get her back. The kid owes me several rounds of Go Fish.
Then he strode away, pushing through the front doors and out into the sunlight. Just as the doors shut again, Danny Petra emerged from the hallway Foster knew led back to the resort's kitchen. Any news? Danny asked.
Can we go somewhere less in the middle of everything?
Dutch sounded exhausted.
I need some space.
From the front desk, where Cody was talking with or reassuring arriving guests, came a quick reply. Take one of the event rooms. I'm sorry I didn't think of it earlier. The smaller one is open today. Foster didn't know where the room was, but Dutch did. He led the way past the dining room and opened the door to a beautifully maintained space. Foster thought that maybe the wall between the two rooms opened to create one large space. A few chairs were stacked against one wall. Foster grabbed a couple.
Sit down before you fall down, he ordered.
Dutch didn't argue. He sat down, leaning forward with his head in his hands. Have you made the call yet? Foster hadn't realized Danny had followed them.
Yeah,
Dutch replied. He looked at his cell phone.
Nothing yet.
I'm going to go get you some water, Foster said. I'll be right back. Stay with him, will you, Danny? Danny nodded, and Foster headed back out to the lobby. It was mostly empty now, just Cody at the desk. The guests he'd been helping had either left or gone upstairs to their rooms. Foster hoped Wade had evicted the raccoon family.
"Can I get some water for Dutch?"
"Of course," Cody said. "Just a sec."
He disappeared into the back. While Foster was waiting, he noticed Hazel's backpack sitting in the corner of the old-fashioned settee. He'd seen her with it several times. Looking inside, he found a bag of goldfish crackers, a dog-eared chapter book, some plastic action figures, and, at the very bottom, a wadded-up sweatshirt. "Yes," he whispered, slinging the bag over one arm. Cody returned with several bottles of water and offered them to Foster. "Actually, do you mind taking it to Dutch? I should check on the dogs real quick, and I'm going to put Hazel's bag in my truck." If it came down to it, he had a garment of Hazel's for the dogs to scent. They weren't fully trained, true, but they knew enough, and they knew Hazel. He was surprised to see how much time had passed since he'd arrived at the resort. The sun had dipped down enough that it wasn't shining on the parking lot. Foster turned the engine off, rolled down the windows, and told Mojo and Banjo they were good doggos before heading back inside. In the event room, Foster slowed to a stop. Dutch was standing near a window that looked out onto the marina, but he wasn't taking in the view. He was talking on his phone. Sheriff Dempsey stood by his side. This must be the call Dutch had been waiting for. The expression on his face was dead serious. Foster made a sound, or maybe his movement caught Dutch's attention. Dutch lifted his chin, looking very much like the tough-as-nails MC enforcer he'd once been. Foster went to him, and Dutch wrapped his free arm around him and pulled him close. Dutch was shivering, but if his big body hadn't been pressed along Foster's side, Foster never would have known.
"What are you going to do about it?" "This is my child he took."
Dutch's voice was steady, which impressed Foster. If their roles were reversed, there would be no way he could have sounded calm. For a few moments, Dutch was silent, listening to whoever was on the other end of the line. Foster wished he could hear what was being said. Finally, Dutch said, "Thank you, sir. I appreciate this. Yes, I understand. She is why I left. I didn't want that life for her, and neither did Ayla." He nodded again. "Yes, sir. I'll be waiting for your call." Dutch lowered the phone to his side, his eyes dark pools of fear and anguish. "Well?" Dempsey asked. Dutch twitched and focused on the sheriff. "Good. That's what needed to be happening. After they found Hazel, Dutch could fall apart while Foster held him." Cody and Danny were standing protectively behind Dutch. "Dutch?" Danny prompted. "That was Gunnar Sinclair," Dutch confirmed. "President of the Devils. He says he has no clue what the fuck Blaze is up to." Foster was the one who asked, "Do you believe him?" Dutch shrugged. "There's no reason for Gunnar to lie to me. I've never been anything but honest in our dealings." Dutch ran his free hand over the top of his skull. "He said he'll make some calls and get back to me." "That's not good enough," Danny snarled. "We need to be doing something now." Dempsey gripped Danny's shoulder hard enough that Danny winced. "Don't be a fucking cowboy, Petra. We're working all sides of this. One of the couples we interviewed saw a white 1990s Toyota Celica tear out of the lot just as Ashley was calling for help. We're checking to see if any vehicles matching the description are registered on the island, or if any of the witnesses got a license plate number. But..." Cody looked confused. Foster was too. "A car? I thought these guys rode motorcycles." "It's possible they used a car for this. I think snatching a kid on a bike would be damn hard." Dempsey's mic crackled and he pressed the comm button. "Dempsey here." "Sir?" Jorgensen's voice was loud and clear. He'd left, 10 minutes ago? "Mrs. Johnson called in. Over the past week or so, she's noticed motorcycles driving past her place. Jones and I are headed that way. Flynn's right behind us." Foster smiled grimly. Thank God for people like Mrs. Johnson, the backbone of Piedra's own Amber Alert system. "Anything on the car?"
Yes, sir, just now. A 1996 Celico was registered to Joel O. Wainwright. The tabs were last renewed in 2017.
Easily hot-wired, Dutch said. If it had a working engine, getting it going wouldn't be an issue. Not for Blaze. Into the mic, Dempsey said, "Approach with caution. No sound or lights. We're on our way." The sheriff focused on Dutch again. "You heard that. I'd ask that you stay away and let us report back." Dutch opened his mouth. Dempsey cut him off. "But if this were my niece, I wouldn't stay behind either. If you put yourself in harm's way, though, I will handcuff you and stick you in the back of my cruiser. Understood?" "Understood," Dutch rasped. "My truck." Foster jerked his head in the direction of the parking lot. There was no way in hell he was allowing Dutch to drive. They didn't need another emergency right now. Dutch. Friday. When Dutch got his hands on Blaze Sinclair, Blaze was going to wish he'd never been born. Foster drove fast, keeping as close as he could to the sheriff's cruiser. Dutch kept checking his phone to see if Gunner had called back, but there was nothing. After they passed the Piedras fire station and took the right down toward Foster's house and the more remote part of the island, 2 more cruisers joined their caravan. They'd been quiet. There was nothing to say, so Foster's voice startled him. "When we get there, wherever that is," Foster began, "stay with me. I need to get the dogs out of the back of the truck. We'll wait a bit and let Dempsey and his team do what they do best." "Country cops against hardened gang members? I don't think so. Dempsey was a San Francisco cop before he came back here. Flynn and Jorgensen have good heads on their shoulders, and frankly, our backwater island has had plenty of experience with trouble. Let them do their job." Foster's voice was firm. It grated. Dutch wanted to storm in, kick down doors, shoot first, and maybe ask questions afterward. He sucked in a breath, then another. They'd raced past the turn to Foster's house and were now on a road Dutch had never driven on before. On their left, the island dropped off to the water, and sometimes the road curved close enough to the shore that Dutch could see the silky, dark waves even though the sun had set. Across the water was the mainland. Lights twinkled in the distance. There were a few residential properties on that side of the road, but the terrain was extremely rugged. On the right were large lots with houses set far back. Some places looked like they were or had once been farms, with colorfully painted barns and funky yard sculptures. One grand house had tired-looking balloons tied to a fence, along with a hand-lettered sign that said Jen's 50th and an arrow pointing up the drive. Foster tapped the brakes, and Dutch realized Dempsey had slowed down ahead of them. In front of the sheriff, 2 more cruisers were pulled to the right side of the road, near a driveway. Dempsey stopped, and Foster parked directly behind him. The cruiser's driver's side door opened, and Dempsey climbed out. Turning to face them, he hesitated and then walked back to the truck. Foster buzzed his window down. "What's going on?" Dutch demanded, leaning across Foster so he could see the sheriff. "Jorgensen and Flynn have a visual on the old Wainwright house. It looks like someone's been squatting there. There's a light on, anyway. We have a report that several motorcycles have been coming in and out of the property. The place has been vacant for a couple of years now. Any sign of Hazel?" Foster asked. Dempsey shook his head. "What are we going to do?" Dempsey gave Dutch a hard look. "Jorgensen and I," he emphasized, "are going to approach the residence. Flynn and Jones are going to investigate what's left of the barn and the outbuildings. Stay here," he said flatly. "I do not want to have to arrest you for interfering with an active investigation." With those words, Dempsey turned and popped his trunk. He pulled out a tactical vest and shrugged it on over his uniform. Then, with a curt nod, he strode away to where the hulk that was Soren Jorgensen waited, even more massive, with his own vest protecting him. Foster put his window back up and turned to face Dutch. "I'm going to let the dogs out for a minute. They've been cooped up for a while." Dutch nodded vaguely, focusing on the sheriff and Jorgensen. In this moment he was a deputy, not Danny's husband and Dutch's friend. Watching as they turned and strode up a driveway toward what had once been a nice house. The other deputies walked with them for a bit before veering off toward a jumble of lumber that had once been a barn and maybe another outbuilding. No matter what Foster said, 4 country cops going up against members of a violent motorcycle gang seemed like terrible odds, especially if Blaze Sinclair was in the mix. The trunk rocked as Foster released the dogs from the back. Dutch was half listening to Foster praising Mojo and Banjo, telling them what good dogs they were and how they'd been doing so well with their training, when it hit him all over again that Blaze had Hazel. She was scared, for sure. Maybe hurt. Maybe... He shoved his door open and retched into the ditch. There was nothing in his stomach because he'd vomited once already, but his body didn't care. Foster was there in an instant, rubbing his back and whispering words meant to comfort. But there would be no comfort until Hazel was in his arms, safe and sound. When Dutch was able to stand again, the shadowy figures of Dempsey and Jorgensen had reached the front door of the house. Dutch wondered where the bikes were parked, because he didn't see them, but decided it didn't matter. Jorgensen hammered on the door with his fist. The sound echoed across the meadow. "Police, open up!" The officers stood to the sides of the door so Blaze or whoever was inside couldn't immediately take them out with a body shot. There was no response. Jorgensen hammered again, and then he and Dempsey conferred for a few seconds, after which Jorgensen kicked the door in. Dutch would have been amused by the show of power if he hadn't been clinging to the truck door in order to stay upright. He kept waiting for a swarm of men to overtake Dempsey and Jorgensen, but it never happened. After an eternity of waiting, watching, taking only shallow breaths because anything more was too much, he saw Dempsey in the doorway again. "Coming up," the sheriff called. "Go," Foster said. "I'll put the dogs back in the truck and be right behind you." Dutch went. He ran to the house, seeing nothing except that open door and the sheriff. He stopped in front of Dempsey, out of breath and panting. Dempsey nodded for him to go inside. Blaze lay on the living room floor, gussied up like a calf at a roping show, a gag stuffed in his mouth. What the fuck? Dutch glanced around the mostly empty room. Any furniture had been taken away long ago. "Where's Hazel?" The room was lit by a lone ceiling bulb that made the setting creepier than it already was. Blaze shook his head. "You won't tell me? Or you don't know?" Bertie Flynn and the other deputy, Jones, appeared at the door. "Hazel doesn't appear to be on the property, sir," Deputy Flynn said. If the cops hadn't been there, Blaze would have been a bloody pulp by now. No. Cops or otherwise, if Dutch didn't need Blaze alive to find Hazel, nothing would have stopped him from ending his former friend's life. "Where are your groupies?" Dutch roared. All he could think was that one of the prospects had taken Hazel, and they'd never get her back. Blaze grunted and thrashed, his face contorted with fury. Jorgensen, a latex glove now protecting his hand, bent down and tugged the gag from Blaze's mouth. Then the big man crouched next to his prisoner. "How about you tell us where Hazel is?" Jorgensen's voice was low, but filled with menace. Dutch had never heard that tone from Danny's husband before. Apparently, Soren was not a fan of kidnapping. "I don't have her." Blaze's eyes darted back and forth from the cops to Dutch. "What do you fucking mean you don't have her?" Dutch held himself back with effort. Dempsey's booted foot had somehow ended up on top of Blaze's bound hands. It had to hurt. Blaze shrieked. "Talk," the sheriff said. Snot was running down Blaze's face. He twisted, unsuccessfully, to try and get out from under Dempsey's boot. Looking down at him, Dutch realized how pathetic Blaze was, using a little girl as a weapon. That didn't lessen the rage in his heart, though. "If you don't tell me exactly what happened, I'll kill you with everyone here watching. Where is my daughter?" Blaze must have seen the truth written on Dutch's face, because he started to talk, albeit with a great deal of sniveling and bullshit mixed in. "She ruined everything. She ruined what we had. Nothing's been the same since you left. I just want what's mine, right? But you're hiding up here doing a shit job as some kind of cook.
What the fuck is with that? I figured if I, took the kid, you'd come back."
Holy hell, there was a lot to unpack there, but Dutch did not have the time. Come back. Dutch had never been Blazes, and he certainly was never returning to Salem. What happened to Hazel?
Where is she?
His voice was hoarse from yelling.
She bit me.
Blaze's outrage was weirdly amusing.
She bit me in the arm and ran off. And the next thing I know, my men turn on me. They're the ones who tied me up like this. I'm probably going to get blood poisoning.
Dutch heard Dempsey murmuring something to Jorgensen. The big man nodded and strode through the front door and into the night.
"We can only hope you're up to date on your tetanus booster."
Using a knife Dutch hadn't seen before, Dempsey sliced through the rope binding Blaze's ankles and hauled him unceremoniously to his feet. Then he swapped handcuffs for the rope around Blaze's wrists. "Blaze Sinclair, you are under arrest for kidnapping and child endangerment. Flynn, bring your cruiser up so we can take this guy in. And call the mainland. He's going to need to be transferred ASAP. I won't want him fouling our holding cell any longer than necessary. His kind of stench is hard to clean up after."
"I swear I don't know where she is."
Dempsey shook his head. His lips twisted as if Blaze really did smell like shit. "Normally I'm not one to make promises, but I promise you." His voice fell to a threatening rumble. "Your future fellow inmates do not like men who hurt children."
"I didn't hurt her,"
Blaze protested. Dempsey laughed in Blaze's face. "I think you have a misconception about what hurting children is. When you forcibly take them from their loving parent, that is hurting them." Not gently, Dempsey pushed Blaze out the door. Dutch was surprised Blaze wasn't yelling anymore, but maybe the realization of how badly he'd fucked up was beginning to hit him. Dempsey and Flynn shoved Blaze into the back of the police cruiser. Dutch jogged past them, calling out Hazel's name. Surely she would hear him. But there was no response. Nothing. The sun had finally set, and his daughter was out there somewhere, scared for her life. But she wasn't with Blaze or the prospects, at least. She wasn't being beaten, abused. He realized he was breathing too fast, and he forced those nightmare images out of his head. Foster gripped his biceps. "Dutch, let me do this part, okay? We've got this." Dutch glanced down and saw that Foster had one of the dogs with him now. He didn't even remember Foster leaving the room. "Mojo and I are going to play a game called Find Hazel." In his hand, Foster held a blue hoodie Dutch recognized. Looking back up, he let himself fall into Foster's sure gaze. "Hazel is smart, and she's resourceful," Foster assured him. "We just need to think a little bit like her to give us an extra boost. We already know she's not hiding in the barn or the garage. What direction do you think she might have gone?" Staring out across the old farmland and the meadow, then over his shoulder to the even darker wooded area behind him, Dutch tried to conjure up what his daughter would do if she was scared and thought she was running for her life. The woods were closer, if she thought someone was following her. He looked back toward where the island seemed to just end. "Is there a beach close by?" he asked. It seemed improbable. "There is," Deputy Flynn said, but she looked dubious. "What?" Foster asked. "It's not really accessible. The trail down to it is steep and rocky." "Would it be accessible to an agile 9-year-old girl?" Dempsey prodded. Flynn turned, looking out toward the water. "When I was a kid, I used to sneak down there, but not in the dark, and I don't know how she would know about it." "You'd be surprised what she knows," Dutch said, thinking about beach camp and wondering if her teacher had said something about hidden beaches. Just last week, Hazel had told him the marbled murrelet nested on secluded beaches in the area. "What about the woods? Why not there?" Flynn wanted to know. "Hansel and Gretel," Dutch replied. "Hazel's not going to go in the woods unless she has to." "Okay then," Foster said. "Beach first, and if we don't find her there, we'll head into the woods." Dutch had seen TV shows and movies with search and rescue dogs, but he'd never seen one at work in person, and he never wanted to again. When Foster had Mojo's full attention, he let the dog sniff Hazel's hoodie and then commanded, "Find." Dutch was surprised that Foster didn't let go of the dog's leash. Instead, he jogged along, letting Mojo lead him. She was off like a shot, sniffing the ground, and Dutch presumed trying to pick up traces of Hazel's scent. It seemed to Dutch like a lot of back and forth. He knew, though, the second Mojo had caught something. Instead of weaving left and right, she was pulling Foster, demanding he move faster behind her. They made a circle through the weeds around the barn. Dutch's stomach dropped. They already knew she wasn't there. But Mojo didn't stop at the barn. With her nose close to the ground, she headed off toward the cliffs. Dempsey called out, "The road's blocked, Foster. If you feel comfortable letting her go." Over his shoulder, he said, "Birdie, you stay with the prisoner, and call the EMTs so we're ready." It made Dutch feel marginally better that Dempsey was assuming they would find Hazel. They had to find her. Foster did some magic thing, and the leash released. Mojo bolted down the hill, across the 2-lane highway, and across another meadow. Foster was running after her, and Dutch and the sheriff weren't far behind. The moon was just starting to rise. It wasn't full, but at least it was waxing, giving them a bit of light to see by. Dutch caught a foot in a dip and stumbled, but the sheriff caught him. "Thanks," he gasped. Ahead of them, Mojo slowed, trotted back and forth, and then just disappeared. Much more slowly, Foster disappeared too. When Dutch got to where he thought they'd been, he halted, peering down. Flynn was right. Of course she was. The path was barely there, narrow and washed out, hardly a path at all. It seemed more like a trail rainwater had created than one for human use. If the dog hadn't found it, Dutch wouldn't have known it was there. "Stay here," Dempsey ordered. "There's no reason for all of us to be down there if she's not there, and we don't want to destabilize the cliff any more than we have to." Dutch had no idea how far down the beach was, but it felt like he waited forever, straining to hear something, fearing Foster and the dog would come back up with nothing, or that they'd found her but she was injured, or worse. He couldn't think about that. He had to make his brain stop. The wind whipped and tugged at them while they waited. Dutch was shivering. He wasn't sure if it was from cold or fear. If Hazel was down there, she would be freezing. After several lifetimes, an excited yip was carried up on the wind, followed by Foster's voice. "We've got her! She's here!" Dutch sat down hard, not caring that his ass had landed on rocks. He couldn't ask what he needed to ask. His throat wouldn't work. Dempsey called out for him. "Do you need us to come down? What's the status?" "She's pretty cold and tired, but otherwise seems fine. I'll check her out when we get up there." The wait was excruciating. Dutch and Dempsey stayed at the top of the trail, listening to the drift of Foster and Hazel's conversation as they drew closer. Unsurprisingly, they were talking about food. "Eclairs are your favorite?" Foster asked. "I thought you liked strawberry pie."
I do like strawberry pie, but also eclairs. And pizza."
"You must be hungry. Do you want something to eat when we get home? Maybe some hot cocoa? I can make it from scratch."
"Oh, hot cocoa sounds yummy."
It was Mojo who returned first, her tongue hanging out, but her tail wagging because she'd been successful. Dempsey praised her and clipped her back onto the lead Foster had left behind. When Foster finally appeared, Hazel was riding on his back, her arms wrapped around his neck. Scrambling down the trail a few feet, Dempsey offered his hand and helped Foster the rest of the way. Dutch wanted to, but he was afraid he'd fall and make everything worse. When Foster was all the way back to the top of the cliff, he bent forward and Hazel rolled off his back onto the dirt. He whispered something in her ear while Dutch got his feet moving and dashed over to them, sweeping his little girl into his arms.
"Daddy,"
she whispered, shivering.
"I knew you'd come."
Foster. Friday. The joyful reunion of father and daughter pierced Foster's heart. Tears streamed down Dutch's face. Foster didn't think he was aware of them, while Hazel snuggled in his arms. He kept running his hands over her, reassuring himself she was safe and unhurt.
Good job, Mojo, Foster told the dog for the 20th time. We should get Hazel out of the wind. She was pretty cold down on the beach.
Right, Dempsey said. Dutch, let's get Hazel up to the bus so Meredith can check her out and she can start warming up.
Foster felt a little bit at loose ends, and possessive. He wanted to be the one to make absolutely certain that Hazel was okay, but he dragged in a deep breath. Meredith was on tonight, and she was excellent at her job, and it was probably better if someone impartial checked Hazel out, in case they had to testify about her condition. He tapped his leg, signaling Mojo to stay close to him, and watched as Dutch rose to his feet with Hazel still in his arms.
Daddy, Foster is coming too, right?
Of course he is.
I knew you'd come for me,
she repeated. Together, they followed the sheriff back across the meadow to where Meredith had parked. She and Yuri were waiting by the ambulance's back doors as they approached.
I hear we have a very brave kiddo,
Meredith said. Hazel peeked at her. She'd met Meredith before, but maybe she didn't remember.
Come on, Bug. You get to go inside the bus, and the nice lady is going to check you out. Foster and I will be right here where you can see us.
Reluctantly, Hazel let herself be taken from Dutch's arms and set inside the ambulance.
I'm right here, baby girl,
Dutch assured her.
I just don't want to get in the way of the EMT.
As promised, Foster and Dutch stayed where Hazel could see them. Dutch sagged a little, leaning his forehead against Foster's.
I can't.
I know, Foster agreed. So don't. Don't think about if we hadn't found her. Don't think about if she hadn't gotten away from Blaze. Don't think about any of the horrible possibilities. We found her. She's safe and seems to be okay. She was cold, for sure, and scared, but no one hurt her. Locating Hazel quickly had been a stroke of luck and good instincts on the part of Dutch and Mojo. The tiny beach she'd climbed down to was relatively unprotected, and the wind turned cold once the sun set. When Foster reached the bottom of the path, she was sitting with Mojo basically wrapped around her. The dog was a hero for finding Hazel, and she'd instinctively known to try and warm her up too. The only way to get Hazel back up to the top had been to carry her out on his back. It was a good thing he was in shape, and even so it had been hard with the gravel and rocks making his footing unsteady. Foster doubted whether Hazel would have been able to climb up on her own, even in broad daylight. It had to have been adrenaline alone that carried her safely down what was basically a cliff. But he reminded himself she was safe now, and chattering as Meredith looked her over and took her temperature, wanting an explanation of all the instruments Meredith was using to check her out. While they waited for the go-ahead to take her home, Dutch dragged his cell phone out and groaned.
30 missed calls. 27 of them are from Danny.
He pressed the screen and held the phone to his ear.
We've got her,
he breathed out.
Yeah, I figured Soren told you, since you probably called him 30 times instead of just 27.
He nodded the way people do when they're on the phone, as if the other person could see them.
I think she's okay. She bit him and ran away. Right. I hope his arm falls off. She's vaccinated, though, so probably not. Okay. Thanks. I think I need a day or so to recover. I can come in, though. I don't want to leave you in the lurch. I know. Okay. Thanks, man.
He turned back to Foster.
That was Danny, I figured. The other 3 calls were Gunnar Sinclair. He left a voicemail. Just a minute.
Foster lifted his eyebrows, waiting until Dutch was done listening to the message.
He's coming to Piedra's. He didn't go into details, but it sounds like Blaze convinced a couple prospects to join him on some convoluted mission to bring me back. Gunnar didn't know about it. Gunnar apparently made contact with the prospects and convinced them it was in their interest to immobilize Blaze.
Does Gunnar want you back? That was what Foster wanted to know. Was this just Blaze, or were there politics behind the snatch? Dutch shrugged, his attention back on the ambulance and Hazel.
I think if he'd wanted me to stay, I never would have been allowed to leave in the first place.
A shiver ran down Foster's spine. He didn't want to imagine his life without Dutch, or Dutch stuck in his old life.
Deputy Flynn drove past, with Blaze glaring at them from the back seat. Foster swallowed down a swell of disgust and hatred for the man. Sheriff Dempsey was right behind Flynn. He slowed to a stop next to them and slid his window down.
"We're taking Sinclair in. When Hazel's done being checked out, take them both home. Try and get a good night's sleep. Dutch needs to be at the station bright and early so we can wrap up the paperwork. What about—"
Foster nodded toward Hazel. Dempsey frowned. "I want to have Flynn come out and interview her at home instead of making her come to the sheriff's office. We'll make it happen. Thanks." Tipping his sheriff's hat, Dempsey drove slowly down the road to Hidden Harbor.
"I thought you were taking us home,"
Dutch said, sounding more than a little confused as to why they were at Foster's and not continuing across the island to see dreams. That wasn't happening. In his driveway, Foster turned off the truck's engine and set the parking brake. Very much against the law, Hazel had ridden the 4.5 miles from the scene in Dutch's lap, his strong arms wrapped around her. Foster was ordering a second booster seat first thing in the morning. I did say that. Home is here.
"I can't." "What?"
Dutch shook his head as if trying to clear cobwebs. "Here," Foster said again, "is your home. With me and Becca. If you prefer, we can sell this place and start somewhere fresh, somewhere that will just have our history. We can do that. But we're together now, and since your place doesn't have room for the dogs, this is home for now." Hazel shifted in Dutch's grasp so she could peer at Foster. "I want to stay here," she said. Her dad grunted as she kneed him in the gut.
"Me too, Bug. There's just stuff Foster and I need to figure out."
Leaning backward, Hazel stared at her dad. "Like what?"
"Adult stuff."
"I hate adult stuff." Those words had the tiniest of smiles curving Dutch's lips. Foster smirked, because he figured Hazel was his secret weapon. Dutch could argue and protest about it being too soon and what if, but Foster knew what he wanted. He was sure Dutch knew it too. He was just dragging his feet because he'd never been loved properly before. He'd never had Foster at his back. In any case, Foster wasn't letting him or Hazel out of his sight for a little while.
"Me too, Bug,"
Dutch agreed. "Can we go inside now?" The front door opened and light spilled out onto the ramp. Foster could see Becca waiting for them. As soon as he'd been able, he'd texted her that Hazel had been found and was fine, and they were waiting for Meredith to confirm she was merely cold, not hypothermic, with a few bruises and scrapes. No serious injuries. "You two go inside. I need to feed Mojo and Banjo. They've been in the truck a long time, and Banjo at least needs to stretch his legs. Give me 10 minutes. The dogs were tired. They ate and did their business and headed right to their crates. Foster made sure to praise them both and promised to let them run the agility course in the morning. He reminded himself he needed to contact the handler about rehoming them. Mojo was obviously ready, and her brother wasn't far behind her. "Is Hazel really okay?" Becca asked when Foster came in through the back door. She was at the kitchen table, her hands wrapped around a mug of chai. The clove and cinnamon scent was calming and familiar. The recipe had been their mother's. Becca loved making it, but he was going to have to start making it himself. "She is, I promise. Bumps and bruises mostly. She'll probably need to talk to someone about what happened. Don't be surprised if she has some nightmares. She was having them before this. But she's a tough kid, and she'll bounce back. When I heard, I was so scared." "Me too, Becca. It was awful." He never wanted to experience something like that again. "I guess that's why you worry about me going off to Cheney, where you can't see me every day and know I'm okay." Damn perceptive of her. Becca had made enough chai for all of them. Foster grabbed a mug and poured some for himself. If Hazel still wanted cocoa, he'd make a cup for her. It's hard, for sure. But if what happened today proves anything, it's that things happen everywhere. Nowhere is perfect. He sipped the warm beverage, breathed it in, let it flow through his system, calming him. "I don't want to trap you here. I want you to spread your wings and fly."
Becca stared at him for a bit, probably trying to figure out his change of heart.
"You'll come and watch me play basketball sometimes?" she asked with an impish grin.
Yes, he'd watch her race up and down the court and whatever else she wanted him to do. I'll come and watch you play. They heard a squeal, followed by, "Dad!" Becca grinned again. Dutch made Hazel take a bath. "I think they'll be out in a minute." They both fell quiet, listening to Hazel complain about Dutch toweling her off. She was almost 9 and could do it herself, but Foster understood Dutch's need to take care of her as much as she'd let him. He felt the same way about Becca.
"I think I'm going to say goodnight to Hazel and Dutch and go to bed," she said.
"Okay, I'm ready to sleep too, but I need to shower first."
"I love you, big brother."
"Love you too, Becca." A few seconds later, Dutch padded into the kitchen with Hazel in his arms. She looked exhausted, her head on his shoulder as if she was seconds from falling asleep, too tired for hot cocoa or dinner. "Where do you want us to sleep?" Dutch asked, as if Foster was letting them sleep anywhere but his bed. There was a spare bedroom, but that was not where he wanted them. If everything went to plan, the spare room would become Hazel's, but not tonight. "How about you tuck her into my bed? That way we can both take showers and she'll know we're right here." Dutch looked dubious. "She slept in my bed before, and in my experience it's a lot like sleeping with a WWF wrestler." Foster snorted and set his cup on the counter. "Come on, I'll show you the way." Hazel's eyes were already shut when Dutch laid her down on the mattress and tugged the coverlet over her. They stood shoulder to shoulder next to Foster's bed, gazing down at the fierce little girl. Dutch reached out to trace her cheek with his finger. She didn't budge. "I'm so lucky," he whispered. Foster nodded. Because they both were. He couldn't think about the worst because it hadn't happened. He wrapped his arms around Dutch's shoulders, holding him tight, holding both of them up. Dutch's big body shuddered as he broke down and cried. Foster soothed, running a hand up and down Dutch's back. "It's okay. Everything is okay. We're all here. We're all okay. Everything is good." Hazel slept on while they stood watch, while her dad gave in and let his fear go. Eventually, the shaking stopped, and they were holding each other. Foster protested when Dutch stepped away. His face was ravaged, but his eyes were full of strength, and Foster was sure, love. "Fuck. Never again," Dutch said. "Never again. I need a shower like nobody's business. You get cleaned up. I'll stay here." Dutch stepped close again, looping his fingers through Foster's belt loops. "I want to shower with you. You know that, right?" Foster nodded. "But Hazel needs to know she's safe if she wakes up." "Yeah, I know." Dutch stared into his eyes. Foster didn't blink. Dutch must have liked what he saw, because he smiled and dipped his head just enough to brush his lips across Foster's. Foster wished they could take it further. He wanted nothing more than to have Dutch's naked skin against his and whisper sweet everythings to Dutch, show him how much he loved him. He staggered a little when Dutch released his hold. "I gotta get cleaned up. I'll be quick. I want to get into your bed and know you're there." Yeah, because Foster would keep Dutch safe too. Not enough hours later, Foster woke up plastered to Dutch's back. Peeking over Dutch's brawny shoulder, he saw Hazel was still asleep and tucked under her dad's arm. Needing to pee and needing caffeine, he started to ease away. "What are you doing?" Dutch grumbled. "Need to pee. Coffee." Lifting his arm off Hazel, Dutch rolled over, careful not to wake her. He'd borrowed a pair of sleep pants and a t-shirt to sleep in. The t-shirt did not hide anything. It only accentuated his broad chest and shoulders. Dutch smiled as if he knew exactly what he was doing to Foster. "I'm coming with. You think she'll stay asleep? Hazel? Once she's down, she usually sleeps like a champ. My girl is not a morning person. Leaving the door ajar, they made a quick pit stop, then padded down the hall to the kitchen. The mugs and pot from last night's tea were still sitting out. Foster dumped them into the sink to rinse out. Regular coffee or espresso? Dutch squinted at him. Whichever has more caffeine. I think espresso has less than drip coffee, but if we make doubles, you should be good to go.
Thanks for taking care of me,
Dutch said, propping himself against the countertop next to Foster. Foster couldn't help himself. Leaning in, he pressed his lips to Dutch's. He meant it to be a quick good morning, but Dutch brought his hands up to cup Foster's face, licking at his lips, and Foster couldn't help but open up and let him in. The sleep pants hid nothing either, and Foster could feel Dutch's hard length against his thigh. Instinctively, he ground his hips against Dutch, eliciting a moan of desire. He heard Becca's bedroom door open and ripped his mouth away. He had no intention of putting on a show for his sister. Dutch's eyes were glazed. "Becca," Foster whispered.
"Fuck,"
Dutch grunted, reaching down to adjust himself.
"Boner killer.
No kidding." Foster turned his attention back to the coffee. Becca went into the bathroom, luckily, and not directly to the kitchen. Dutch surprised Foster by crowding him against the counter.
"Just so you know, I want you bad."
He planted a kiss on the nape of Foster's neck and then stepped away, opening the fridge door.
"What do you like for breakfast?"
Dutch. Saturday. The next morning, Dutch avoided checking his phone as long as possible. He didn't want to deal with the calls he needed to make. When he finally went and grabbed it out of Foster's room, one glance at the screen told him he couldn't avoid it any longer. First, he returned Deputy Flynn's call, letting her know Hazel was still asleep.
"I should probably wake her up soon, though."
"Is an hour from now too early?" Flynn asked.
"Nope, I'll get her up. We stayed with Foster, though. Not at my place."
"I'll be there in an hour."
Next, he called Danny. "Dutch," Danny answered. "I have a few minutes to talk before I murder Raffi. You asked me to call. I'm calling. When do I get to see Hazel and determine with my own eyes that she is fine? I'm sure that husband of yours told you she's fine."
No doubt the entirety of Piedras knew what had happened and that Hazel was unscathed.
"Yeah, my eyes."
Dutch sighed. It was going to be a long day.
"How about we see how it goes with Deputy Flynn, and then I let you know.
Tell her I'll make eclairs."
"That's bribery. Your point?"
After Danny abruptly clicked off, Dutch returned the one call he really wished he didn't have to.
"Gunner, it's Dutch." "Dutch, I'm glad everything turned out, son."
It had always confused Dutch when Gunner called him son, and Blaze hadn't liked it at all.
"When are you thinking of coming up?"
Gunner had said he was coming to Piedras, but Dutch wasn't sure if he really would.
"We're here already. I just spent the last hour with Blaze at the sheriff's office."
Who was we? And holy crap, Gunner Sinclair, president of the Velvet Devils MC, was on Piedras Island? In the sheriff's office? Had hell frozen over when Dutch wasn't paying attention?
"I'd like to meet. Is there somewhere convenient?"
There was no way Dutch was letting Gunner into Foster's house. Not gonna happen. He scrambled, trying to think of a neutral location. If they met at the Brooch, Danny would be there. Danny wasn't a hardened criminal, but he was tough as nails and would back Dutch up.
"The Brooch Resort. It's on the north end of the island."
"I know where the Brooch is, son. Bring the child." Of course Gunner knew about Brooch. Why was Dutch remotely surprised? Gunner probably knew most everything about Dutch. He hadn't been hidden at all.
"This afternoon? Around 2?
Lunch would be mostly over by then.
2:00.
The line went dead, and Dutch stood there staring at the screen. Who was that? Foster had come up behind him quietly. Dutch started at the sound of his voice. As much as he didn't want to tell Foster that Gunner was on the island, he couldn't keep something like that from him. Good relationships were strengthened by the truth. He blew out a breath.
"Gunner is here on the island and wants to see me today. You're meeting him at the Brooch?"
"Yeah."
"Do you want me there?"
God, so much. but he didn't want to put Foster in danger. I don't break easily, you know, Foster said. As an EMT, I pretty much head out into the unknown every shift. Sure, a lot of calls are seniors or whatnot, but we have responded to gunfights, exploded meth labs, domestic violence. Piedras really is just a microcosm of the larger U.S. society. He wants Hazel there, too. Does that worry you? Dutch thought about it, replayed Gunner's tone in his head. I don't think so. I think maybe he just wants to meet the person who caused all this trouble. Okay, then. We're both going with you. Have you told Danny Gunner's coming? Why do you think I'm telling Danny? Because A, he's your best friend and he'll kick you in your sleep if you don't. B, he's got your back too, which plays into C, he's got his own skill set that might be useful in a meeting like this one. You mean because his entire family are terrible people? Just like the Velvet Devils? Pretty much. They took Foster's truck because Dutch's car was still parked at the brooch. Another good reason for meeting Gunner there. The meeting with Deputy Flynn had gone well, and before she left, she gave Dutch a list of child psychologists in case Hazel needed to talk to someone. Where are we going? Hazel asked from the back seat. That morning, a booster seat had been sitting outside on the front porch. Foster swore he didn't know where it came from, that he'd only ordered one for the truck a few hours earlier. Dutch suspected the sheriff had dropped it off. I want to stay here, she whined. We have to pick up my car at work, Bug, and Danny wants to see you. He might even give you a hug, and he said something about eclairs. Dutch had texted Danny to let him know they were coming and explained in as few words as possible about Gunner. Danny, do I need to call backup? Dutch, I don't think so. Danny, don't think. Dutch, no. No backup. Gunner just wants to talk. Danny, when my cousins say that, it usually means someone will be dead soon. Dutch, usually Gunner too, but not this time. He wasn't sure how he knew that, but he did. Gunner was not here to break his head. Only blazes. He hoped. So here they were, a happy little family, heading to the fanciest resort on the island to meet up with the president of a notorious motorcycle gang. Just a normal day. When this was over and everyone was safe again, Dutch was going to get a bottle of top-shelf vodka and make Foster and him martinis, many, many martinis, and let Hazel watch as much Animal Planet as she wanted. They all deserved a break. Foster parked his truck as close to the main entrance as possible. Dutch peered around. He didn't see any cycles. Were they parked somewhere else? The lot was about 3/4 full, and no particular vehicle stood out, except... Dutch's gaze slid back to the shiny black Cadillac Escalade parked 4 spots down from them. Seemed like overkill for a visit to Piedras. Sure, there were plenty of wealthy visitors who drove shit like that, but they didn't generally stay at the brooch. Brooch guests tended to drive Teslas and Audis. Dutch knew because he and Danny had a running bet about who dining in the restaurant drove what kind of car. Daddy? Is the man here? Hazel's voice was strained. Dutch twisted around to look at her. No, honey. That man is gone. Forever? Forever, he affirmed. Okay. Can we get out now? Dutch opened his door and climbed out, then helped Hazel out too. Foster met them at the back of the truck. I'm hungry. Can I really get an eclair? Hazel's grip on his hand was tight, and she pressed herself against him. Dutch shut his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, she was still there. Hazel was safe, and Blaze was behind bars. They just needed to get through this next part, and they could get back to their normal lives. He said he would make some. I can't promise that he did yet. We'll go and see after this. The sound of a car door caught his attention. The passenger door of the Escalade opened, and Gunner Sinclair stepped out. He'd always been a big man, bigger than Dutch, bigger than Blaze, but it had been over 9 years since Dutch had laid eyes on him. Gunner seemed to have shrunk a bit in that time, although he moved with the same power he'd always had. Dutch wondered how old the man was, and quickly decided it didn't matter. He was still scary as fuck. A man Dutch didn't recognize slipped out of the driver's side and moved to stand at Gunner's side. They were dressed down. Neither of them wore devil's colors. Gunner looked like he'd stepped out of an REI or Eddie Bauer ad. The driver wore a casual linen shirt and chinos with what, to Dutch's eye, appeared to be expensive Italian leather loafers. Huh. They all stared at each other for a few seconds. Dutch wondered what Foster was thinking. Was he shocked? Hazel's grip on his hand tightened. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her grab Foster's hand as well.
"You went to the sheriff's office."
Dutch broke the silence.
"Bailing your son out again?"
Surprisingly, Gunner shook his head.
"Blaze went too far. He had no business coming up here. He had no business being anywhere close to you."
"Why?"
Gunner cocked his head. "Why am I not fixing this for him? Or why did Blaze come to Piedras?"
Dutch shifted his feet. Hazel held his hand even tighter.
"Why did he come here?"
Staring at him intently, Gunner seemed to come to some kind of decision. He drew in a breath and held it a second before releasing it.
"Do you think we can sit on the deck and have a drink? It's hot out here in the sunshine, and I'm not as young as I used to be."
Even if the deck were closed, which it wasn't, Cody or Danny wouldn't stop them from occupying a table. Dutch glanced at Foster, who gave him a supportive nod. Sure. They swept through the lobby and out to the deck like they were royalty. Dutch supposed Gunner was his own kind of royalty. The driver pointed at an empty table.
"Let's take the one on the end."
The table was farthest from the rest of the guests, and in full shade. The driver got there first and pulled a chair out for Gunner before seating himself.
"Where do you want to sit?"
Dutch asked Hazel.
"Next to you, Daddy, and next to Foster."
The table was an 8-top. There was plenty of room. Dutch chose a seat across from Gunner. Hazel sat in between Dutch and Foster. Gunner's gaze flicked to Foster and back to Dutch, but he didn't comment on the seating arrangement. Ben hurried through the open patio doors with menus, handing one to each of them.
"It's the afternoon menu right now," he said.
His dark gaze wasn't missing anything. He'd be reporting to Danny as soon as he walked back inside.
"A lime soda for me,"
Gunner said. Dutch wasn't thirsty, but he asked for ice water and a lemonade for Hazel.
"I'll have a lemonade too,"
Foster said. Dutch glanced at him and got a supportive smile in return. It was going to be okay. He knew that. If something had been planned, it would have already happened. Gunner leaned back in the wicker deck chair. Dutch knew from experience the man didn't like to be rushed. Gunner had something to say, and he'd do it in his own time.
"Daddy?"
Hazel gasped, her attention focused on Brooch's tiny bay.
"There's an eagle hunting."
Standing up, she pointed out to where an eagle was indeed circling, its talons poised, ready to snatch its prey from the water.
"I think it's a bald eagle, but it could be a golden eagle," she pronounced.
Foster said. "More likely a bald eagle. Goldens are rare up here."
"I'm just saying it could be."
Gunner watched the exchange with, Dutch thought, amusement, and maybe pride.
"She's cute and smart. Reminds me of your mother."
"Excuse me?" What had Gunner just said?
"Reminds me of your mother. In a good way. Looks a bit like her, too."
He squinted, like people do when they're trying to superimpose a memory onto a living person.
"What do you even know about my mother?"
The driver raised an eyebrow, looking at Dutch as if assessing his intelligence, or lack thereof. Maybe he was. Foster shifted in his seat, looking intently at Gunner and then at Dutch. "Is this a Luke, I am your father moment?" he asked, his beautiful eyes wide. Dutch froze. Gunner smiled. "What? No. Really? The fuck? Was he that oblivious?" He was. He had been.
"I suppose it is."
The chair creaked.
"Not that I like being nothing compared to Vader. But your friend is right," Gunnar confirmed. "I am your father. Blaze is your half-brother. The two of you aren't even a year apart. Something that did not amuse Blaze's mother when she found out. Didn't amuse Blaze either, though he didn't find out until recently. Dutch couldn't remember Blaze's mother. She must have split before he started coming around. Ben returned with their drinks. He set them down. Gunnar's attention flicked to something, or more likely, someone behind Dutch. Danny proceeded to seat himself at the head of the table. "Who is this?" Gunnar asked. Dutch opened his mouth. He hadn't introduced Foster either, but Danny beat him to it. "Danny Petra." The smile he flashed Gunnar was poisonous. "It's a pleasure," he continued, making himself comfortable but not offering his hand for Gunnar to shake. Dutch noted that he'd taken the time to change out of his whites. In his worn jeans and skin-tight black t-shirt, Danny looked a lot like his cousins, who ran the Petra crime family. "Petra, huh?" Gunnar's focus shifted back to Dutch, something like approval lurking in the back of his eyes. "You have some interesting friends."
"Danny is my friend, too," Hazel announced, clearly tired of the adult conversation and feeling more like herself with Danny at the table as well. "And Foster is going to be my other dad."
Dutch coughed and snorted out the sip of water he'd just taken. He dragged a napkin across his face and waited for Gunnar's reaction. For a good 60 seconds, the man didn't say anything. When he did, he picked up where he'd left off, choosing to ignore the revelation of Dutch's bisexuality. "As I was saying, the girl has some of Ellen's look to her."
"My name is Hazel Abigail," Hazel informed Gunnar. "Daddy says it's rude to talk about people."
Wrapping his fingers around his water glass, Dutch lifted it to his lips again, took several swallows, and then set it back down. "Your father is correct. My apologies, Miss Hazel." Somewhat mollified, Hazel went back to watching the birds floating on the wind over the bay. "So, why?" Dutch didn't know how to finish the sentence, what he even wanted to ask. There were too many questions. Why had Gunnar left Dutch and Ellen on their own? Why had he let Blaze bring Dutch home? Why hadn't he stepped in when Ellen lost herself in a haze of drugs and alcohol? "I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was protecting you. We couldn't be official. Her father and brother were in the Scorpions. We hooked up, but we didn't plan for a child. I couldn't marry her. The best I could do was try and protect her. But I failed." The Scorpions were the Velvet Devil's biggest rivals. As far back as Dutch could remember, they'd been battling over everything. It was a guaranteed death sentence if a member of one of the MCs was caught by the other. He wondered how Gunnar and his mother had met, but it was in the past, and there was no point asking about things that couldn't be changed now. Dutch tried not to show his anger over how his mother languished and then eventually left the house one day and never came home, leaving him alone. "Did you know she abandoned me?" Gunnar nodded. "I kept tabs. That's when I had Blaze bring you home." Following Blaze home hadn't been a serendipitous event after all. Dutch wasn't sure how he felt about that. "But that's ancient history, isn't it?" Danny interjected. "Dutch has a family here now. He has no interest in the MC. He wasn't ever planning on going back." "I know that. But Blaze..." Gunnar glanced at his wingman and then back at Danny. "Blaze can be a hothead. We had a disagreement a few years back, and I had to strip him of some of his duties in the Devils. Then he found out that I'm Dutch's father, and that unsettled him further. Today at the sheriff's office he wasn't making a lot of sense, but it seems he believed if he brought Dutch back to the fold, so to speak, he would be rewarded with his old duties and position. That was never going to happen." He paused again, his gaze drifting to Hazel for a moment. He'd been aware of the child, of course, as was I. I'd been keeping an eye on him, but he managed to slip away with a couple of newer prospects. Dutch wondered if they were still prospects. The only good they'd done was to immobilize Blaze, and then they'd disappeared into the wind. Deputy Flynn had informed him that 2 motorcycles with Oregon plates had been found abandoned near the marina. They'd likely cut their losses and walked onto the ferry. If they had more than 2 brain cells, they'd leave the West Coast forever. "Why are you here?" Foster asked, saving Dutch from having to ask the question. Gunnar didn't immediately reply. The eagle screamed, and they all turned. It was captivating watching the bird glide above the harbor, its massive wings spread to their fullest extent. Seconds before hitting the water, the huge bird shifted its mass, its talons scraping along the surface of the bay. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it rose into the open air again, a silver fish struggling in its grasp. "Daddy?" Hazel whispered, her eyes huge. "Did you see that?" "Yeah, Bug. That was so cool." She looked away from the eagle and its early dinner. "Eagles are apex predators. Did you know that?" "Yes, I did know that."
Dutch looked at Gunnar, really looked at him. He wondered how he'd never figured out that Gunnar was his father, Hazel's grandfather. He wasn't the spitting image, but now he could see the resemblance. He could see now how Hazel might have thought Blaze looked like him, but with hair.
"I guess that's why I came to Beatrice."
Gunnar watched Hazel as she sat back in her seat.
"For purely selfish reasons. I wanted to meet the only grandchild I have and see you with my own eyes, and apologize for what Blaze did."
His gaze met Dutch's.
"I'm sure there's a host of other things I need to apologize for as well."
Gunnar Sinclair? Apologizing to him? "Danny?" Hazel said, oblivious to the tension in the air. Danny leaned forward so he could see her better. "Yes, Hazard?" "Daddy said you made eclairs. I love eclairs." Everyone at the table, even Gunnar, chuckled at the not-so-subtle hint. "Ben," Danny called. Ben must have been lurking nearby, because he appeared within seconds. "Can you have Raffy plate some of the eclairs? Anyone else want anything?" As surreal as it was, they all ordered something to eat. Dutch got sliders, not sure he could handle anything else. Foster and the wingman ordered fish and chips. Danny passed, claiming he'd already eaten, and when Ben turned to Gunnar, the big man ordered a large Caesar salad.
"Gotta watch my cholesterol,"
he said when Dutch raised his eyebrows. Gunnar had always been a meat and potatoes man. "I want a salad, too. And can I have some of those yummy rolls? I don't eat creatures anymore," Hazel announced. "Are you a—" She glanced at Dutch, then back at Gunnar. "Vegetable eater, too?" Ben departed, heading toward the kitchen, and then probably Cody to fill him in. Dutch wouldn't be surprised if Cody found an excuse to come out and see what was going on.
"A vegetarian,"
Gunnar said.
"Not entirely, but more than I used to be. The doc says I need to be on a Mediterranean diet or some nonsense."
This was suddenly so normal. Dutch and his daughter and his boyfriend were sitting around a table at the Broach Resort with the Velvet Devils MC president, Gunnar Sinclair, his sidekick, and Danny Petra, formerly of the Petra crime family, shooting the breeze, as one does. Dutch wasn't going to try to begin processing the fact that Gunnar was his father and thus Hazel's grandfather. Danny broke the silence. "What happens now?" He was never one to let sleeping MC presidents lie.
"What happens now?"
Gunnar shrugged.
"I'm staying the night here and heading back to Salem tomorrow."
"What about Blaze?"
"Sounds like that sheriff of yours has him wrapped up for a while."
"You're really not going to bail him out?" Dutch asked. Gunnar frowned, shaking his head.
"You haven't been around for a while. I'm getting old, and things are changing. The Devils aren't what they used to be. What Blaze wants isn't what I want."
"What?" Danny sat back,
crossing his arms over his chest and looking like the badass he was. More investing in the stock market and less strong-arming and weapons trafficking? A deep chuckle escaped Gunnar.
Something like that.
Huh. Danny didn't look entirely convinced.
It's one of the issues Blaze and I disagreed on. The direction the Devils are taking. Since I am still president, I make the decisions.
They all fell quiet again. Dutch didn't know what anyone else was thinking, but he was thinking Blaze had to be furious. He'd always resisted change, talking up the old days, back when the body count was high and MC presidents ruled like robber barons. Some MCs still operated that way.
I'm still trying to figure out why Blaze thought it was a good idea to...
He pointed his chin at Hazel.
You know? I don't know why. Maybe he thought if you came back, things would go back to how they were before. The truth is, even before you left, we were changing direction.
Gunnar watched his granddaughter with something that looked to Dutch like fascination, as if he'd never interacted with a child before, or at least one like Hazel.
I'd like to visit on occasion, but only with your blessing, Dutch.
It's not as if I could stop you.
If you said no, I wouldn't make the trip. I don't go where I'm not wanted.
Foster, who'd been silent for a while, shifted in his chair. I think that's something Dutch and I need to talk about together, privately. No offense, but it's been a hectic 24 hours. We have a lot to process.
I can understand that. Whatever you decide, I will respect. Tyrone here.
The sidekick's name was Tyrone.
Is the only one who knows about all of this.
I trust him to keep the situation to himself. Tyrone must be next in line for the presidency, or possibly he was the mastermind behind the MC's move to stocks and bonds, also known as money laundering. Dutch eyed him. He had a nerdy look about him, despite his upscale clothes. Tyrone caught his gaze before glancing at Gunnar, a slight flush blooming across his cheeks.
Oh.
Dutch suppressed a smile. A clatter of plates told Dutch their lunch had arrived. Ben appeared carrying a tray laden with plates. Cody was right behind him and set up a stand for the tray. "How are you enjoying yourselves so far, gentlemen? And Miss Hazel?" Cody asked. Subtle, Cody was not. They assured him that everything was fine. Danny muttered something about as if anything from my kitchen would be unacceptable, and they'd only had drinks anyway. With a flourish, Ben set Hazel's eclair at the top of her place setting. "In France, I've heard they eat dessert first, but I bet your dad wants you to make headway on that salad." "I think I'd like to go to France someday. Is that far away, Dad?"
Foster. Saturday. Foster.
What a surreal day,
Dutch said. He had to be exhausted. He swept one hand across the top of his head. Foster had noticed he did that when he was worried or tired. Tonight, it was probably both. "What do you want to do now?" They'd finally gotten Hazel in bed in the spare room that was going to be hers. She was still worn out from yesterday's events, but thankfully, she hadn't asked to sleep with Foster and Dutch again. She'd been happy to be tucked into bed and have Becca fuss over her and read books with her until she fell asleep mid-yawn. It pleased Foster that Hazel felt safe in his house. It had probably also helped when Gorp jumped onto the bed and curled up behind her legs. Foster had opened his mouth to tell him to get down, but the dog shot him such a scorching look of disdain that Foster knew Gorp would find his way back into the room once Foster wasn't looking. Not a battle worth fighting. Gorp had assigned himself to guard dog duty, and that was just fine with Foster. After leaving Gunnar Sinclair and the mysterious Tyrone at the brooch, they'd caravanned to Sea Dreams to pick up a few of Dutch's and Hazel's things, mostly clothing and the precious stuffies Hazel couldn't live without, not even for a few days. He and Dutch weren't officially moving in together yet, but Foster wasn't letting either Dutch or Hazel out of his sight for the next few days, except when he had EMT shifts.
Dutch, at least, had several days off, thanks to Danny and Cody, and they would be moving in together. It was just a matter of time. "I have some ideas," Foster drawled, stepping into Dutch's space. They were finally alone. Becca was asleep, or at least in her own room. The past 24 hours had been stressful for her as well. Becca hadn't liked being at home and not knowing what was going on. Dutch cocked his head, squinting at Foster. Foster wanted to do something about the dark circles under his eyes. "Oh, yeah? Yeah. I'm going to take care of you." "Take care of me?" Dutch's sexy baritone had a bewildered note to it, as if he was so used to taking care of himself he couldn't imagine anyone else helping. "Yep. Lift your arms." Dutch stared at him for a second, but must have seen the intent in Foster's gaze. Without further questions, Dutch lifted his arms. Foster slid the white t-shirt Dutch had been wearing over his head and tossed it to the floor. Dutch lowered his arms, and his hands headed to his belt buckle. Foster slapped them away. "Knock it off. I'm taking care of you." What was it going to take to convince this man? Catching Dutch's amazed gaze with his own, Foster held it, loving that Dutch's pupils dilated, giving away his eagerness. Curling his fingers through the belt loops of Dutch's jeans, Foster tugged him close again. He was captivated by Dutch's scent, the heat rolling off his body, and the hitch in Dutch's breath that informed Foster he was fully on board with this plan. "Can you hurry?" Dutch rasped. "Yeah. No." With a smirk, Foster traced a slow path from Dutch's shoulders to his flat, tan nipples, stopping to tweak each in turn and eliciting a delicious and arousing rumble from deep inside Dutch's chest. Then he allowed his fingers to continue their journey, pausing at Dutch's belly button for a long second before tracing the line of dark hair that pointed right where Foster was headed. Dutch swayed toward him. "You're killing me, Foster. I haven't even started yet." Dutch's groan was beautiful. Foster's cock twitched in response. He reminded himself that this was for Dutch. Dutch needed to be taken so far from himself that he could forget, for a little while, the events of the past few days. Foster would take his pleasure in Dutch's pleasure, of that he had no doubt. With sure fingers, Foster unbuttoned Dutch's jeans and tugged down the zipper, making sure his knuckles brushed against the impressive cock tucked behind the cotton boxers. Dutch groaned again, making Foster wonder just how long he was going to be able to hold out. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the jeans and boxers downward. Foster wasn't a guy who cared about size, shape, or whatever. Dutch's cock was perfect in every way, because it was Dutch's. Foster smiled as it eagerly arose from its confines. "I think you want this." "Yeah, I want everything." "Everything." They'd kissed, frauded, had phone sex, but with their schedules and Dutch's world falling apart, they hadn't had the privacy or space for anal. Dutch kicked his jeans off. He smelled even better naked. Foster had never understood knowing someone was compatible by their scent, but he did now. "I'm negative and haven't had sex without a condom. Ever." Dutch blushed. "What?" "I stopped at the clinic a couple of weeks ago and got tested. I'm negative too." "Oh." Foster raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You got tested so we could have sex. So..." He wrapped his fingers around Dutch's silky smooth cock. "We could do either." Dutch's cock twitched and expanded in Foster's grip. "I generally enjoy topping, but I'm versatile." A large hand landed on Foster's shoulder as Dutch steadied himself. "I've spent the last 6 weeks imagining you, inside me." Under his fingers, Foster felt Dutch's cock harden further, and he watched as a bead of pre-cum pushed out the tip. Foster swept his thumb across it and lifted his hand for a taste. "Please, Foster, can we please lay down, naked, together? I need you." Even if Foster hadn't been ready to relent, The pure longing in Dutch's tone should have had him giving Dutch anything he asked for. Instead, he wrapped his hand around the back of Dutch's neck and drew him in for a scorching kiss. Pushing past Dutch's lips, Foster plundered his mouth, tasting him there too. He licked across the palate and sucked on Dutch's tongue as he crushed his body to Dutch's, their hard cocks notching together. Dutch met Foster's assault equally. His fingertips dug into Foster's skull, holding him in place, while Dutch tasted and explored Foster's mouth in turn. His hips ground against Foster's, ripping a needy moan from him. So perhaps he wasn't as in control of this freight train as he'd thought. He pushed at Dutch's chest, forcing him backward a step. "Get on the bed." Foster stripped, not knowing where his clothes ended up. It didn't matter. All that mattered was the man in front of him, who he loved with all his heart. Pulling open the nightstand drawer, he got out the fresh bottle of lube he'd bought and tossed it on the bed beside Dutch. "Always prepared," Dutch said with a grin. "Damn right. Prepared for you, and only you." Foster crawled onto the bed, then threw one leg over Dutch so he was crouched, their cocks brushing. He knew they could come just like this, rubbing and reveling in their skin-on-skin contact. But Foster wanted to be inside Dutch. He wanted to feel the heat and clench of Dutch's ass around his cock. Dutch gazed up at him. The trust in his eyes made Foster's heart speed up. "I'm going to taste you. You aren't going to come. I'll try. You aren't going to come." And he eyed his lover. No yelling. With that, Foster scooted backward, positioning himself between Dutch's legs, and took him into his mouth. There was an immediately muffled shout. Foster glanced up and saw Dutch had his forearm across his face. Foster took him deeper and sucked harder, using the flat of his tongue first and then sliding back to trace the shape of him. The noises coming out of Dutch were quiet, but impressive. Foster could tell he was trying not to shove himself too far into Foster's mouth. He opened until Dutch bumped against the back of his throat. "Foster, Foster, Foster," Dutch chanted. Pulling back so just his lips surrounded Dutch's mushroom head, Foster sucked hard and ran his tongue along his slit. The chant changed to "Holy shit, holy shit." Dutch thrust again. Foster slid his fingers past Dutch's sack and began to run a finger back and forth, up to and then across his hole. Dutch stilled, and Foster worried he'd gotten nervous. But when he looked up, he saw Dutch biting his forearm to keep from yelling. "This feels good?" Dutch nodded. Foster grabbed the lube and squeezed a huge dollop onto his fingers. He smoothed it around and just inside Dutch's hole. "Spread your legs wide." Dutch nodded again, letting his knees fall to the sides, his pupils so blown Foster couldn't tell where they ended and the irises began. Dutch's hole was hot and tight. Foster sucked lightly on Dutch's cock as he pushed inside, massaging and rubbing, letting Dutch get used to the feel of his fingers. After a bit, he reluctantly let Dutch's cock slip from his lips so he could focus on prepping him. Foster's cock hung heavy and needy between his legs, but he forced himself to wait, to be patient. He needed this to be good for Dutch. Keeping his eyes on Dutch's face, but his attention on his body, Foster pressed a second finger inside him. Dutch's breath hitched, and Foster paused. When Dutch's hips began to move again, he pushed his fingers farther inside. He was searching for the magic button, the little bundle of nerves most men had that lit them up like a Vegas casino sign. The sounds coming from Dutch's mouth were delectable, encouraging Foster to twist his fingers and keep searching. He knew when he found it, because Dutch's body about shot off the bed. "Shh," Foster whispered. "We don't need the kids in here." "Don't stop." Dutch moaned. "Can you keep quiet?" Foster asked as he brushed across Dutch's prostate a second and third time. A muffled groan was his response. "Good. I'm ready," Dutch panted. "Yeah," Foster agreed. "I think you are." He pulled his fingers out gently, and Dutch stared up at him, his cock flat against his stomach, so hard the veins were deep purple. Foster couldn't resist leaning down and licking him from balls to tip one last time. "Pull your knees back." Foster took another second to take him in, to really see him. "God, you are beautiful." "Quit stalling," Dutch grumbled. Foster felt a smile crease his cheeks. This was how it was supposed to be. Scooting closer, he squeezed more lube onto his cock and positioned himself at Dutch's entrance. He'd already known he wouldn't last. He was too worked up, both from prepping Dutch and from wanting this to happen for weeks. Dutch groaned as Foster pressed against him and began to push past that first tight muscle. Bear down and relax. It's going to be so good, I promise. It was Foster who moaned as he slipped into Dutch's heat, feeling the grip of his ass around him. Holy fuck. Dutch. Being inside him was sending signals to Foster's balls. Sparks shot down his spine, urging him on. Is that what this is? Dutch bucked his hips again. Oh yeah, totally. He managed to gasp. You okay? I am so okay. There was no more talking after that. Foster set the pace, watching Dutch's face to make sure it wasn't too much, but from the sounds he was making, all really was good. Sweat dripped down Foster's face from the effort of holding himself up and not coming. Dutch needed to come first. He reached between their bodies to pump Dutch as he raked his own cock back and forth across Dutch's prostate. He felt when Dutch reached the point of no return, but didn't let himself go yet. Warm cum coursed down his fingers as Dutch gave in to the sensations, to his body's needs. His ass contracted, squeezing Foster hard, and then he was coming too, lightning rolling down his spine and emptying his balls. With a grunt, Foster collapsed onto Dutch's heaving body. That was... wow. Dutch's big hand landed on Foster's ass, mindlessly caressing him. Wow is good, right? Foster murmured. Wow is very good. You're going to be sore tomorrow, I think. And also... He lifted his head to eye Dutch. It's a good thing my bedroom is on the opposite side of the house from the others. We were so not quiet. That deep rumble of laugh Foster loved so much made Dutch's chest vibrate underneath him. As gently as possible, Foster pulled out of Dutch's body and rolled to the side, leaving one leg draped over Dutch's thigh. I'm going to be sore, Dutch agreed, twisting so Foster could see his face. And I'm going to think about this and know I want to do it again. When Foster opened his eyes again, he eased himself off the bed. Dutch shifted, grumping about him moving, and padded to the bathroom for a washcloth. Carefully, he cleaned them both up, tossed the cloth on top of the dirty clothes, and crawled back into bed. Dutch wrapped his arm around him and tugged him close to his side. Foster wasn't aware of falling asleep. Dutch. Sunday. He was a little sore in the morning, but it reminded him of what they'd done and that they would be doing it again, so the feeling was pleasant. If Becca and Hazel hadn't been home, Dutch would have spent some time convincing Foster they needed more practice. As it was, he had to tide himself over with the scorching hot kiss that Foster laid on him before they left the bedroom. Becca was at the kitchen table when they trailed in. She shot them a knowing look, but only offered a sweet, "Good morning." Gorp trotted over to say hello to them both, his tail doing its circle wag. "Hazel still asleep?" Dutch asked, knowing the answer. Becca nodded. "I peeked in on my way by." "She sleeps hard." Foster was running water for coffee. At least Dutch hoped so. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from Foster's sister. "She had a scary day Friday," Becca said. "I'm so glad she's okay. I was so scared for her." Dutch glanced at Foster, who was still fiddling with the Keurig, and cleared his throat. "So you know, I'm serious about your brother, but I want to make sure it's okay with you." He felt his cheeks heat, but powered through. It was important to him that Becca know he was serious. "I love Foster. I don't want you to think I'm just messing around." The coffee machine gurgled, and seconds later Foster set a cup of coffee on the table in front of him. "I love you too," Foster said, dropping a kiss on his head and sitting down next to Dutch with his own cup. "Do you need some more chai, Becca?" Becca shook her head as she raised her mug for a sip. "I'm happy for you. I like seeing my brother happy." "And having Hazel around is going to be okay with you?" There was no doubt that Hazel was a lot, and Becca was used to having her brother to herself. Foster wanted Dutch and Hazel to move in ASAP, but Dutch wanted everything to go smoothly. He didn't want to piss Becca off before they even got started, or get Hazel settled and then have to uproot her again. I bugged Foster forever for a little sister or brother. She grinned at Dutch, looking so much like her older brother. He'd tell me he couldn't just go and get one at the store. It's really good to see our family expanding. I mean that. Foster bumped his shoulder against Dutch's. Told you so. Nobody likes told you so, Becca said, rolling her eyes. Dutch and Hazel are moving in with us, Foster announced. I have eyes, you know. She glanced up at the kitchen clock. I gotta go. Ash is picking me up. We're going shopping in Anacortes. Shopping for her dorm room. The assignment had arrived in the mail a few days ago. Foster had told Dutch he still didn't want her to go so far away from home, but that he felt lighter about it, that it was selfish to keep her back when she had worked so hard to get where she was, and maybe Dutch and Hazel would be willing to road trip to a few basketball games. Of course they would. If Foster still wanted him by then. Dutch wasn't entirely convinced. It wasn't that things had moved too fast. It was that he worried something else would go wrong. What if Foster woke up one day and realized that Dutch wasn't worth the effort, that he snored like a buzzsaw or hogged the bed, or his hours at the resort were too much? Okay. Have fun, Foster said. Tell Ash I said to drive safe. That earned Foster another eye roll. Then Becca rolled away, and a few minutes later they heard the front door open and shut again. That went better than I expected, Dutch said. There was never anything to worry about. I told you. Becca was happy for me. For us. Foster leaned heavily against him, and Dutch sighed, happy in a deep part of himself that had needed Foster Jennings in his life. You did, he agreed. But it's me. Not some smart-as-fuck rocket scientist like you deserve. By now everyone on the island knows I used to be a member of a motorcycle gang and that someone from that life kidnapped Hazel. Dutch was still processing Hazel being taken, followed by Gunnar showing up on the island, declaring he was Dutch's real father, and he probably would be for a long time. Are there going to be some whispers and gossip for a while? Absolutely. But it will die down, and, most importantly, your past doesn't matter to me. What matters is that we are here and together now. You made the decision to leave. You changed your life. That means a lot. I don't know of many people who could do that. Dutch shifted in his seat, definitely feeling last night's activities. Yeah, but that was because of Hazel. It wasn't, Foster said fiercely. Hazel lucked out in the dad department. You chose her. Dutch didn't respond, because Foster had a point, but it hadn't been a quick decision. Foster twisted in his seat to look at Dutch, his beautiful face just inches away, his blue-green eyes blazing. You, Dutch Schumach, are the man I love. Got it? We met at the right time in both our lives. To be honest, if Becca was younger, I might not have wanted a relationship, because all I did until a few years ago was focus on her needs and work. I wasn't in the right headspace to meet someone, and when I was, there you were. You. Foster's warm hands rose to grip Dutch's chin, holding him still so he could claim his lips. Kissing Foster was equally hot as what they'd done in bed. He let himself fall into the kiss, wrapping his hand around the back of Foster's neck and letting Foster have his way with him. Their only warning was the clatter of Gorp's claws against the kitchen floor. They broke apart, and Dutch twisted around in his seat just as Hazel padded into the kitchen. Luckily, Gorp greeted her with his usual enthusiasm, so Dutch hoped she hadn't noticed that they'd been playing tonsil hockey. After petting Gorp, she crossed over to where they were sitting at the kitchen table. Her hair was a wreck. Dutch hadn't wanted to deal with it last night, but today, he sighed. There were going to be tears. If they didn't get a comb through it, she would have snarls that would need to be cut out. "Morning, Bug," he said as she climbed into the chair next to Becca's spot. "Are you hungry?" Foster asked. Hazel didn't answer right away. She was sort of slumped, with her chin in her hands.
Bug?
She eyed them over her clasped fingers. Dutch cringed inwardly. He knew this look. This look was dangerous ground. "Are you in love yet?" Dutch was opening his mouth to say what he didn't know when Foster answered, "Yes, we are. Your dad and I love each other very much." Dutch swore he saw her body sag in relief. "So I have two dads now?" "If that's what you want. Or you could keep calling me Foster." Hazel looked thoughtful. "Or you can wait to decide. Just know that whatever you decide, I will be happy with your choice." "Okay. Can I have pancakes for breakfast?"
"Sure, Bug."
Hazel released a big sigh. How could a girl her age hold so much air? "What?"
"My teacher was right."
Dutch and Foster looked at each other and then back at Hazel. "Oh?" Foster asked.
"The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I used pie."
She frowned and then said thoughtfully,
"I didn't think it would take so long."
Epilogue. 1 year later. The four of them were seated at a table at the Broach's deck. Foster had made sure, via Ben and Cody, that they had the best table with the best view. They had officially been a family for a year. This dinner was their celebration, and Dutch wasn't cooking. Becca was home for the summer, but already packing for her second year at Eastern. Foster couldn't believe how quickly the months had gone by, and Hazel was almost 10 years old. Becca grinned at him from her spot across the table. She was in on his little surprise. Everybody was in on it, except Dutch and Hazel. Foster's attention drifted to Hazel. She looked guilelessly back at him. Ben appeared next to him.
"Good evening, my name's Ben, and I'll be your server today."
They all laughed because Ben and his partner Henry had become good friends over the last year, and more recently, Henry had given Foster some legal advice. Life was good. Not only did Foster have Dutch as his partner, and soon, hopefully, husband, but they had expanded their circle of friends. Dutch was a natural host. He enjoyed having people over for impromptu barbecues or whatever, and Foster's once lonely house had become a hub of activity. Between their friends and Hazel's partners in crime, it seemed like they always had something planned.
"Oh,"
Hazel gasped, perusing the menu.
"There's apple pie and eclairs for dessert."
"I see that," Foster said. "But you need to have something healthy first."
"I'm having the grilled salmon Caesar salad,"
Becca said. Hazel had declared herself a vegetarian last summer, and so far hadn't changed her mind.
"Can I have the roasted Brussels sprouts and also fries?"
She was on a mission to convince her friends to go veggie too, but so far only Izzy was on board, which made it easier to feed both of them when Izzy stayed over or when Hazel spent the night at Izzy's house. Foster and Dutch both ordered steaks. This was a celebration, after all.
"Daddy."
Daddy always meant Dutch. Hazel pointed toward the water.
"There's an eagle. Do you think it's the same one from last year?"
They'd visited the Broach in the past year, but not for a special dinner. Not since Gunner and his, whatever Tyrone was, had paid them their first visit. Since then, the two had stopped by one other time, just to check in on Hazel and make sure she had recovered. Gunner bought her affection by giving her a lifetime subscription to National Geographic, the kids' version and the adult one. She was his only grandchild, and probably would be the only one for a while, seeing as Blaze had been convicted of kidnapping and child endangerment and a slew of other things that put him behind bars for the next 5 years. The two accomplices had never been found, even after Blaze gave up their names, probably hoping he'd get brownie points. Gunner had also paid for Hazel to see a child psychologist. Both Dutch and Foster had told him that wasn't necessary. They had the funds. But he had anyway, and Foster figured it made the man feel better about what had happened and about not being the father Dutch had needed, or Blaze either. But Foster didn't feel at all kindly toward him.
Hazel had been seeing the psychologist in Anacortes for a few months when the doctor took Dutch and Foster aside and told them Hazel only still wanted to see her so they could all take the ferry together. The sessions had ended, but they still took random ferry rides, and Hazel's nightmares were no more. Life was damn good. They all peered out over Broach's small harbor, where an eagle circled looking for dinner.
Could be. Eagles live a long time, Dutch responded.
The water sparkled and danced under the early evening sunlight. Foster's heart was filled to bursting with love for his family and the beautiful place they lived. He laid his hand on Dutch's thigh and squeezed. Dutch turned his head and smiled as if he knew exactly what Foster was thinking. They ate without rushing, laughing and talking. Becca told them a story about a member of her basketball team who was planning to try out for the Paralympics. Foster held his breath, waiting for her to say she was also going to try out. She didn't. He released the breath he was holding, but didn't think he was out of the woods. Finally, the dinner plates were removed, and Ben returned with a tray of desserts. Not how the Broach normally served things, but Foster didn't want the ring he'd picked out for Hazel or the one for Dutch served to other diners. The small red velvet box with Hazel's ring inside it was nestled on the eclair plate. Dutch's ring was in the bigger black box next to the largest piece of apple pie. For Becca, Foster had framed a goofy picture of all four of them that they'd taken by timer at Thanksgiving, and there was a gift card for Octopus Ink tucked inside the package.
"What's all this?"
Dutch asked. Foster plucked the plate with the pie off the tray and held it out to Dutch. He set the eclair in front of Hazel and handed the wrapped box to Becca. Dutch was staring at him with big eyes. They were all staring at him. Foster slipped from his chair and went down on one knee next to Dutch.
"Dutch Schumacher, would you do the honor of marrying me, becoming my partner in life?"
Thank fuck he'd practiced, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get the words out. The love of his life stared back at him, his dark eyes wide, filled with emotion. Foster swallowed hard. The moment stretched out. Sounds were muffled. Even the bright July sunlight seemed subdued while he waited for an answer. Dutch's lips parted, closed, and then opened again. Foster heard him whisper a clear yes as a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Foster's eyes were misty, too. He swiped them clear. He sighed with relief, even though he hadn't been truly worried that Dutch would say no. Rising to his feet, he pulled Dutch up too, so they were standing next to each other. "Can we see if the ring fits?" The titanium ring was plain. On the inside, Foster had had their names engraved, and that was it. Dutch wasn't a showy guy. Foster knew he wouldn't want more than that. Dutch's large hands fumbled with the lid as he opened the box, and Foster lifted the ring out. He loved the weight of it in his palm. With shaking fingers, he slipped the ring onto Dutch's finger. "It fits. I was worried." He'd found the ring at a local jeweler and had it sized, but he and the jeweler had been guessing. "Foster," Dutch whispered, lifting his hands to cup Foster's cheeks and bring him in for a gentle kiss that said everything. Foster wanted to fall into the kiss. He always did, but there was more. He forced himself to pull away. Turning back to the table, he crossed behind Dutch to kneel next to Hazel. Opening the lid of the red box, he held it toward her, the little gold ring sparkling in the sunlight. The jeweler had assured him Hazel could pick out another if she didn't like it, and that it, too, could be sized. "Hazelbug Abigail Schumacher, would you do me the honor of officially becoming my daughter?" For once in her life, Hazel was speechless. She nodded, staring wide-eyed at Foster and then at the ring and then at her dad. Becca poked her in the side. "This is when you say yes, 'cause you get to be my sister, too." "Oh, yes, Foster." Hazel leaped from her seat and threw herself into Foster's arms, crushing her small self against him. His eyes were misty again, and he still had one more thing to do. "Thank you, Hazel. I am so honored. I need to ask Becca something, too, okay?" She nodded, her hair tickling his neck, and Foster set her back down. Hold your hand out."
He slipped the tiny ring onto Hazel's finger. It was a bit big on her ring finger, but fit perfectly on her middle one. That might be good. It would mean she wouldn't outgrow it so quickly. Then he moved to Becca's spot, crouching down to smile at his sister. "Well, partner in crime, I bet you didn't know I have something for you, too." His sister narrowed her eyes at him, but reached for the box and began to very slowly unwrap it. "That's too slow," Hazel complained. "Just to rip it." Laughter filled the air because Becca refused to rip wrapping paper. She took it off gently, as if it were gold leaf. After carefully setting the paper aside, she placed the box down and opened it, pulling out the photograph and revealing the envelope hidden underneath it. Foster had found a frame that said family on each edge. It was over-the-top cheesy, but the sentiment was true. The four of them were a family now. "Oh, this is great. You can take it to school and hang it on your wall," Hazel told her. They'd visited Becca at college a few times, and Hazel was fascinated by the dorm rooms. "What's this?" Becca asked, plucking the envelope with the Octopus Ink logo on it out of the box. Foster moved to sit back down in his seat next to Becca. This was harder than asking Dutch to marry him, because in a way he was letting go of the grief over his parents he'd held on to for so long. They were all moving forward. "I thought, if you wanted to, you and I could get matching tattoos with Mom and Dad's names, so they would always be part of our family, too." Becca burst into tears, nodding and holding the envelope close to her chest like she thought Foster might change his mind. "I want to get a tattoo," Hazel declared. Becca hiccuped and started to laugh. Foster and Dutch looked at each other and burst into laughter, too. "What's so funny?" Hazel wanted to know. "Can I have my eclair now?" Out over the bay, the bald eagle circled, and Foster saw a second floating in to join the hunt. Dutch placed his hand on Foster's thigh and gripped it hard, bringing Foster's gaze back to him. "I love you," Dutch said quietly. "I don't know how I got so lucky." He glanced at Hazel. "How we got so lucky." "It's Becca and I who are the lucky ones," Foster quibbled, "because they were all so very lucky. I love you